Hello and welcome to BierTier, the German engineer. Yes, today we are already back. Isn't that something? Yes, today. The day after the last stream. This is an absolute first, but here we are. Isn't that nice? Yes, I have some time on my hands, so I figured we would jump right back in here and we will keep going where we left off yesterday. As we all know, we have 134.8 cycles left to get to the point where this thing here impacts one way or another. Either we stop it or it will strike. That's the goal for today, to try to get us ready for this impact right here. But let's take a look into chat first. We have Jez here, we have Words here, we have Victor Milan, we have Elfie Wolf, Goliath is here, we have, who else do we have here? Demetrius is here. My god, it's so many of you. Croc is here, Iruno is here. Kevin Brown is here. Thank you all for joining today. Truly appreciate it. Cesare is here as well. All right. Let's see if we can get this show here on the road. Thankfully, this time it will be relatively easy to remember what we did last time, because last time was literally just yesterday. We finished up our peat burner system over here, which provides power to our base. And that is, of course, a very good start. Our food is now up to 136,000 kilocalories, so apparently this system here is working as well, which is always nice to see. And we are, of course, making our way further and further downwards. That is the goal. We need to get down here, we need to find some crude oil, we need to get to it, and we need to be able to extract it. And of course, there will be some issues along the way. For example, yeah, it's a little toasty down here at 93 degrees. Sebediah is here. Sebediah, thank you for joining. Moin, Sebediah. How is it going? Cookie is here. Cookie, Killjoy is here. Hello to all of you. And once again, thank you all for joining. Okay, let's see if we can get down here a little bit further. That's the plan, at least for right now. And look at this here. Here we have an oil reservoir. That's very good. Lots and lots of spore kits, basically all around here. It looks like everything. Not even. The right side here somehow doesn't have spores. Oh, they just start spawning when you uncover them. I see. I see. Okay, I was about to say, why is there nothing in here? It's full of carbon dioxide. It should be filled with spores. Yeah, it will be very, very shortly. Okay, so that is something we have to deal with here. And then we have to uncover this oil reservoir and extract oil, convert it to petroleum, and then start making our last shots. That's at least the general idea. Okay. Elfie says water cooler will cool dupes in hot environments. Yeah, I'm not sure if it will cool us down from 95 degrees. So that could be a potential issue. How are we on oxygen down here in this area? Yeah, looks like our oxygen source, our nearest one, is right here. Yeah, that makes sense because that is the polluted oxygen coming out here. And from the looks of it, the polluted oxygen is basically coming around this corner and going straight up. So to help out the flow of gas here just a little bit, we could do something very simple and put just some tiles along here. That should force depolluted oxygen along here and should allow the dupes to breathe here instead of having to come over here. And that should hopefully make this here slightly easier for them. I think you could have hit the oil biome better, maybe by going to the right when you spotted it instead of continuing down. Yeah, I wasn't sure what we were going to find down here. First, we had to figure out what we were working with. On the bright side, though, when I'm looking at this here, we should be able to more or less just continue straight down here. Look at this. More or less. We can literally just encapsulate this oil reservoir right here inside of the tunnel that we are digging. That means all we have to clear out for the time being, and that is all an attempt to save time here, right? That's the general idea. Obviously, that's not an optimal solution for the long term, but for the short term, we can literally extend this little area right here and bring it down to maybe something like this here. That would actually work literally as is. All we have left to do is plop an extractor up here, put the oil down here into this area, and then extract it back upwards. Should be relatively straightforward to do. Obviously not exactly like this here. First, we need to make it to the abyssalite, so we can get rid of all the mercury. That's the entire reason for doing this exercise here, because this is the moment we dig through this abyssalite, most of this mercury here will melt, and it will make our life a hell. So, we're going to take care of that before that becomes an issue. But yeah, our dupes here are not looking too happy about what's going on. We do need to get this carbon dioxide out. We also started working on that last time. First, we needed to relieve all the salt water right here, exactly, kind of like this. And once that is done, we can make our way to space and vent most of this nonsense out there. We already have the gas pipe here coming along very nicely, and we can start pumping out carbon dioxide and chlorine gas. Okay. Holy Spore Kid, says Killjoy. Yeah, that's right. That is a very meager amount of surface oil too. Yeah, we saw it in the beta. The only surface oil that we have is basically from the slicksters that have spawned. There is no other oil from the looks of it. There are no pockets, no nothing. We literally have to extract it with water. So we need to convert most likely salt water because we have most of it. Pump it down there, all the way down here, into our oil reservoir. Extract the oil, and then pump the oil back up here somewhere into this cold area. Convert it over to petroleum, then pump the petroleum all the way up to the base, and then create the blast shots we need. That is the order of operations that we need to accomplish today. That's the plan. Everything else is basically just maintaining. We need to keep an eye on our algae. We do not have a appropriate oxygen source other than, of course, these two oxygen diffusers, which is not a hell of a lot, obviously. So yeah, we will have to do something about that. We do not need those batteries anymore here. All of this nonsense can go. Nothing's hooked up anyways anymore. Everything's now connected to our main power grid. Have you got polluted water vents anywhere? We haven't found any yet. So all that we have, we can take a quick peek on the star map. Right here, you have saltwater geyser, cool chlorine gas vent, a copper volcano, hot polluted oxygen vent, carbon dioxide vent, steam vent, natural gas geyser. Okay, we do have a polluted water vent somewhere. We haven't found it yet though. And an oil reservoir. That's what we have found so far, at least in theory, but like a natural gas geyser and a polluted water vent, we haven't found either one of those, actually with our own eyeballs. Neither one of those has been spotted yet. Maybe it's right here. We haven't uncovered this one here. That's a new one. That's the natural gas geyser. That's a good start. Just gotta keep this one here in mind. That's natural gas. That will help us out later. Let's go into the F3 overlay to relative temperature. Turn it all the way down. And let's see if we have another one here. Because a polluted water vent would help us out greatly. There's no question. It's not that. Yeah, no. There's nothing new here. Absolutely nothing new. It's somewhere right on the edge here of our black spot. That's why we can see it on the map. It may be right here. I don't think we've looked at this one. Nope, that's carbon dioxide. And that's steam vent. That's what I thought. Yeah, nope. Haven't found it yet, but we will come across it eventually. For the time being, we can use salt water. It's fine. It's not that big a deal. Looking at that heat, might you want to make some triage cots before the inevitable shit hits the fan? Yes, we should probably do that in an area where we actually have some oxygen available. Yeah. Kind of naturally get stuck in this little area right here. Should we just try to put some cots right here? I mean, that's probably the best option we have available. Yeah. The best possible option would probably be here, right where all that polluted oxygen comes out, honestly. So let's do that. Because yes, having triage cots already in this area right here is probably a decent idea. Probably so. Just where they can A, breathe, and B, not too far away from where we are going to work. That is the lowest point where we actually can get some oxygen. Yeah, there's no other polluted water down here, and that is okay. First, we gotta take care of the mercury problem, and then we will fix the rest. Okay, up here on the top, we need to do this, and while we are at it, because it will just become a problem later on if we don't take care of it right away, let's kill these three here. When the dupes walk around here, they don't get constantly attacked. That at least would be the general idea. Jess says, ooh, I did something useful. It only took 2 years. Yes, that was very useful indeed. We do need that. I like the planner mod. You could mark the geyser with color shapes right now. Well, yeah, or in words idea. Use the priority numbers. Usually, I mean, I just try to remember the important ones, like the copper volcano right here, the steam vent right beside it, right over here. Those are the important ones, the natural gas geyser. Everything else that we have found so far is completely pointless, and yeah, just I don't even care about it. It doesn't stick around in my memory at all. But that's what we're working with right now. Guys, you're up once again. We have Frankie right here. He has a doctoring, suit-wearing, and building. He's charm assistant, but he cannot do researching errands. Then we have Maya with building and doctoring, as a green thumb charm assistant, but critter aversion. We have 200 kilograms worth of wood that we could get, or a meep with cooking plus 13. He's an animal lover, bottomless stomach, and allergies. Those are the 4 options we have available, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know what you guys think, and that's what we are going to do. We do not have storage for polluted dirt, do we? Apparently not. That's fine. How are we down here? Yeah, it's still not full with ice. Apparently we haven't found enough ice, I suppose. Let me click all that stuff here off. Yeah. Actually less mercury than I expected. It's still a lot, don't get me wrong, but it's less than I expected overall. Oh, that's a win. Generally, yeah. Block it all off, so we don't have to deal with it later. That just saves us a lot of time in the long run. Alright, let's see what you guys are thinking in chat. And I can never resist a bit of wood. Yeah. Wood, rechecked, running close to the oxygen limit. Yes, we are running close to the oxygen limit. But I agree with you guys. The wood is the better option. And that is what you voted for in the majority. So that is what we are going to take as well. Okay, so right here, how are we going to do this? We will need... once again, some kind of reinforced shaft that we can utilize to get to the surface as usual. We could just put it up here. Yeah, why not? Why not? Let's put this one here all the way up. Let's put this one here all the way up. That was actually too far, way too far. Only needed to right there. And let's bring this here over. And then let's make this here a closed system of some kind. And just prevent the asteroids or meteorites from... crashing through here, causing too much damage. Let's put the roof in all the way through. That's totally fine. And then, of course, this here needs to go. All these ladders here that come upwards. So the dupes only have one choice. Once they come here, they can go to space, but they can only go through right there. And on top of that, there will be a manual airlock. And on top of that, there will also be a tile. Or let's make an insulated tile for good measure. There we go. Let's put this here in. That gives us access to space, and that should help us out quite drastically right here. Also, let's make it this area here the highest priority, so we build all of this here before we mess with the ladder going up and out into space. Of course, one thing, can't forget about it, is right here, need an extra tile. That's necessary. And as a matter of fact, you know what? Just to keep this area here a little bit protected from meteorite impacts, we're going to go slightly a little bit further over here to the right. Yeah, let's put an extra 2 tiles here. Give it a little bit of extra space here. Then let's come up to right there. And then dig our way over here. And let's see if that gives us a little bit of extra protection right here. No, it won't, because it's regolith. Need to go one lower. Yeah, there we go. Now the dupes can walk through here. We have here 2 extra tiles, so a meteorite would have to hit right here to destroy our entrance. And yeah, I don't foresee that happening anytime soon. All right, good enough. Good enough to get to space at the bare minimum. It should be fine to continue with our gas pipe all the way up. And you know what? Screw it. We're going to go all the way through here. And then plop this here straight out to space once we get there. All right, so far, so good. Okay, let me take a look here. I wonder if you dig strategically, would the ice help cool down that oil biome? That is kind of another thing that I'm considering right now. I'm considering leaving the mercury in here for as long as we can and use it as a cooling medium and then pump it out once it's in our way. But for the time being, let's just take it with us. And let's see if we can try to create a shaft that comes downwards that we at the same time can keep somewhat cool. Just with, I don't know, What is this here? Roughly 8 tons worth of liquid mercury? I don't know. Never tried it. Might as well give it a shot. And we have Dracul here says, hi, BierTier. Do you ever stream in German? No, I have never actually streamed in German. I exclusively stream in English. That is suboptimal here. What is this here? That is just shale. Hold on. How did you even... Wait, what? How did you even end up in here? Wait. What happened here? So this here is Regulus, but you should be able to dig Regulus. Something is horrendously bugging. Oh, okay. There you go. I was about to say, there's no reason that you couldn't dig Regulus. What the hell? Yeah, try this one more time here. Fallen sand, Regulus, and then he was probably somehow stupidly teleported upwards instead of to the left. Something along those lines must have happened here, yeah. Most likely. Most likely. But yeah, this here's taking shape. It'll be there soon. It's not going to be an issue whatsoever. The main question that I have is, what is the best possible location for our pump? I believe it is actually first here to pump out all of the stuff that is above us. That's mainly what we are going to pump, because the pressure from above is going to push it down slowly but steadily. If we are putting it lower, yeah, I think lower is going to not help us quite yet. I think that's too early. Not what I meant to do. This is what I meant to do. Let's bring this over here, because eventually we will bring it down here, and later on we will reutilize it for something else. But let's put on a gas pump just right there. That'll do it. Give it as much space as possible. And then let's find us a power source. That's going to be the bigger issue. We currently don't have one, and we don't really have the resources for such an expensive excursion either. But once again, don't really have too much of a choice here. We could do some stupid nonsense here to save us some refined metal. You know what? We are going to take the heavy water wire, and we are going to come with the heavy water wire down here. That is going to save us a bunch of resources. Yes, it will mess with our decor, but this here is going to save us a lot of resources that we need much more for something else. Let me put it that way. The mercury will do the opposite of what you want, I think. I don't know. What is the thermal mass of it? Yeah, it's not thermal mass. I mean, the specific heat capacity, 0.14. Yeah, that is extremely low. That is extremely low. It will probably suck up the heat from the igneous rock more or less instantly, since their mass is so high. If we dig it up, the mass is going to halve. But the problem is the mercury is going to hit it before the mass is going to halve. While it's still a natural tile, therefore it's going to absorb a hell of a lot more heat energy than if it would be half the mass on a debris. For this to even remotely have a chance, we would have to dig it up first and then drop a bunch of mercury on it. And at that point, it doesn't matter anymore. So yeah, you're probably right, Words. Yeah, you may have a good point there, Words. But yeah, we will find out shortly. That little bit of mercury that we have right there, I'm just going to let it go down with us until we hit the first row of igneous rock and see how fast that heats up. But I mean, with that thermal conductivity and that extremely low heat capacity, yeah, I didn't consider the specific heat capacity. But okay. Could we close this here, please, so we are not venting the little bit of oxygen we have left straight out into space? Wouldn't that be an amazing idea? Almost sounds like it makes too much sense. Well, I guess at the moment we are basically just venting out hydrogen, so it's not that bad yet, but it will be eventually. Why is nobody building this? Is it not reachable? Why wouldn't? Oh, it's the pinch of pepper plant that's right above it. You son of a... That we can't reach. You sucker. I need one piece of ladder right here. Dig this up and then I can build it. That sucks. Yeah, oops, you need to get this here built quickly. Rip this here out quickly, and then put this insulated tile here. Also preferably quickly. That'd be nice. Okay, dupes, why are we not building down here? Okay, priority. That makes sense. We do have our triage card set up, ready to go. That's great. Picking up more mercury. Just chucking it over here from there for right now. Should be fine. Chess says dupe logic. Doing this will save my life, so let's do everything else instead. Yep. That is dupe logic in a nutshell. That is indeed dupe logic in a nutshell. We need to dig up another algae deposit right here. It's going to be our last one. We do have a little bit left right here, but it's not a hell of a lot. Yeah, let's grab it. I think we're going to do that as simple as we can. Just with single ladder pieces coming over here to the left side. That will allow us to grab most of this stuff here. Relatively simple and easy. Kind of like this here. Should allow us to grab all of that. Well, not the one on the very left here. Need one extra tile for that. And then we're just going to come over here. That should be totally fine the way it is set up. And should give us a little bit more algae before we dig up the big boy right here. There are 3 more tiles. Sure, let's get them. Why not? Okay, let's grab this here as well. That even gives us a piece of oxalide. Sure, why not? And right here, the pieces that are just easily reachable and close to where we are already missing anyway. Just so we are not running out on accident. Yay, I got in early at my favorable time. Hell yeah. Building Entombed? Building Entombed. That should be on the very top. Should be this one right here. Yes. Should be the meteor blaster. Got hit a couple of times with meteors, which is ironic, I suppose, but yes, that is what happened. I need to give this here slightly higher priority so the dupes actually make their way down here and not do everything else around the base first. Because we do want to get down as much as we want to get up. There's no question about it. Okay, looks like most of this here is done. That's fine. We're just gonna go with our gas pipe straight out here somewhere. That should be totally fine for our purposes. You know what? Let's go up 1 extra tile. Just so it's a little bit safer from meteorite impact. But yeah, that's all we need. And down here in the bottom, yes, the gas pump is already built. So that's literally the last piece we need up here to start pumping all this nonsense here out of our base. That should help quite drastically, and that should definitely be a good thing for us. How much polluted water do we have in here by now? 634 kilograms. We still haven't filled that sucker up. Really? Oh, man. We'll get there, eventually. Looks like by now we have enough carbon dioxide in here that the polluted water is not outgassing anymore. So if we can fill that last piece here with carbon dioxide, we can close the door. Yeah, kind of like that. Theoretically speaking, this should be a stable... No. If there's enough carbon dioxide in here, it should be a stable system. Well, let's see if we can close this here. No, we can't. No, we can't. Gotta just have another 400 or so kilograms worth of polluted water here. Fine. And the peat burners are going to take care of that. Okay, looking good. So far, so good. We just need to continue our way downwards, slowly but steadily, and avoid most, if not all, of the issues that we encounter. There are some zombie spores here, for example. How are we going to handle those? Well, let's see what we can do here. There are several ways to go about it, of course, as usual. We're going to try to do, as with everything, the easiest and fastest. Because time is not our friend. 130.8 cycles left. What do you think about a away team, says Philip. Philip, I'm super excited about it. I'm really looking forward to it. I can't wait to try it out and stream it. Most definitely. Looking forward to it. I think with the less predictable gas interactions, the gas in the infinite storage needs to be PO2 to be safe. Yeah, that's probably a good call, Birds. It really just needs to be anything at all. Right here, that is a fluid. I need just polluted water up here. Because of the wire, the core hit from the wire pots in the bedroom. That's a good idea. I like that. We could do so if we have enough, well, rose bushes or whatever else we have laying around, I suppose. Looks like we still have only the flower pots on the ground. Where are we on the research, huh? Okay, so that's number 2 right here. Let's give it an extra couple of minutes before I put those in. That is a very good idea, though. Very good idea. We're definitely going to do it, but I'm going to do it with the hanging pots, not with the one on the ground. So we're just going to wait an extra couple of minutes until the research is done. And that may have happened right now. Nope, that was the one beforehand. Now we're starting to work on the one that we need. God, so many buildings. So many buildings. There we go. That's better. Let's make sure that we build the top 2 here first, Dupes, before you rip out the bottom tile. I'm gonna watch that. Yeah, we're gonna pump this out in a second. Okay, that is the last. Actually, that was the last tile right here. Now, no more mercury should be able to be added to this area, to this shaft right here. That's not the color we want to see. That's more like it right here. Okay, you're delivering it. What are we building, though? Come on, dudes. A little more effort here would be nice. Okay, you're bringing more stuff. We really need to bring the skills up for our dupes in the strength department so we can deliver more stuff. That helps quite drastically in the speeding up of any building event. Like, strength is not to be underestimated at all. Goof right here. We decided last time we're going to leave you around for right now because I don't know yet what to do with you. I think we're going to stick with that. Somebody like Jason right here. He already has improved construction 1, but the act of carrying the stuff takes actually much, much longer than the building process itself. So improved carrying 2 is much more valuable for Jason as of this moment. User Kitty right here already has improved carrying 1 and 2. I think we thought we're going to make you a mechatronics engineer if I remember correctly. And I think we're going to continue that. Victor, you already won. We're going to give you improved carrying. And words, you just want to mess with dinos. So that's fine, I suppose. Improved carrying, once again, never, ever hurts. How good is shale and thermal conductivity, says some Langer. I don't know. The Whisper Joe, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub on Twitch. Truly, truly appreciate it. Really, really do. I think BierTier greatly undervalues improved carrying. I would have it on about 80% of Dupes by now. I just value their actual tasks first, and then I value the strength abilities. Let me take a look at shale here in 1 second. Let me go through this here first, and then we're going to take a look at the shale. We have Ari right here available to us in rocketry and ranching. Is frostproof, has a starting skill of hard digging, is squeamish, no doctoring, and unconstructive, no building. We have a care package with the mellow seeds, 3, we currently have 0. It can get us 100 kilograms worth of oxalite, we currently have 0. And we have Bubbles with decorating +7, is frostproof, has a green thumb, and is also squeamish. Those are our 4 options, plus the reject all button. Let me know in chat what you think we should get. Now, let's take a look at shale right here. Shale has a thermal conductivity of 1.8 from the looks of it. That is, yeah, 1.8 is what we are working with. Now, if we compare it to obsidian, because I also don't know that number from the top of my head, thermal conductivity is 2.0. So yeah, obsidian is slightly higher in thermal conductivity and slightly higher in specific heat capacity. So yeah. Okay. Let's play this here. 677. Yeah. We really need to watch this here. Much, much closer. Much, much closer. I do need you to build this here first. Yeah, don't rip this tile out. Yeah, you're not actually gonna do once what I want you to do, are you? No, you're not. Yes, you are. Okay, cool. That worked out a lot better than I expected. That we actually built this here first. Interesting. But, very good. Won't hear me complaining. Built the rest. Let's go. Okay, let me take a look here. What do we have in chat? And it looks like... Damn, I want to chaos this jazz. No chaos yet. There's chaos included, just not yet. But when I look in chat, clearly the Oxalide wins. So let's grab us the 100 kilograms of Oxalide. Yeah, you're right. It's probably not going to make a big difference. It's probably not going to make a big difference, words. But I suppose it's better than nothing. Mark just got us another skill point right here with improved carrying, same as before. And then right here, you already got all the way down to pyrotechnics, and you're now into improved farming. That's cool. You get crop tending as well, just to help us out. We do have a lot of live plants that need a lot of tending, so you might as well help with that. Okay. Looks like this here has been done. So far, so good. Kind of what we wanted. And you know what? This here could actually, I'm wondering. I mean, technically, if I just open up this abyssalite right here, I'm just going to create a liquid lock right here that I can just build around. And I can just leave the rest of the mercury sitting right here. Yeah, why not? Screw it. Let's just dump it in there. And let's just build past it. That's the easiest possible solution for this problem, I believe. Dave says 1 dupe for 100 cycles. Oxalite. Yeah, that's kind of what I've expected right here. Of course, the zombie spores leaked out, but it's so few that I'm not worried about it. And it's good enough for us to just continue on. We can just continue down here and worry about it a little bit more. But yeah, those few zombie spores right here, not going to survive that long. Not too worried about it that we let a little bit out. But right here on the bottom, we need to be a little bit more careful because this area here, we're not going to have enough mercury to do the same thing again. That's for sure. So let's build all this stuff down here as far as we can. And then let's keep going lower. There's spore kit sherms there right here. But it's so few that I'm not worried about it. And the spore kit itself was blocked off from creating more. So yes, we did let a little bit out. That is a calculated risk. I'm not worried about those few jerks. We could go actually one step further. Because one thing that we do have is uranium ore. And we could just help out the dupes a little bit right here. At least temporarily. By building 2 manual airlocks. Right here and right there. Made out of uranium ore. Let's give it a high priority. And it will just kill the germs right as it came out. Should have done it beforehand, probably. But it won't make too big of a difference. But Old Wine is asking for the lumber range design. The lumber range design is pretty straightforward. It's definitely not the best one out there, I can guarantee you that. We cobbled that together live on stream within a few seconds. We just plopped in a critter drop-off, a grooming station, then right thereafter a Mimica bud to help the growth of the Ovagro node, and then we put in an Ovagro node. So there are exactly 12 tiles between the Mimica bud and the Ovagro node. We can get maximum on the left side, and on the right side, we at least get on the bottom 7 tiles. We could make the entire thing here lower and longer instead, so we get the full length of the Ovagro node, but I believe this here is plenty. At the moment, we do not have anything to breed our lumps. That's why there are not 4 lumps each. There should be 4 each. You can see the eggs just laying around here. I don't really pay attention to it because right at the moment, they're just a peat producer, and I'm not too worried about that whatsoever for the time being. But later on, we will make sure that there are constantly 4 in here, and the eggs that we get will of course be put into some kind of drowning device, our favorite critter killer. And yeah, that's going to be the long-term plan. But in the short term, that's good enough. We are mainly focused on that big guy that's coming. You know, that one right here. That's what we're mainly focused on. That's why we left the farm in this half-finished state here and just moved on with our lives. Okay. Demetrius is here, says, well, hello again. Had some kit duties to perform. Well, welcome back. Don't we allow the Demolier bring us a lot of fresh matter stuff, volcanoes and vents? I mean, we will see what happens. That is actually the master plan. I hope we can do it. We will see that, if we can or not. The plan is to basically try to shoot that thing out of the sky, of course. But at the same time, I would like to save before that happens and then kill the meteor blaster, once again, before that happens, and then let it impact. And basically have both options available to us. And then I will let you guys decide if, oh, not if, but which of the two ways we want to continue. Do we want to continue with the blown up version or with the impacted version? That's the master plan. Once again, that's easier said than done. If we can actually accomplish that or not, we will see. We will see. Let's see, we have a little bit of a radiation here. Yeah, I should have probably put that in earlier. We have a little bit of extra zombie spores a little bit further up. Can I build one more? Sure. The nice thing is I can just leave those here, and they're basically a natural blocker. So you know actually what? We do have enough mercury, because we have a few grams of crude oil right here. These here are only 2 tiles high. So if I do the exact same thing and I drop the mercury downwards, it will form a layer of crude oil on the bottom, but a layer of mercury on the top, and it will once again form an actual seal right here. That would actually work out perfectly for what we are trying to accomplish here. So we can do the same trick once again, just this time with the manual airlocks already in place. That should help. That's gonna be good. Iruno says, does the Molière still land on the same spot even if you dig out the whole impact area? I'm curious because I haven't tried the PPP yet. Okay. The same question, I got the exact same question yesterday, and that is a really good and interesting question because, yeah, what the hell does happen when that thing just has nothing to impact into? So another thing that we can do, if we get to that point, once again, that's a big if, we're working on it, but we're not there yet. We can make a save game before we blow it out of the sky and let it impact. And then we can load that same save game again, and we can go into sandbox mode. And we can just rip out the entire area, all of it. Just for testing purposes. Just get rid of everything that's in this area and see what happens then, if there is a difference. I mean, we have the option available to us to do whatever the hell we want. That's the beauty of it. So if that is something you guys are interested in, I'm more than happy to do so. Because the only change that sandbox mode would implement is, of course, that we can rip out stuff instantly, but it does not change the game in any other way. So it would still behave exactly the same. Yes, for science. I had a feeling that you guys would like that idea. Isabella Jones is here, says, just got caught up with the previous stream, and here you are with the next one. Awesome. That is actually amazing that you already caught up with the last stream. Yesterday was a long boy. That's awesome to hear, though. I'm truly happy that you enjoyed it. Apparently you did, though, because otherwise I'm assuming you wouldn't be back. So, awesome. Love to hear it. And welcome to the live stream. Okay, let's see if we can make this here happen as fast as possible, especially these 4 tiles here is what I need. And probably the only way to make that happen is if we also have at the bare minimum this 1 tile of fire pole right here. So let's see if we can make that happen. And we can see right here, yes, there are zombie spores here, but they're not up here. Well, they're right there for a second, but they're not getting past our 2 manual airlock doors. The power of radiation once again helping us. Yeah, this here is currently open. My liquid lock got destroyed. It's unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. Thanks to our 2 manual airlocks. Alright, let's get this here built. And then all we have to do technically is just wait. Wait for all of the zombie spores to die. That's all it takes. Okay, how are we doing on the top side of things here? Yes, we are pumping. Let me turn this here off because it's highly annoying to look at it. But in the F7 overlay, we can see we are pumping in also some oxygen out. Are we already that low? Wait, where are you getting oxygen from? Oh, no, that's brine. Oh, there's a little bit of oxygen that's just flowing from the bottom up. Okay, yeah, well, that's not avoidable. That is not avoidable. But we are dropping the pressure on the top side here, I hope. And that should be rather helpful. What I am seeing, though, is that we are mainly pumping out the polluted oxygen here. I may have placed the pump a little bit too low, unfortunately. It may have been better up here in this area. Yeah, I did place it slightly too low. It's fine, though. Everything here is temporary. Nothing's permanent. Nothing matters. It looks stupid as hell, but it will do. Eventually, the pump will go from a top position to a lower position, and then it will look somewhat decent again. But for the time being, it will do the job. So let's rip this one here out, hook this one here up. And then let's pump out the actual stuff that we want to get rid of, because look what our dupes are sleeping in here. That is just not optimal. But to remind myself of our bedrooms, hanging pots, we're gonna put just right here in each and every room. We're gonna put one. That's not how that works, but sure. Yeah, cool. That shouldn't even be possible to do, but all right. Not puzzle pot. Can I... Hold on. Yeah, you're right. We want to puzzle the pots. I did say we would puzzle the pots. We will puzzle the pots. Holding me accountable, words. You got it. You got it. I will oblige. Okay, very good. Manual airlock is here. What is dripping down here? What's melting? Oh, it's this ice here. Brine ice has molten and it's dripping down. Sure, why not? Let's get it a little bit of danger soup here. That's totally fine. As a matter of fact, can we mop down here now? Yeah, we can mop down here now. Let's mop down here. That should mean we can also mop up here. Let's mop up here too. Good. Mop here, mop there. Mop everywhere. Very good. Von Rhineland is here. Howdy, Von Rhineland. Thanks for joining today. How are you doing? Ooh, you're not looking too hot. You're not looking too hot at all. There's oxygen right here. And you're not making it. You're literally not making it. Nope. One down. Our newest dupe didn't make it down here. I may have to move this oxalite sconce further downwards. That is unfortunate. The problem is the oxalite is not going to sustain us either. I knew that the shaft here would become a problem. Damn. That is highly unfortunate. We can now move this manual airlock down here. Let's rip this one out. You are built not out of nickel ore, though. Yeah, definitely not nickel ore. I mean, on the bright side, though, we almost made it to our oil reservoir. That is as deep as we have to make it. That's literally it. If we can make it that deep, we are okay. Yeah, I could think... I'm wondering if this here is actually one row too low. And if I do it like this here, if that would make the gases in this area here a little bit better. Because with the carbon dioxide, technically we only have one spot left over. And I think 2 would be better for the exchange of the polluted oxygen. So let's make sure that it gets done. And then we mop right here as well. Last thing that we need is also this restriction right here to help with our polluted oxygen. But of course, next thing that we need is a memorial. And we're gonna put it, as usual, as a reminder for our misdeeds, in the middle of the base. That's where it belongs. Smack dab in the middle. Bad news, we lost Goliath, but good news, we got oil. That's right. If we find any kind of oxalite, put it in here, basically instantly. And then let's not make that out of nickel. That's uranium, that's fine. That should kill the last few spores that we have down here. Literally these here. And that should then take care of it, I hope. Our new pump is built. That's great. And now we are pumping actual garbage out and not our oxygen anymore so much. So yeah, we should be seeing this chlorine gas here dropping relatively fast and relatively quickly. My life for the cause. That's right. That's right, Goliath. And you'll be back very soon. That's version 2.0. Much improved. Much improved. Come on, guys. Build me that airlock door. Once we have it, we can move on. Although, we could actually relocate this sucker up here and put it on the bottom. We could at least put 2 in here. Yeah, 2 are easily doable. The base is looking like Paris. Yes, the base is looking like our old Paris map. Chlorine is a little bit on the high end, but it's really not that bad yet. It's just a little bit of problem that we can't build higher. Like, if our bathrooms would have built higher rather than lower, it would have not been a problem in the first place. But we are taking actively care of it as of right now. So it shouldn't be that big of an issue. One more thing that I want to do, just for a good measure. We have all this carbon dioxide stuck right here. If we put some airflow tiles in here, that carbon dioxide here won't be stuck anymore. And it should also properly flow into our pump here, as that should be. There's not a lump sitting right here. What the hell are you doing here? We don't need any food, so I'm just going to relocate you, I guess, also into here somewhere. Just get in there somewhere and go from there. Is there a break to the space in the top of the map where the dupes mopped before? Is there a break into space? No, there is not a break into space. Nope, we're good. Everything is properly closed off, and we are not losing anything out into space that we are not actively pumping out. A good question. Could have been. Could have been. I'd rather double check before we lose our valuable oxygen. Okay, all the spores are gone. That was a simple fix. Let's kill this here. Get rid of it. And then let's see if we can go lower. Also, what is the actual building called? The oil well. The oil well lives right here. I'm just going to put it in right now to see if that will work. No, it will not, but this here will work. So we can do all of this here without doing any harm to anything. There are no spores in here, and there are also no spores down here. And that is because this thing here is not in an atmosphere. We could use that to our advantage. Now, there's a couple things that we need beforehand anyway. If we like it or not, there are a couple of things that will need to happen. So let's make those things happen right away. One of them is this heavy rod wire right here has to run down the entire length. If we like it or not, that will have to happen. So let's make it happen. And let's just run that sucker straight through here, like it's no one's business. As far down as here. That should be fine. Let's put that in. And let's rip out the extras that we don't need. Obviously, later on, we're going to fix this here, make it look nicer. But for the time being, it is what it is. Let's see. What do you guys have? The terrarium is so bad if you look at the numbers. Algae sucks up water, and the water breathable air ratio is worse than electrolyzers. Yes, but the dupes are dying at the bottom where I'm suggesting putting it. And it's actually a good idea. To just put a terrarium down here would work in our favor, for sure. We need 30 grams of algae, which we have. We need 300 grams of water, which we can bring. It does create polluted water, though. We could put it somewhere off, kind of to the side, where we can collect that polluted water, so it's out of our way for the time being. I mean, it just has to be done until we can complete this build. That's the main thing that we are basically trying to do here. But yeah, that could come in handy here very shortly. I like the idea. I do like the idea. What else can I mess up here? Let me think about this for just 1 second. To help our dupes, the best possible way to do so is... we could just bring a ladder down here and put a storage bin in here. Do that quickly. And then dig up all these little pieces of oxalate right here and see if we can get the dupes to put them into this kind of storage right here as fast as possible. And what I would actually like even more, personally, would be to have a faster access to this area. So if you can dig this mercury here out and then make a straight path over so the dupes don't have to do the whole ladder thing and, you know, it will off-gas the longer they run. I think this could work as a storage for our oxalate sconce. Let's see if we can make this here happen. Yeah, they have to run all the way up here. See the amount of time it takes them to just run up here and get a little bit of oxygen from the polluted oxygen. It's just not low enough. We need to have our oxygen supply lower. Where it says, make a diving bell for the terrarium to get the maximum benefit from the O2 produced. Something like a panic room that has breathable gas. I know what you mean by a diving bell. Basically, something like this here. Just so a dupe can actually walk here and get to it, which they currently can't. But yeah, I do see what you mean, and I do like the idea. And I do think there is a good space actually available for something like this. You can't just take this space right here. The only problem with that is I would have to build the entire diving bell, basically, out of insulated tiles because of the heat. I mean, we are building this shaft here mainly for the heat. Sandray says, hello, BierTier, is 3 steam turbine needed for aluminum volcano? No, my tamer, or my version of the aluminum volcano tamer is built with 2 steam turbines. And truth be told, even that is probably overkill. But yes, 2 is my standard version. Cheese Paredes here says, howdy, BierTier, wanted to thank you for the steam tamer video. I modified it a bit. The whole thing is a giant super chiller for a sleetweed farm. Hell yes. Also used automation to shut turbine vents to maximize steam energy and power, so it has to be 9 tiles tall in the steam rooms. Hell yes, that's awesome. I mean, taking existing designs and modifying them to make them even better, that's the best case scenario, right? That's how I look at it. Okay, so now the question is, first of all, how do I plan on getting down here? How do I plan on setting this up? And how are we going to extract it all? I mean, the oil well itself is pretty straightforward. We don't need anything for it. We could literally just come with our ladder as far down as we can, probably. Yeah. And then just divert off of it. I mean, we don't need to build anything fancy. It doesn't have to be a big tank like I've done before. None of that's necessary. Let's just come down here as far as it allows. What the hell? You just allow me to build into there? Really? Really? That seems unlikely. That seems highly unlikely that that is allowed. I'll try it, though. Sure, why not? If you say it's cool. If you say that's cool, then that's cool, I suppose. Let's see what the dupes are doing with this nonsense. Martin Delp is here, says greetings from Germany. It's been a while since I caught you live. Yes, Martin, it has been a hot minute. Welcome back. Always glad to see you, you know it. What if drop bottle of polluted water on the bottom of the shaft and have some polluted oxygen? That would probably be the simplest solution, honestly. Literally just flood the bottom right here with some polluted oxygen. Not polluted oxygen, polluted water. Just want to get the mopping commands in before it's too late. Where is that stuff even coming from? Is it again up here? Yes, it's again up here. What the hell is melting here? Everything? That would make sense, I suppose. Let's dig out these 2 tiles here, dupes. That'll take care of it. Really not that big of a problem. There, all it took. Well, unless this ice here melts. You know what? Let's fix it once and for all. I don't ever have to deal with it again. Kind of like this here. That will do it. And if you want to go lower later, you just have to rip it back out and keep on going. Not a big deal. But for right now, I don't want to deal with all this dripping nonsense here constantly. So let's make sure it is a non-issue indeed. We have our first dupe low enough down here to be scalding. Yeah, the igneous rock here is very hot. That is going to be an issue. It's leaking in. That's what we try to avoid with our insulated tiles here. So let's see if we can keep that somewhat up, at least a little bit. At least we do have the oxalite sconce here, providing us with a little bit of oxygen in this general area right here. That's better than nothing. And the dupes will just have to eat the heat. The diamond's probably not helping with the heat, please, you think? Yeah, this is just gonna be a problem for sure. That we will have to keep a close look at. Did we overpressure literally this one tile down here? You gotta be kidding me. It is at 1400 kilograms, but it's not doing any more damage. Is it squirting out? I can't tell. I need a dupe to mop to see. There we go. It doesn't look like it's doing any more damage here. Well, I guess it's fine then. Cool. It looks like we have one more piece of brine ice right here that we have to dig up before it melts. But yes, dupes, I do really, really want you to put those walls here in. The faster, the better, quite literally. Wotan, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Truly appreciate your support. Von Ryland says, how hot is it in there? We are looking at about 90 degrees or so, give or take a couple degrees. Arinus is wondering something similar. Some Langer, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate it. Wondering something unrelated. Can my 4050 laptop achieve a similar FPS as this? I doubt it. I doubt it. The 4050 in your laptop doesn't really matter. It's more the CPU. And I have my doubts that your CPU in your laptop can keep up with my desktop CPU. So yeah, that's the reason why I do not believe that you can achieve with a laptop the same FPS. Unless it's an insane laptop. We're talking 3-4 grand USD upwards. You will not be able to achieve the same frame rates. But the truth is, really? The truth is, you also don't need to achieve the same frame rate. I mean, 100 frames per second for a game like this is way more than is needed in any way, shape, or form. Zero Man, thank you very much for the follow as well. I truly appreciate the support. Thank you very much. And that follow brought us above 590. We are approaching the 600 follower mark on Twitch, which is nice to see. Thank you, guys. Okay. Let's close this here off as fast as we can to prevent as much of this heat transfer here as possible, dupes. Please make it happen. Who's starving? Oh yeah, you're just down here. That's it. Okay, now that we have this here, I'm going to set this here to Oxalite. Only Oxalite with a number 9 priority, highest priority we can give it, of course. And then we are going to, let's say, right here. That is only grams. That's fine. We do have to calculate in that probably we will find some more mercury across time. So we should probably come across an extra tile up or two, maybe. Yeah, something like this. Should get this job here done. Let's put in one extra piece of ladder right here so the dupes can come to this ladder and then grab the Oxalite out of here. That's the plan. Royal Royce, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Truly, truly appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, we're looking decent. Bunch more furniture has been unlocked. That's great. And Sally is subscribing on YouTube. Thank you for that as well. Of course, I do not discriminate between platforms whatsoever. Let me click that away because those exclamation points are just highly annoying to me. I know what we have. I don't need an exclamation point to tell me. Alright, very good. Couple more pieces, couple more tiles here that need to be done, but we are most definitely getting there. Very, very soon our oil well here will be operational. We just need to pump some water down there, and we get water very easily right here. So that is something that I'm personally not concerned about at all. That is an absolute non-issue. We just need to get down there. That's the real problem that we are facing. Let's see. Choose a blueprint, and let's take a look at what we have available to us. You guys are up once again. We have Liam. He is a rancher with +8 husbandry. He's a quick learner with extra science. He has an iron gut, the green thumb, but he's a shabby dresser. We can get us 3 briar seeds. We currently have none. We can get us 1 dart leg, and we also currently have none. And we can get us Frankie over here on the right with building, ranching, and researching. He's a quick learner and the shabby dresser. Those are the 4 options we have available, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat what you guys think we should do. Thank you. Okay. That's still fine. Peat, 41 tons. So we are using slightly more peat than we are producing. That's what I'm seeing here. But that is, of course, suboptimal. Okay. Yeah, down here, the temperature is getting into a more reasonable area again. Dupes are not instantly dying, so that's great. Yes, Jason's not too happy, but the more we can dig out here, like, for example, this extra diamond here, if we can get rid of this stuff here, that's going to be great to get rid of this extra thermal mass. Kevin says, for a second, I thought he said shady dresser, and I was worried the dupe might be a bad influence. It's a crossover. It's a crossover with Among Us. It's just a sus dupe, you know. Warrior Tech asks, how many dupes do we currently have? We currently have 11 in our possession. Okay, oil well is getting built. Very nice. We're mopping. Yeah, that's all very, very good. Okay. So far, so good. Right down here, we still have another spore kit. So what I think I'm going to do is, I'm just going to do it quick and dirty once again. We're just going to say, rip out those manual airlocks. And just put them further down here. Not out of nickel. Rip them out first, then put them further down. In that particular order. Okay, that's out. So let's try this one more time with uranium. Put them as far down as you can. It's probably too far, as a matter of fact, because this ladder here will have to be extended on this right side right here, further downwards. But it should be good enough for our purposes here. And then we're just going to open this here up. The carbon dioxide will flood this area. The spore kit will become active, producing spores. But they should be more or less instantly killed with the help of our manual airlocks made out of uranium ore. Very good. Dupes and trench coats. That's right. That's right. Let's see, what did you say about your CPU? My laptop is an Asus TUF Ryzen 7. Yeah. I mean, the 770-35HS is a capable chip. There's no question. Absolutely. But still, laptop version is always going to be slightly weaker. Let me take a look here. We have a vote for the Dartleg. We have a look for Frankie. We have a look for Liam. We have literally only 3 votes. That is a little bit low for 76 viewers. And speaking of it, also our likes are a little bit low for that amount of viewers at only 30. Can I get a couple more votes here on what we are supposed to do? And while you're at it, can you throw in a like? Let me ask you very nonchalantly here. Okay, we have another vote for Frankie. Frankie's in the lead now with 2 votes. Can we get a couple more here? 3 votes for Frankie. 4 votes for Frankie. Now we're getting somewhere. Another vote for Liam. Liam is not in the lead, though, but he has 2 votes now. It's 4-2. We're gonna go with Frankie. Oh, more votes for Liam are flooding in. My God. Oh, my God. Okay, let me count here. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Liam, 5 for Liam, 2 more for Frankie. Frankie is in the lead by 1 vote. 2 votes with Aaron right here. And over on Twitch, Liam gets another vote. Francis is here. Good morning, Francis. Frankie is in the lead by 1 vote right now. 2 votes with Francis's vote. 2 votes ahead. Frank. Frank going once. Frank going twice. Frank it is. Okay, we're going to bring on Frank. Now I just need one of you guys who is a member or a subscriber on YouTube or Twitch respectively, who is not a dupe yet. Who is not a dupe yet? Who do we not have in here? We have Barris in here who is not wearing a hat for some reason. We got to fix that in a minute. I think you need some Francis. Dreedip is not in yet. Dreedip is a member on YouTube. So Francis, unfortunately, he has first dibs. All right, let's make it happen. Dreedip. Welcome to the game. Well, let's bring you in. Let's hop into skills. Let's give Barris his hat. How could I possibly forget about Barris' hat? But who we also need is to read a right here with improved construction. Where should we get us another researcher? Having 2 of those probably wouldn't hurt, especially if we ever go to another planetoid or something. So looking into the future, we're going to start with advanced research, just because that also makes you level up faster. But at some point, we're probably going to get you down into construction or something like that as well. But yeah, having a second researcher certainly is not going to hurt us. Having a second demolition specialist, same thing, also not going to hurt us. And the same is true for Umdalek with pyrotechnics. Having Killjoy and Umdalek both in pyrotechnics will help us out to achieve our goal, at least in theory. So, we will see how it goes in the game. All right, back down here. How are we looking? Not much has happened. Goliath needs to get reincarnated? That's true. That's true. We do need to reincarnate him as well. Can't forget about him. Good call, words. Remind me next time. Can't be doing reincarnation. This is Iron Dupe mode. We should do an Iron Dupe stream. Every dupe can only live once. If you're out, you get banned for an hour. Something like that. The dupe dies, you get banned. Yeah, that's a great idea. I'm not gonna have any more viewers after like an hour and a half. It's gonna be a problem. Okay, how are we looking up here? Still mainly chlorine gas. Chlorine gas is coming down. We can see it in front of our eyes. It was all the way filled up to the top right here. Just need to get it a little bit lower. And that's mainly what we are looking for. Just to get it out of our bedrooms right here. Jess says, as the OG digger on the save, I doubt my chances. Dimitri says, did someone die? My stream today is messed up. For some reason, I had a 10 minutes back and it never paused it. That's weird. But yeah, YouTube does that sometimes. I don't know why. We've had that discussion on stream several times now. That people are literally writing in chat about a question that I asked or something that I said 10 minutes ago. And they never paused the stream and nothing. So I have no idea what the hell is going on. Kevin Brown says your chances improve because you can run faster, Jez. That is probably the only thing that will keep you alive. That is actually very true. Older dupes have a higher chance of survival because they can run faster. He's still laying down here. Are you not going to bring him up here? You're not feeling it or what? Okay, how are we on the temperature side of things? We are at a nice 45 degrees. Yeah, that's a hell of a lot better. Of course, the oil down here is at 95 and whatnot. But for the time being, the igneous here is actually cooled down enough that it gives us the time to just do nothing for the time being and just hook this thing here up to power, to water, all the good stuff that we need. And then we can go ahead and make sure that we get rid of this orchid right here and make this area here a nice storage area so we can leave this here running. And then, of course, last but not least, this here is just to get down here. We will have to block this here completely off and get over here with our dupes and downwards so we can collect the natural gas. Can't forget about that. That's why it looks so weird right now. This is just for us to get down here safely and kill at the bare minimum as few dupes as possible. I was about to say to keep our dupes safe, and then I realized we literally just killed one a few seconds ago. So yeah, how about that? Why not do a transformer higher up so you can use a regular wire with less material down the shaft? Would be faster, right? Well, the problem is that I do have 151 tons worth of nickel ore. But what I don't really have is a hell of a lot of refined metal. I only have a total of 8 tons available to me. That's why I opted to go with the heavy rod wire further down. Instead of using the other wire. Oh, with a regular wire? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that we could do. That we could do. You're talking about a standard power transformer. Yeah, we can slap one up here. Sure. That's a good idea. Because there's really nothing else that we need down here. The only other thing that we will need down here is going to be a pump, and that's it. So, yeah. Great idea. I like it. Didn't even consider that. But we can just literally run a small wire down there. That makes perfect sense. That makes actually perfect sense. Good call. We have to find a metal volcano. We have a metal volcano, but we have no way of taming it yet. But what we do have, though, and I wanted to do that already yesterday, forgot about it, is a metal refinery. We do have it. We just need to find us a space where we put it, and we already have that space. It's right here. Just need to utilize it to our advantage. And that's all we got to do here. And that's what we are going to do. How do I dig in here without killing this here? Right there. That's how I dig in here without killing this. Perfect. Just need to make our way in here. That's where we're going to plop that thing. That's going to grab us the heavy one. Wire, run it in there. Hook it up. Melt this entire area right here in the meantime. And make us more nickel. Fury Wolf on Twitch says, that's how you know you have played too much when the basic things are so simple you no longer think that way. You are not wrong about that. And the sad thing is, the same thing is true for real life as well. If you do one thing long enough, eventually, you will not see the simple things anymore. It's crazy. You have to force yourself. It's so freaking true. But yeah, that is the simple thing to do. It's also the right thing to do. So we're doing it. Yeah, Dreethip, you are dead. You literally made it into the game, came all the way down this ladder, and I'm not gonna make it back up. You have a 0% chance of making it. That was a very short guest appearance. Or are you actually gonna make it? There's no way in hell, right? Yeah, there's no way in hell. I knew it. I knew it. Later. Yeah. The problem is that we don't have anything to block a dupe from coming down here. Nothing at all. We should really implement something. The good thing is we have something right here that we can literally use because it's naturally made that way, more or less. Let's deconstruct this. Let's deconstruct the power wire and let's fix this here. So the next dupe that we're going to bring on is not going to suffer the same fate. All we need is this. All we need is this. Door with restrictions. Coming in. Coming in. Only the dupes we already have are now old enough that their athletics are high enough to survive it. Any new dupe that we are going to bring on is not going to be allowed to go down there until we have atmosuits, which we are not going to have. I can guarantee you that almost before the Stinger impact. So, yeah. Let's fix this here. That'll do it. Yes, that'll slow our dupes down slightly, but it'll be much worth it. Much worth it. Son of a Dreethip. Yep. That was a short appearance. At least Goliath has a neighbor and won't be lonely anymore. That is right. That is in fact right. I think I'm just going to turn all the dupes on that we have right now. So I can tell that those are the dupes that are supposed to go through here. Actually, Goliath, you're dead, and I'm assuming our other dupe, yeah, Dreethip is still in here as well. Still laying down here. Doesn't want to get picked up, though. Or nothing. Okay, on the bright side, though, this is now open, and we can actually try and start grabbing us a little bit of the oxalite out of here. And then the idea that Words had, I like the idea with having some kind of like a diving bell type of deal going on for us here. I think that's a great idea. And I think we're going to do that right down here. And we are going to extend that area to also be our shaft to come downwards later. Like I said, all of this here will have to be rebuilt eventually. Just a question of time. So let's see how we can accomplish this here. We have a dupe. I mean, it is carbon dioxide. We don't need a liquid lock or anything stupid like that. Yeah. If you set the default permissions to no and allow the dupes individually, you won't free. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. That is a good idea, actually. If I set the default to nothing, any new dupe that is brought on will be automatically assigned no default. That's right. Good catch. But right here. So I'm going to block that off somewhere right here. So how about we rip this here open? Also, I repeat, you can close the infinite storage. Oh, really? Didn't see that. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Beautiful. Let's lock that door. And let's set this here to above 500 kgs. There we go. Yeah, that's looking good. 280 kilograms. The manual airlock can all be closed. And we now have a proper infinite storage. Very good. Back to down here, though. I said rip this here out, please. That will introduce heat, so we should probably do something here that allows us to build this here relatively quickly. Let's do it. I'm gonna build basically a liquid lock. Just not really. Because it's not gonna be liquid. It's gonna be the main thing. It's gonna be different. And then we're just going to... It's gonna be such a small area that we have available here, though. Because I definitely don't want to open this here up. Wait, why is there no... Why are there no spores in here? Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's nice. Those 369 grams here are our friend right now. 100%. That's great. So let's just do something like this here, and let's build us a chamber that literally just looks like this here. And it will do. That'll be just fine. We can just bypass everything here. Oh, that's glorious. Let's do it like this here. Yeah, that's gonna be great. Let's do this here as quickly as we can. And then let's move the sconce into here. And that should allow us to create a bunch of oxygen inside of this little shaft here, which will allow the dupes to come into this little shaft here to breathe. Also, let's rip this one here out. So we don't put any more oxalite in here. Any oxalite that we are about to dig up here, I'm going to go looking for some more, obviously, than this here. We want to put in here and then straight into the sconce. And then the carbon dioxide should prevent us from... oh, wait a second. I almost made a mistake here. If I dig this here up... Yeah, we can't dig this here up. This needs to stay natural. That is highly unfortunate, actually, because that is going to introduce heat. But we don't have a choice, because if I dig this here up, we will just be in a world of hurt when it comes to zombie spores. And we definitely don't want to do that. It does not need to stay natural. Corner build it. I mean, we could corner build it. It's just going to take forever. It's fine. It's not going to do anything. I think having the insulated tiles here in this area is going to be good enough. If not, then I stand corrected. And that is okay. Matter of fact. What are you doing? Oh. Oh, I thought you were missing the animation. Now, what are you doing? What are you doing? What the hell is going on? Are you bugging? What the hell was that? Very odd. Very odd. Okay, well. Guess we're just gonna roll with it. Act like nothing has ever happened. Oh. Why not? But yes, let's rip this here out. All the sand is gonna fall down. Yeah, if the sand's gonna fall down, doesn't matter though. Yeah, we're gonna put the roof in. Roof is fine. And then on the bottom, we're just gonna put that in. It's only gonna be these. It's only gonna be these few tiles right here. It's gonna be okay. Why not the airlock? It makes no difference in this case. We're gonna have heat exchange either way around. And I think the time is probably roughly the same. I really need you dupes to build this here, though. Specifically, the sconce needs to come in. So you're a little bit warm, aren't you? Jason's not too happy that it's a little bit warm down here. We need to rip more of this material here out and block the top off. I think the bottom, yeah. We may have to corner build it after all. We may have to corner build it after all. Let's try it. These two here you can rip out. But let's try to get this one here done. And then let's make our way like this over to the right, slowly but steadily. I think it will be a bigger issue if you don't do it. And it will cost more time and more hurt dupes if we do not. So let's make it up. Also, let's rip out that first oxalite right here and store it so we have it available for our sconce the moment we build it. Kind of like this here. Yeah, Jason, are you gonna make it up there? I hope you do. Freaking heat is our main enemy down here. It's so much. I'm almost considering... Yeah, it's probably a bad idea. Probably a bad idea. I was considering dropping down the mercury into this hole in an attempt to cool it down, but it's probably a bad idea. We do not have a single feather or anything else available to us, to the best of my knowledge. Throwing up down here actually helps us because it's nice and cold, so that is a good thing. we need more of that. We do need more of that. And Jason, you really need to stop going down there, and you just need to lay down in this bed right here, will you? Hopefully you get enough oxygen floating past here. Should be good enough for you. On the other hand, do we still need this? Well, now you have polluted water down here. Is that going to be good enough? No, because the carbon dioxide pressure... It's not too high. So it should be off-gassing here, right? Yeah, I know that mercury has 0 specific heat capacity. That's why it's not going to work. That's why it's not going to work. But yeah, our polluted water here is so little that it's not even off-gassing in any way, shape, or form. You can see it right here. Basically, a tile appears and gets immediately deleted. Immediately deleted. Yes, that is suboptimal. We do need that oxalite down there, though. Let's dig up this little bit right here. Sure, why not? And then let's come down here and dig up this little bit here as well. What are we going to do about the heat? That's what I'm wondering right now. I mean, we could actively cool it, but that would be insane, right? 120 cycles left. We are not in a pinch yet. We're not yet in a pinch. Chaz, you're not going to die on me, are you? Also, how is there, once again, mercury? I had that here mopped for a better exchange of gases. I can vividly remember that. Oh yeah, let's do that. Oh, it's melting right here, isn't it? That's what's happening, I believe. Well, I have an idea. Shane? You just solved the problem. Cliff says, hello, am I still alive? We will find out. Drop ice. Temp shift plate made from ice. All we should need is basically one right here that will drop a bunch of cold water into this one area right here. That should allow to cool this area here down long enough for the dupes to come in. But we do need this sconce right here. We do need this here to happen ASAP. Not you two. Everything else we need. Let's see, is Cliff still alive? I don't think you're in the game, Cliff. Not that I remember. No, you were on the last map. We started a new one yesterday, as of the release of the DLC. So no, you currently do not actually have a dupe in this map. But good timing. We have a blueprint available, and we have 3 dupes and a pack of shinebug eggs. 3 of them to be precise. On the left, you have Liam with construction plus 15. What the hell? He has shriveled taste buds, allergies, he's anemic, and a shabby dresser. Then we have Turner with decorating, suit wearing and digging, increased cuisine, and irritable bowel. And last but not least, we have Hassan with a rocketry, plus 9 interior decorator, caregiver, and kitchen menace. Those are our 3 dupes, plus the shinebug eggs, and of course on the very bottom, we have the rechecked all button. So, let me know what you guys think we should do, and that is what we are going to do as well. And then we have to revive a couple of our friends here, I feel like. Cheese Princess. Liam is amazing, but allergies? Unacceptable. Yes, that is our issue here. The allergies, that's right. Yes, Demetrius is coming. We need this thing here repaired. And we need some oxalide put into it. Sooner, the better. Also need somebody to bring 320 kilograms worth of ice. So we can build this temp shift plate right here. Yes, that has been built. Very good. Now I just need you to go up here and actually grab some oxalide and plop it in there. And then build me the insulated tiles on the top. So I can't escape. That should, at least in theory, help us. Demetrius back again. Still hurt, but back. We have oxalide in here. Now we just need some insulated tiles you constructed. Victor Milan is here, getting it done. Very nice. One tile is built. Built me the other one. This one here, specifically. Oh my god. They're so unhappy down here. So unhappy. Our stress level's rising drastically. Thankfully, we will be done down here for a hot minute once this here is all done, because the next step is going to be getting up here into the saltwater geyser, and that is thankfully a hell of a lot safer than what we're doing right now. Okay, a little bit more stress vomiting, sure, why not? Temp shift plate is starting to get built. Come on, I don't want the oxygen everywhere. I want it really mainly in this area, and we can only do that if we actually get this here built, guys. Alright, so far so good though. Yes, 2 dead dupes, but if that's the worst of it, it's fine. Okay, well, let's see. Let me count the votes. We have 1 vote for recheck. Then we have Turner. We have Hassan. We have Hassan times 2. Hassan again. The second dupe. That would be Turner. That would be Turner again. Turner again. Turner again. So Turner is currently winning by 1 single vote. Do we want Turner? By 1 single vote. Turner going once. Turner going twice. Turner it is. Now we just need a dupe. And which one died first? I think it was Goliath, right? Yes, Goliath. You're coming back. So, version 2.0. Welcome back once again to the game. Let's try this one more time with you, huh? Let's make you a digger. Demetrius, demolition. That's fine. And let's check our door here to make sure that both Goliaths are not allowed to go through here. Very good. The Trinip says only 2 dead. Sure, that's fine, unless you're one of the dead ones. You will come back as a new, improved version 2.0. It's all good. It's all good. Oh yeah, that's right. It is Father's Day in the US today. That's right. Happy Father's Day to all fathers. I don't really pay attention to that because I only pay attention to the German one, and that one was a few weeks ago. Barris, you are living a highly dangerous life, and so does Ches, and so does Demetrius. Yes, Barris, that is a good one. So does Demetrius, and so does Ches. All 3 of you are getting assigned your own cock. Get out of there, are you crazy? Yeah, there we go. That's getting better now. Temp shift plate still hasn't been built. Ches, where the hell are you going? Where the hell are all of you going? What am I watching here? Now explain that to me, please. Going down, up, down, and die. I mean, that is... I mean, look at Barris. You need to go up and not down, because down means death, you stupid dupe. You stupid dupe. Yeah, they're trying to go back to this 1 tile of oxygen, that has only a few grams in it that will then be taken up by one single dupe, but all the dupes are trying to come down here. I see what the problem is. It's just, yeah, not a solution. What they are doing. In any way, shape, or form. That ain't it. Let me put it that way. It's just not it. Exactly, that's why. Yes, of course. At least we have the water down, you know? It's not gonna do as much good, though, anymore, because by now it's too late. Yes, ... Kevin. I agree. These mechanics are exactly... I don't know. Yeah, now it's, of course, a lot of oxygen, because now we opened it up right here. That tile just got destroyed. All the oxygen that we earlier pumped over here is now over here. The problem is that the dupes had only a few grams in this one singular tile right here. That was just blocked off for a second. So 4 dupes are trying to come in here. Whichever dupe is the first that comes in here and gets that one breath is the dupe that will survive. The others are now trying to go back up again. Now another 200 grams of oxygen appear down here. All of them are trying to go back down. And only the first one will survive. And they're playing this game over and over and over again until they're literally dead. Every last one of them. Except whichever one is the first one. Which is, yeah, typical dupe. What should I say? It's just typical game mechanics. Typical game mechanics. But thankfully now it looks like we have a somewhat decent layer of oxygen here. And now this one tile here got finally destroyed after 15 attempts at it. That should hopefully make it now a little bit better in the long run. At least I sure as hell hope so. Also to help with the heat, this tile here can now be done as well. Natural selection at work? Yeah, that is literal natural selection. That is literal natural selection at work here. 100%. Couldn't agree more. That is fine. Now it's done. And now the same thing shouldn't be able to happen again. I do not believe it should be possible that the same thing can happen again. Alright. Let's make our way into here and replace the dupes as we go along. That's just what has to happen. Thankfully, it's not that big of a deal. How do we get into the salt water here in the easiest possible way? Probably... There's just so much nonsense right here. It's cold and hot mixed. This thing here is currently dormant, so it would be a good moment to do that as soon as we can, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I think we're gonna come in here. Do we not have a single... Yeah, that was Jez, right? Yeah, we lost Jez, who was our only super duper hard digger, I believe. Yeah, sure enough, we only had one. And we were trying to get us another one. Yeah, we lost our only hard digger. Truly sucks, and that is a massive issue right now. Okay. I mean, it's not that big of an issue, but it's still a problem. Am I dead too or at bed? I don't know. We need to figure out which dupes have died once they bring them all up here. That's probably the easiest way to do this. Let's just build 6 of them. I have no idea how many actually died. I think it's 3. I think we have a total of 3 dead dupes, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, what is not abyssalite? So we can get in there. It looks like we may get lucky right around here, maybe. The only problem is we have some brine right here, which will get straight into this area. Unless we can avoid it. I think we can avoid it. Yeah, we can avoid it. Yeah, maybe not. Damn it, this is a real issue. Not get through abyssalite in Cycle 82 is an issue. Yeah, we had actually 2 full dupes. Both of the dupes that we had died. That had full super duper hard digging. Yeah, that's an issue. There is literally abyssalite all around here. Trying to find a path in here. There's gotta be a path in here, right? It's literally these few tiles here are the only tiles available to us. Okay, well, if that is the case, then that is the case, I suppose. In that case, let's do it differently. And let's just put in a wall, probably right here. Let's make it 4 high. That should contain all the water. Get this stuff here out. And then let's come over here to the left and downwards. There we go. How are we doing down here? I mean, yeah, now this entire area here is oxygen, of course. Actually, surprised. Why is... Okay, yeah, because it doesn't have carbon dioxide. It's stuck in polluted oxygen. That's why. That's beautiful. But yeah, generally speaking, there's not much more that this area here can harm us with. The truth is, we probably don't even need it longer than this here. This here is actually all that we need. We don't even have to do anything else here. All we have to do eventually... Yeah, this thing is made out of nickel, and it's overheating. The only thing that we eventually have to do is come down here with a ladder and get into this area. And then otherwise, this area down there on the bottom is done for our purposes. We just need enough oil to make enough petroleum to make enough blast shots. That's the general idea. Okay, let's get this here built, dupes. And let's wait for our printing pod. We definitely need more dupes once again. Because a lot of things are now not getting done that need to be done. For example, digging. In the meantime, though, let's grab us all the rose bushes that we have and put them in here. Might as well, because why not? Golia says, hey, I paved the way. I was a trendsetter. I stepped away from dinner and came back to that dupe talk. What happened? Dupes being dupes. When there are 200 grams of oxygen in here, and there are 5 dupes at the same time that are over and over trying to go to the same spot, that means dead dupes at the end. That is how that goes, unfortunately. But the problem is that now our our labor is so low once again, that it's just an issue. I think what I'm going to do here is going to... Yeah, how are we gonna do this? Let me think about it for just 1 second. All we need is basically... Those natural tiles here can stay, it's fine. We're just gonna come straight across here. And come straight over. And then at the end, after this little crude oil area right here, we're gonna come down with our ladder and come over. That should do it, and that will leave us with this area here in oxygen. And that's fine. Which dupe is wailing? I don't know, Jason. Jason's wailing. Not too happy. Understandably. I mean, our dupes are currently very stressed because we all sent them down here so much. I just need them to build the rest here. Then they can stay up top again and the morale will go back to normal and everything will be fine. They just need to get the hell up there. And then we have dupes like Victor right here. Whom I told now twice, I believe. Twice. To stay up in the bed. And he just will not do it for the life of him. He will not stay in this bed. Literally, for nothing. Like, how often do I have to assign you to a bed until you actually realize that it's a good idea to maybe stay there? And where are you going? There is literally polluted oxygen everywhere. Crazy. Do I need to set this here to a 9? Is that what it is? Is he going to stay in there then? No, probably not. No, he just does not care at all. I don't even know what he's doing. I have no idea. I really don't. Either way around, though, we do need oxalate down here. Do we not have any more? No, we don't have any more. We need to dig up more. Didn't I see more? Yes, right up here I saw more. And we are not digging here because we can't dig that up. Oh, that sucks. It really sucks that you cannot... If you cannot dig up that ultra hard stuff here. And it just prevents you from going to the simplest places. I was about to say, if I see Dimitri back down here. Harvested oxalate. Oh yeah, that's true. Enable auto harvest. That should be turned on. And that should be turned on. Anything that we can get. Yes, you are dead at the bit. Wait, who was it just a second ago? Am I crazy? Did you live? No, you didn't just die. Who did I just look at? Oh, it was Victor. Sorry, not Demetrius, sorry. I misspoke, Demetrius. I meant Victor. Victor is the one who doesn't want to go to their freaking bed. There we go. Not Demetrius. I need to build this here out of a different material, but I don't think we have one, do we? Actually, we do have one. Let's fix this problem here once and for all. Didn't I just say fix it once and for all and you're building it once again out of nickel? No, you don't. Okay, good. I suggested the algae terrarium at the edge row of the beds. It might have saved that dupe at least. I don't know what killed this dupe because there's plenty polluted oxygen here. That dupe here should have not died in that position ever. I mean, look at it. That's how it has been looking the entire time we have been looking at this here. I don't know exactly what happened to that particular dupe. Probably once again stupidity. And I'm sick and tired of this mercury here constantly leaking in here. We need to build some insulated tiles along here to stop that from constantly happening. So we are getting more and more of this polluted oxygen out here. This is all that this here is doing is stopping it. I know what killed that dude, German engineering. No, 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 no. Not in this particular case. I'm happy to admit it, but in this case, it was just the worst possible AI, if that's what you even want to call it. That should be the next DLC. A AI upgrade. That's what we really need. But at least Words is still up and running, somewhat at least. Making sure that our dinos are happy, so at least we're not starving to death. Oxygen-wise, we are low. That should get better now that we are back to 9 dupes. That should get much better, much faster, actually. That is the bright side of things, I suppose. That we should get a hell of a lot. I do not have a single dupe left that is a digger, do I? That actually has a high digging. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. That's the problem here. And the only one I do have is our newest dupe, who is Goliath. And he's not allowed to go down there, which is a problem. So I guess Killjoy will for now have to do the deed. He is at least a skill of 3, if nothing else. Sebediah says, what is it with oxygen not included? Twitch just suggested 4 more other streamers doing it, and 3 of them were in German. Nice. I don't know that. I mean, a lot of people in Germany do love oxygen not included. I mean, I don't know why, but it's just... I guess it is German engineering, because so many people over there just love this game to death. That was kind of what I was trying to avoid, but something here is melting, apparently. Probably should mop that before it is too late. It's fine, though. Thankfully, we do have our insulated tiles right here that we built earlier. That was exactly for this purpose. So let's come with this ladder here, just straight in here. Because that's literally all that we wanted to do to get to our salt water. Down here on the very bottom, that's where we want to get to. That's where we are going to build our desalinator. And that's how we are going to get the fresh water down here to our oil well. That's the plan, at least. Maybe it's time to build a spawn. Yes, it will be time to build a spawn here very soon as well. Gonna do that in unison with our desalinator, because desalinator is not going to feed this here that much. It should be more than enough for a spawn as well. Blueprint time? Blueprint time. Good call. Very good call. All right. We need more dupes, guys. I hope we have a good one in here. We have Ren. Building, supplying, and decorating. He is increased strength, but decreased construction and snores loudly. We have 3 curative tablets available. We have 0. We have Lyra, with operating, tidying, and supplying. Also increased strength, but also building impaired. Both of them are building impaired, and both of them are buff. Just one is a loud sleeper. And then we have Pemmican at 7,800 kilocalories. Those are the 4 options, plus the reject all button. Let me know in chat what you think we should do. And that is, of course, exactly what we are going to do as well. Okay, down here, this danger soup here we are just going to outright ignore. We're just gonna get rid of this stuff here. And just put it into some corner where we don't have to worry about it. And it'll be fine. Okay, right here though. We still need to dig these extra few tiles here up and build those insulated tiles here at least on the top. That would be nice. So we can properly utilize this oxalite sconce here. Once we get this here. But let's see. What do you guys think is best? Whisper Show says that now you need to labor, but is it worse if they can't build? Maybe. Because they're both strong. I don't know. I'll let you guys tell me. How about that? Okay, 1 vote for Lyra. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Pemican. Not a vote for Lyra. Not a vote for Lyra. Not a vote for Pemican. Pemican at 5. Lyra at 3. Lyra at 4. Lyra at 5. Lyra at 6. That is YouTube alone. And then we have Pemican, 1 more, and we also have another Lyra. So that is 2 votes for Lyra. We have Lyra with operating, tidying, and supplying, +4 machinery, +2 strength, decreased construction, and increased strength once again. So that is what we're working with. Now, who did we kill? We only have 1 Dupe up here yet, and that's Dupe. That is the second one that died, so Dupe is the one that is supposed to come back now, I suppose. I think that makes perfect sense. Dupe. Version 2.0. Welcome back. Once again. Let's see if this time you make it longer than 2 seconds. That's not what I meant to do. Yes, we unlocked a hell of a lot of random achievements, I know. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, cool. Now we can go to the actual screen that I meant to go to, and that is, of course, this one right here. Of course, improve carrying. That makes the only thing that makes even remotely sense for you right now. Even though we do need a digger, but that will be Goliath here. So that is the only option we have. Words. You're fine. Victor, you're not going to do another thing. You're so messed up anyway that it's not even funny. Same is probably true for music, Kitty, but Kitty, let's get you into mechatronics engineering. Jason, building. Goof. What are we going to do with you, Goof? Let me take a look here. We have 1 farmer left. Is that our only farmer? I think so. No, Killjoy is also farming. That's fine. But having a 3rd one, Goof, at least a little bit of farming probably wouldn't hurt. So you can help out with that kind of thing. Let's check out this here. Tidying, supplying, storing, and then Goof. Since you're not really doing any kind of researching anyways, you can do farming and ranching if you're doing nothing else. All right, very good. Wouldn't it help if I get 1 in construction for the automation? That's probably... yeah. I mean, you do have a good point there, but you're constantly down there. And you're constantly trying to kill yourself. That's what I'm more worried about. Yeah, you know what? You got a point. You got a point. And engineer building is already up anyway. So good. Alright. Let's see what this here does. Also, I am going to go ahead and set these here all to a 9. So the dupes will actually grab the dead ones. So when we bring on the next dupe, we actually know who's dead. Because they're all piled together down here on the bottom. And I can't tell at all what's what. Okay, so that's good. This here is coming along. Very nice. In refinement, we will need a desalinator. We need to build it out of gold. And we're just going to plop that bad boy probably right around here. That's going to be just fine. On top of that, in plumbing, we will need a pump. I do actually not remember. Yeah, you're only taking 5 kilograms, so we can actually build 2 of those bad boys right here, right beside each other, for 1 pump. That's what I thought. Just had to double check my memory on it. And then we're gonna build the pump down here. Something as simple and straightforward as this here should hopefully get it done. We're gonna try to rip out a little bit of this stuff here, so the water can flow down here easier. Not that it matters too much, but sure, why not? Rip this out. Let's rip that out while we can still reach it. Very good. And then we just need a little bit of plumbing here that will help us out. And that in plumbing is going to be a standard liquid pipe. We're going to come out here. And we are probably going to go... Yeah, how am I going to do this? 1 One has to go through the floor if we like it or not, so let's make it happen. I'm gonna come in here. That's the wrong one. Not in there. There we go. That's what that should look like. And then just for shits and giggles, let's put in some insulated tiles along here. And dig out right here instead. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. That's what that should look like. Our two desalinators built out of gold, as well as our pump here, also built out of gold. No, it's not. No, it's not. The reason for the gold is the saltwater geyser, because it will erupt eventually at 95 degrees. It's just a question of time until that happens. But at the same time, we can't analyze it, so we will. Okay. If I'm digging, I need door permissions. You're not digging, at least not down here. You can dig anywhere else, but down there. Because if I send you down there, you will die. Even with the oxygen in here once we get some oxalite. We're getting a hydrogen ceiling? You mean here? That was already. Doesn't matter. That's fine. That makes no difference. Okay, slowly but steadily, of course, the dupes are running around in salt water and everything else, and you can already see Goliath right here, extremely slow. And that's exactly why we are not sending you down there. I mean, you can barely make it in here to dig up one single tile and make it back out alive. I'm definitely not going to send you to the bottom of the base quite yet. But on the bright side, it doesn't matter. Once, like I said, what we need down here, we have. We have power. The only thing really that we need down here is plumbing, of course. And that will be the plumbing from when we are coming out of here. But once we're pumping it out of here, it needs to go up here. And I'm probably going to start creating petroleum in this area, mainly because it's already nice and cold. So why not utilize the natural cold to our advantage here? So that is the last thing that we basically need down there. Everything else is done and it's fine. All good. This is also going to end in a disaster, isn't it? I really don't see a world where this is not going to not end in a disaster. Let me see here. Let me dig over here a little bit. I'm just trying to lower the saltwater level as much as possible by trying to digging over to the right side and opening up more area, more space, lowering the water level, giving the dupes more room outside of the water and therefore more paths where they're moving much, much faster. Yes, says eats popcorn. Keep going. Okay, 86 cycles. So we are almost at the halfway point before the impact. And even though we just had a couple of dead dupes, I would still argue that we are looking a hell of a lot better than we did before. And we at least have a fighting chance of this time actually stopping that thing from dying. Or from impacting, not from dying. From killing us, I meant to say. It is not dying, we are. Oh my god, these dupes. Hey, we picked up chairs. Are we actually bringing the dead dupes home? Yes. No dupe left behind, that's right. Paris died. Paris died again, that's hilarious. Jarita, we brought you back. So yeah, a couple more dupes are missing, but you're coming up here. There we go. Now it's a little bit of water at least. It's flowing off, giving us one extra tile. Not a lot, but we're getting there. Once most of this here is gone. We should be down here with the water level, would be my assumption. Maybe here even. And that should make it a hell of a lot better and a hell of a lot easier for us. Look at this. This is the absolute stupidity of those dupes. Absolute crazy. How much algae do we have left? 1,300 kilograms. It is time to grab us a little bit more while we are at it. Let's grab first the stuff that we have right beside us in the first place. That's going to be pretty good. And then, as Von Reinland said, we do need a spawn. We do need a spawn here really badly. And The Whispered Show, thank you very much for becoming a YouTube supporter. Truly, truly appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, let's dig over here. Let's grab us this algae. Make it our own for right now. That should hold us over until we get the spawn up and running. Shouldn't be a problem at all. Let's go a little bit faster here. And heavy water wire. I'm just going to once again utilize the heavy water wire, saving ourselves a little bit of our refined metal. That's going to be fine. And then at the same time, let's start over here as well. The only problem is now we can't get through the abyssalite, so our heatsink here is a little bit smaller than anticipated, but we do have plenty of brine liquid down here. It's no problem. We should be able to still dump plenty of heat into this area, and I think that's what we are going to do here. Let's come down here as far as we can, something like this here, with a ladder, put a fire pole right beside it, and then last but not least, put in 3 tiles roughly right here. So we can go into refinement and grab us the metal refinery and plop it right there. Almost like the space is made for it. Weird. So let's go into plumbing. Let's grab us. Where are we at? Where are we at? Am I blind? There it is, the insulated liquid pipe. And let's come with the insulated liquid pipe out to the output. And let's run that sucker somewhere to right here and switch over to radiant liquid pipe. And let's see thermal conductivity. My goodness, nickel 182. Oh, what a insane material. Gotta love this stuff. Let me check out down here on the bottom to come along the abyssalite on the ground. Something like this here. It doesn't have to be pretty or anything along those lines. It just has to be functional. Let's bring this down, bring this here back up. And it. Of course, all this here has to be supported with a little bit of digging. You could have seen it coming. And also with a little bit of laddering, so we can walk around here and build this stuff where we need it. Something like this here should allow us to build all of this here. And guess what? Of course, we have a heavy rod wire here that we are going to utilize exactly for that purpose. Easy, straightforward, exactly the way we like it. The only thing that we do need somehow is a way to get our heavy rod wire down here. And I think we're going to keep that solution as easy as we can keep it. And that solution looks like this. All right, oops, build it. Let's get it. Okay, we are looking okay. Need to get a few more dupes on, of course. Get a little bit more labor. But down here, look at this here. Our nice polluted water. Not even that warm. It's actually nice and cold. We're just gonna pump that shit out once it's in our way. But for right now, it's totally fine. I just realized, can the oil well, why is it not overpressure? Does it not matter if the oil well is in liquid? I don't know. Actually, don't have the answer to that. Yes, we are very stressed because we are going in a lot of salt water. I am aware. A lot of whaling. So yeah. They just need to get these few things here built. That's literally all it takes. And then they can get back to their happy life. It could be so easy, but somehow they always find a way to make it so hard. Yeah, I know. Most of our dupes are stressed. Once again, it's mainly the dupes that are building, which are Victor Milan and Umdalek, our 2 builders, our 2 engineers on top of that are mainly stressed because they're constantly in those areas. It only took 87 cycles and the colony is having a breakdown. And we're not having a breakdown. Seeing it way too serious. We could help him out a little bit, though, I give you that. I do give you that. We could build, at the bare minimum, a couple of massage tables somewhere. Just for the time being. Why not right beside the smoker? Getting to smell some nice fresh brisket while getting a massage. What could possibly be better? Living the life here. Cameron says, Dupe Union first demand. BierTier must build a mandatory massage parlor on every playthrough. Yes, that would probably be the first thing that they would actually demand in real life. Yes. Yeah. At least he should get some skill points from doing this kind of nonsense, if nothing else. Let's check him out. 3100, almost up to super hard digging. And promise one more lunch break. Is that the smell of brisket or the smell of the boiled dupe just 3 floors down? Yeah, that's right. It's hard to say. It is hard to say. But look at that. 3 dupes hanging out, chilling. It's Victor, Umdalek, and Music Kitty. Is that correct? Nope. Jason got in before Music Kitty. But we have the blueprint ready. Let's take a look right away. We have a rosebush seed. We currently have 0. We could get us a sweatcorn seed, of which we currently have 353. We have Marie, with building, rocketry, cooking, has an iron gut, shriveled taste buds, and an irritable bow. And then we have Nispet with building and rocketry, has mole hands, is frostproof, and is narcoleptic, which is optimal. But, your choice. 4 options on the top, reject all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat, what should we do? And that is what we are going to do as well. Okay, dupes, I do want you to build... What do we need first? I think what we need first is probably the stuff over here on the right side. Easier to build, easier to reach. There's more oxygen available. This here should get done relatively quickly. And then we're gonna focus on this area right here. And then we're gonna build a spawn. And then we're gonna get to our oil. I think that is a reasonable order of operation here. Narcolepsis is a death sentence in this colony. That is very true. Up until we get Rexes up and running, get feathers, get suits and whatnot. Yes, I would agree. Narcolepsis is probably going to be this. But look at how low we have gotten our chlorine gas. That is perfect. That's what we wanted to see. Most of our shaft right here is now not even carbon dioxide anymore. All the way to basically right here. Just here in the bottom, it's obviously still carbon dioxide all the way down. But most of it right here doesn't look too shabby. Once we get rid of this last piece right here, that is literally just stuck here in the middle. That's gonna pump that stuff out, and we are good. Okay, dupes. Let's see if we can get you a new friend, or something to play with, maybe. Where are the votes? There they are. We have Marie, Nispet, Marie, Rosebush, Nispet. Nispet would be funny, sleeping suddenly at the most precarious location. That's right. Marie, Nispet, Marie, Nispet. Yeah, that's it. It's a clear Marie. It's a 100% clear Marie. I don't even need the actual number. It's overwhelmingly Marie. So, let's check out our dead dupes. Okay, so we killed first. Who did we kill first? Rita was second. The first one was Goliath, that's right. So Jez is dead, Varys is dead, and Demetrius is dead. Those are the 3 dead dupes. Building rocketry and cooking. With an iron gut. I think we're gonna bring Varys back first. How about Varys? Yeah. Demetrius gonna come next, and then Jez. How about that? Yeah, let's do it that way. So this here is Varys. Attack. Origin 2.0. Gotta keep track what version we are running here. And of course, Varys. What are we gonna do with you? We still have our cook. Our cook is not dead. That's good. That's very good, actually. Don't need rocket piloting. That only leaves you for construction. So, be it then, I guess. And then we have Killjoy right here. Killjoy, could you help us with crit wrenching as well while you're at it? Words does need help. Let's make it happen. Mark. And Words himself. And we're still waiting for Goliath to level up here. All right. Does Varys need a bed? Varys shouldn't need a bed. We should have a total of 12 beds available. And 5 gifted memberships from Killjoy. Killjoy, thank you very, very much for that. Truly, truly appreciate that. And it looks like Hint, Malwolf, MyZ Plays, Imperator, and Donald Duck all got a gifted membership from Killjoy. Yay! Also, gotta check our schedule here. That's completely messed up, I figured. Yes, read it, you go down there. Let's put the new schedule here. A little bit heavier. Let's check out the priorities. Barris, like I said, you're building, and eventually you will probably get the skills for supplying and whatnot as well. So let's give you that right away. Read it, you're already there for supplying right now and tidying. That is good. And then, of course, Goliath for digging. That works out. Lucas says 11 dupes, 88 cycles. Me, 7 dupes, cycle 1,100. Well, do you have a bigger meteorite hurtling towards you? I have a feeling if that is the case, you might have more dupes. Okay, this here is taking shape, and didn't realize that. Might as well dig the rest here out. Because we have some extra oxalite here, might as well grab that. And just these few pipe pieces here on the bottom should, in theory at least, allow us to cool down our coolant enough to create a 100% conversion rate. And even if we have the materials, a little bit of steel. So, Aruno says, B, have you tried playing Jurassic World Evolution? Jurassic World Evolution. Is that the strategy game where you build a Jurassic Park? If so, then yes, a long time ago. A long time ago. Down here, yeah, we're doing absolutely nothing down here. That was expected. Yeah, up here, the oxygen is not too hot, but it's also not too shabby. Could be a lot worse than it is right now. Not that worried about it. The dupes don't have a long way to go to get to oxygen, so it's fine. And also what this allows us to do now is to at least rip most of this here up, just to allow more oxygen to stick around in this area, and to allow then later on, once we get into this area here, to allow all the carbon dioxide and whatnot to get out here a little bit easier. Okay, metal refinery has been built. It's here. That's looking good. Just need to get this heavy watt joint plate here in. Just like that. Perfect. Now we need the insulated tiles and everything else, and we are good to go. We are literally just utilizing the stuff that we already have here. We're just going to pump that straight into the metal refinery. We are going to make our lives here as easy and as simple as we possibly can. At least that's the master plan. I was going to build a few extra tiles over here to the left, just to be ready. Hello, Beer. I've been watching you for a long time, even though I don't have played the game or even owned it. Really? Raymond, that's actually crazy. I didn't expect anyone to watch my content who doesn't actually play Oxygen Not Included. But hey, that's cool though. That is really cool. I'm glad that you still enjoy it enough that you watch it even though it's a game you don't play yourself. That's quite amazing. Radiation overlay. Looking good down here. Not a single spore left. Probably for the last 10 cycles or so. Power transformer. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing left to do down here. It's literally just a waiting game to get this here done and get this here done. Those are the two things. One more thing that I wanted to check, though, is do we have anything at all that makes lime? Because anything that makes lime, we want to do forever, preferably. And we want to do it at the highest priority as well. If we can make us some lime, let's make us some lime. I'm assuming we don't have any yet. No, we don't. But once we have the first ones, I want to put that on the screen permanently, so we know what we are dealing with. And Katrina Connelly is here, says hello here again. Yes, we are here again. I know that may be a little bit surprising that we are back so quickly, but I had some time on my hands, and I truly enjoyed the game yesterday, and I still do today, so I figured I would come back just for another quick session here to get us a little bit closer to our goal. If you are literally going to die in the middle of our base, I'm gonna get real mad at you, Goliath. I'm just saying. For quite a long time, I also didn't own the game, but I bought it recently. That is awesome. That is really amazing. Aruna says, because I saw some news that the third game is gonna come out, wondering if that's good enough for you to try it again. I don't know, I might. Remind me when it comes out. I definitely haven't heard anything about it or nothing, so it's not on my radar, not gonna lie. Okay, insulated tiles coming in slowly but steadily, it's all good. Not that big of a deal. We even have some polluted water in here now. That is off-gassing a little bit. That should be a good thing, not a bad thing, so great. Well, let me try to dig over here. Let's go 3 high, sure, why not? All the way through here, let's dig all this stuff here up. And try to drop our water level once again a little bit more here. Just so the dudes don't have to walk quite as far. And I'm still trying to get as much gas down here towards our gas pump and out as we can. Yes, we are pumping also a bunch of polluted oxygen out, and that is okay. I'm more interested in that stuff right here than what's coming up from the bottom. Because that stuff, that is free. Hey, I'm working here, sir. Yes, you are. Not very fast. Not very fast. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. Just need to build it all. What am I looking here? Bears. Really? That is a massive issue right now because you're not gonna survive it, bears. Do I literally have to build a door here as well? This is so stupid. So dumb. So stupid. God. That is the one thing that just annoys me to death about Oxygen Not Included. I cannot even build the door yet. That the dupes are just so incredibly dumb. For every little thing. Like, if you just give them anything to do at all, you have to watch them. If you're trying to do 2 projects at a time, you will lose a dupe. No, V2 was a massive step down here. I think we need more taste for memorials. Good that we have more space. At least Barris tried. No. 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 No reason to be down here for that long, especially. Why is it always the newest dupe? And you know what? I'm not going to rebuild this here with a different wire in a different location just so I can put a door in. Those things want to kill themselves, that's fine with me. We are going to take care of this side here first. How about that? It's just becoming a monster. Nah, it just becomes to the point where I just like, fuck it. Just fuck it. If they want to do it, they can. There's always a V3 and a V4 and a V5 right thereafter if necessary. Not too worried about it. The only question that I do have, why is this here taking so long? This should take nowhere near this long. And it's because of... Yeah, okay, I see. I know exactly why it takes so long. It is Goliath's fault. Because Goliath, what's happening is Goliath is getting the job to dig something. He walks all the way over here, and then he walks back to take a breath. And then he walks back. 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 And he will never actually get anything done. And no other dupe can get anything done either. Because he's hogging that one errand. That's precisely what's happening here. This is just... highly, highly annoying. On the bright side, you literally just have to copy those settings right here, and it'll fix it. Okay, no more Goliath, no more Creed. In this area. Only the other dudes. Now we just need to find it. It's still first somehow. Finya-chan, thank you very much for the Twitch Prime, I appreciate it. It still somehow is his first here. I think I just need to choose a dupe that is really fast and give him a really high digging skill here. Probably doesn't matter which dupe I choose, because none of them has the skill. Might as well go with Killjoy right here. And if I remove everything else from Killjoy, then it should be the one dupe that does our digging. Gets in here, kind of like that. There we go. There we go. It shouldn't really have to be this way. That I have to do all of this manually. Especially when a dupe cannot physically reach it. How is the errand still their #1 priority? It makes 0 sense. But I hope that eventually those things are getting fixed. I mean, I appreciate the new content, but those annoying things that are just have been in the game since day one could really be fixed. At some point, we could work on that. You are stuck up there now, you stupid. Stupid. God damn it. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. This is incredibly dumb. Having to watch this here is so dumb. It's so dumb. Yeah, I got nothing to say about that. I mean, literally watching it here, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do about it in real time. Highly frustrating. That is actually highly frustrating. Those things that are in the game from day one and still have not been addressed, like the pathfinding for oxygen. Especially, it did say it in the update, I think it was right before the PPP beta. They did state in the update notes that they updated the pathfinding for oxygen finding. But I think it was only for bionic duplicants, if I'm not mistaken. And as far as I'm aware, that also doesn't work. One day we will get there. Why don't you put more oxygen down there? Because I shouldn't need it. I literally should not need it. The only dupes that can come in here have high athletics. There is absolutely no reason that it's necessary. Which is some very basic standard behaviors for duplicants, like Jason does here. We can see it. It is possible. So if the skill points are high enough, the game can calculate it properly. But if the skill level is too low, then the game has absolute trouble in calculating when a dupe has to leave the area. It can't do it, and I don't know why. I don't think it takes the athletic skill into account at all. I think it just takes a standard value, and that's what it goes with. And if a dupe is below that standard value, it's SOL. And if it's above that standard value, lucky you get to live. That's literally what it looks like when as long as I've watched the game, I mean, now what, 1,500 hours? I'm pretty sure that it's not being taken into consideration whatsoever. But regardless, doesn't make a difference now. We are going to put in the liquid pump because that's the very last thing that we need. And that is even just temporarily. We just need some kind of fluid that we can pump in here. And as a matter of fact, we could just be dumb and use polluted water. Because for nickel, polluted water would be good enough. For nickel, polluted water should be good enough with the setup that we have. It should cool it down enough. Is he confident that radiant pipe will remove enough heat to prevent bursting the pipe? I am very confident about that, yes. Actually, let me double check that. I shouldn't say that. It's only 62.3. I have used it for iron ore, polluted water, with a similar length pipe, probably shorter than this. And that works. And the heat output is 67 kilojoules, and the one for nickel is 62. I actually didn't know the one for nickel. So yeah, I had to double check on that, but yes, it will work for nickel. Let's make our lives very easy. How are we gonna do this? I mean, the easiest possible way is to literally just bring this pipe over here and connect it there and fill it up this way. Be done with it. Okay, another blueprint. Who do we kill next? Let's see. We have an Amari with doctoring, farming, and supplying. It's frostproof and unempathetic. Then we have Nicola with doctoring and researching. Skilled in grilling, shriveled taste buds, trypophobia, and unconstructive. And last but not least, we have Camille with supplying and researching. Skilled in mechatronics engineering, is anemic and flatulent. And then we have spicy tofu, 12,000 kilocalories worth of it in the middle. Those are our 4 options, plus the reject all button. I just saw Victor's chat. Sounds like you need a gym for dummies. Either they're smart dupes or strong dupes. That's right. It's gotta be apparently either one or the other. LOL, the optimism, that's how I play. That is one awful Nicola, right? That's what I thought too. I was like, holy cow. Worst case scenario. Nickel ore. Just gonna set it to 50 already. You know what? Let's wait for it actually. Let's make sure that we have enough liquid in there. Okay, the stuff here is now... Yeah, it's now way lower. Nothing is left anymore in our bedrooms at all. Nothing's left over here. Of course, the shaft here is still open, but that's fine. Oh, why did we do what we did here? Oh, that's right. Because of the volcano tamer that we're going to build eventually. That's right. Forgot about that. But yeah, other than that, just need this pipe here, pump this polluted water into this metal refinery, and be done with it. That is the general idea. Blueprint. We have... let me count the votes here. We have Camille, double Camille, triple Camille, one Amari, one fart factory, another Amari, another Amari, another Amari, another Amari. It's definitely Amari. There is absolutely no question about it. Also, we have Fury Wolf over on Twitch voting for Tofu. I see you, but it's not going to be enough. Okay, Amari. Who are we even going to bring back? I should check that out first. Who did we say comes next? Demetrius, I believe it was, right? Yes. If I'm not mistaken. So, Demetrius. Can't do it, because I already clicked on it. Not a bug in the game. That has also been there forever, by the way. Let me see here, Demetrius. Version 2.0. Welcome back. Once again. I'm gonna completely ignore what you actually do, and I'm gonna give you straight hard digging, because that's what we do. And I'm gonna give you straight in priorities. Full digging, if you like it or not. We need more diggers, and we need them fast. Okay. A little bit of pipes, please. Also, I just realized we have a blueprint. We have 3 blueprints. How do we have 3 blueprints again? Didn't we open just yesterday 3 of them? Holy cow. Either way, though. Lavatory glitter, sparkly balloons in an all too familiar hue. Well, nice. I don't think we had that one yet either, so that's a great thing. Okay, let's bring the last few pieces of shale here for our liquid pipe. Quick reminder that if you have not hit the like button, please do. It really helps to make this channel accessible to the engineers of the world. Your support is massively appreciated, says Jez, and Jez is of course correct. If you haven't liked yet, please do me a favor and do so. It helps me out greatly, and it doesn't cost anything at all. Thank you very much for that. 1 like equals 1% less stress. That's right. That is correct. I will try my best to match the like count with the percentage of the stress. How about that? Okay. What we also are lacking are builders by now. But yeah, look at this here. We only have really 1 builder left. All the others are just doing it for the fun of it. That is suboptimal. Goliath, as well as Demetrius. Everybody who is a builder, a digger, is also going to be a builder. Not engineering, though. That's not going to do you any good. So let's see if we can bring this here up a little bit in the priority and see if we can get these liquid pipes here completed by our new dupes, and if they can get some skill points in the process. You don't have to go into the water. You don't have to do anything stupid. You just have to build 3 pieces of pipe. I really hope that is possible. No, it's not, because you're going down here again. It's so dumb. Okay, Demetrius, we need to stop you from going down. Only you do. You're literally the only dupe, and Goliath, are the only 2 dupes who are not allowed to go down there. I really have to rebuild this here, huh? It is so dumb. Okay. Alright, I'll do it. I'll do it. Into this here now. God damn it. And I meant right now. That is correct indeed. Yes, words. You're allowed down there. No, Goliath. You're not going down there. You're coming back up there until this door is built. Demetrius, under no circumstances are you going to go down there. And now give me this one here and copy the settings over here. And I don't want to hear anything about this anymore. There we go. Everyone who is called version 2.0 not allowed through that door. Perfect. That's all we wanted. Maybe that will do it. Okay, the pipe is built though. So let's turn on our pump. And let's pump some polluted water in there. Already at 60 degrees. That's the one problem that we're facing here. That could become an issue. But we will see. Let's make us whatever is the lowest possible that we can do. And that is mainly for cooling. Yeah, maybe not Synbor or to mercury. Maybe gold. Let's make us just a little bit of gold. I don't want to use too much gold amalgam though. Let's make us 10. 1 ton. 1 singular ton. Should help. Okay, pump it in. Very good, very nice. Cut this off. I wish there was a better way to do permissions. Couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. That would be great indeed. That would indeed be great. But unfortunately we have what we have. It does work. Not optimal, but it does work. Let me copy the settings over here. Give all these tasteful memorials a 9, so maybe somebody actually comes and picks them up here finally. Let's see what we are working here with. I think there's a mod for that. There is a mod for that? If there is a mod for that, I would like what that mod is. I would like to know what that mod is, honestly. There we go. That's what we wanted to do. All we really aimed for is with this 1 gold here. Cool down our water. Do not have it already at 60 degrees. And that's what we did. We basically introduced next to no heat to it. There we go. Cool it down 1 more time. Perfect. And let's turn the gold off. And let's turn it to nickel. My internet cut out. What kind of mod? A mod that changes the door permissions to make them easier and better. Based on skill or age or something like that. Something that we currently don't have, unfortunately. Okay, it is now set to nickel. Let's see what the nickel does to our water. Anyone. Let's make me one so we can see the water temperature. Just want to verify that nothing has changed and that my assumption that we can do this is still correct. And yes, I would argue it is still more than correct. And right here. Until we heat up all this brine down here, I would argue that's going to be a hot minute, especially since we have more stuff around here. That is slowly but steadily going to melt and provide more mass down there on the bottom as well. That's going to be good. definitely shouldn't be a problem whatsoever. Let me put a ladder right here so I can rip out this piece of brine ice right here as well. And this piece right here, so that can also run off eventually and go down into our pool. All right, very good. We have now a supply of nickel. And the last thing that we actually, or that I actually wanted to do here, is to extend this area here slightly. It probably doesn't matter too much, to be very honest with you. But we're probably just going to do it right here. I'm going to put a kiln in there. Right where we are going to dig anyway. And we are going to make us a little bit so we get ready for steel once we have a little bit of lime. So we can make us the first few hundred kilograms of steel. So we have it available once we need it. So good. Victor Milan says, found one. It's called the Skill and Attribute Analyzer Door. Not sure if it's working though. I can take a peek at it and test it off stream and let you guys know next time around. No problem. That is absolutely no problem. Just do me a favor, Victor. I don't know if you're in Discord. If you could slap that into Discord, because if not, then I will forget it. I know myself way too well. Okay, this here can't be dug up because we don't have the skills, of course. That really sucks. Goliath, though. Got another skill point. Let's see if we can make that happen. Your athletics are at 3. I mean, it's not optimal, but it's better than nothing. Goof right here. We're gonna leave you alone. And Dupe right here. I mean, eventually you're gonna be an engineer, so let's give you improved carrying for now. Okay, so far, so good. Dupes are slowly but steadily gaining skill points. And I kind of want to test the Dupe real quick here. Manually. I'm going to give him access to this area. Oh, that wasn't Dupe, sorry. That was Goliath. You get access to this area right here. Let's see how you behave in a little bit of water. And if it's enough yet to get you down there with your improved skills. Let's send you back out. Again, just testing purposes here. Yeah, I think you can now safely work down there. The only setting a door that I would need is athletics, I think. Yeah, that would be a good starting point. I mean, having athletics would already be a massive game changer. There's no question about it. No question about it at all. Why is this chlorine here not getting any less? It went down to here, and now it's kind of stuck here, and it doesn't really budge, does it? Why is that? What exactly is preventing it? We have airflow tiles right here. I have a 4 wide space right here, and it is completely unblocked all the way down to our pump right here. It should be perfect conditions for this gas to come down. Why isn't it? How disruptive is the impact? Is it survivable? I know, that's what I don't know. I mean, that's what we are basically trying to find out. That is one of the things we're trying to find out. Yeah, Goliath, let's watch you here once again. You're still not as fast as the rest, but you are capable of surviving. So it's okay. You know, I'm kind of considering just putting another pump up here. Looks kind of like this. Just to get this damn chlorine gas. If this here would be oxygen, polluted oxygen, anything along those lines, it wouldn't be a problem anymore. Because Dupe's running all the way up here for no particular reason to take a breath. It's dumb. It could be that the atmosphere is just too thin, especially since we are really low on algae. And this is actually mass gas pressure. No, it's not the low pressure. Actually, it could be. Yeah, down here we only have 500 grams. Yeah. The oxygen diffusers, I should have really built them slightly differently and put another one further downwards. I think I'm going to do that real quick. Why don't we put it... Why don't we put it just here? Yeah, let's put that one right here. I'm not going to hook it up yet, obviously. But we will here very shortly. Already going to come in here with this and snip it off right here. So it's already snipped, pre-snipped. But let's get first rid of the chlorine gas with this pump right here so I can get rid of this pump here again. Just to make this build here a little bit easier. If you put the pump there, want the pump take it to space, that's exactly why I'm not going to turn it on yet. I'm going to get it ready to be turned on, but I'm not quite yet turning it on. I'm going to run the pump here for a hot minute. I'm also going to go into the F7 overlay and just turn this pump here off just by snipping it. So we can empty this pipe here out. Yeah, that's right. We don't have to deal with exactly this here. And now we are going to pump out a little bit of oxygen, of course, as well. But mainly, we're just going to let it run here for a hot minute and get rid of a little bit more of this chlorine here. And then we're just going to turn it back off and be done with it. And replace it with the increased pressure from our oxygen diffuser right here. Obviously, that is also not going to be a long-term solution. Mainly because we don't have enough algae. We are basically digging into the last piece, or the last pieces that we have now. And that's the end of it. So we need to start building our spawn here. Basically, right now. Kane is here, says, hi, just wanted to tell there is a dead dupe near the metal refinery. How long does it take for zombie spores to form? Apparently they picked him up. He was right here. It was Umdalik. He's here now. He's here now. But we do have another one. Another blueprint, I mean. So let's see what we have here. We have a Joshua with building and ranching. He is uncultured, has an iron gut, but is biohazardous. Then we have Devin with building plus 12. He's a gourmet, story-eyed, but he's narcoleptic. And we have Nicola with building, farming, and ranching. He has a green thumb. He's an interior decorator. He is Luddite and building impaired. Last but not least, we have 8 Pakus. Those are our 4 options on the top, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know what you guys think. What should we do? Let me know. And that is exactly what we are going to do as well, of course. Victor said also share both mods to the Discord so you don't forget beer. Thank you very much for that, Victor. Truly appreciate that. That truly helps me out because I would forget. Like I said, it's not a joke. I know myself way too well. Okay. Some more of the chlorine gas here is leaving. We're down to less than 100 grams on average here. We were just at about 150 grams on average when we looked before we built it. If you remember, if you paid attention. If you didn't, what I'm here for, that's what I'm letting you know. But we are getting it down more and more. Slowly but steadily, it's going to happen. And we are just going to then increase our gas pressure right here with our oxygen diffuser on the bottom left of our base. That should help this here quite drastically, I believe. Okay. Make him do Paku farm, guys. Even if you vote for Paku, I'm going to kill them all because we do not have the time for a Paku farm right now. We have 104 cycles left to stop that big thing in the sky. You know, you remember? That one? So yeah, Paku farm, not in the cards. Absolutely not in the cards. But let me check out what you guys have voted for. We have Joshua, Paku, Paku, Sweatcorn. He's got all the Sweatcorn. It's not a vote. Yeah, it's clearly Joshua. All right, Joshua it is. Who do we bring back? Let's see. Who are we still missing? Should we bring back Bear's version of 3.0? I mean, there's Bear's version 1. Bear's version 2. Should we already bump him up to version 3? Or should we bring Jazz back? I think Jazz deserves it more before we go to version 3. WK Jazz, welcome back as our newest dupe. And of course, I cannot forget the version 2.0. Very, very nice. You got Goliath yet? Yes, we have Goliath. Goliath is back as a version 2.0. He's right here. And here we have Jazz. He's improved construction as well. Yep, sure. We're gonna go down that path. We need more builders, more construction. Let's make it happen. And Goliath here has slowly but steadily become, once again, a valuable member of our Dupe society. That's good to see. Now the other Dupes just gotta step it up a little bit. And help him out as well. Okay, this here is starting to look decent. How much more? Oh, dormancy is only, quote-unquote, 40.9 cycles. But I mean, this is plenty of salt water right here to be converted. Plenty of it for the time being. And we can always get the rest from up here, down here as well, if we really need it. But okay, LG, we are at 7.2 tons, and I believe that is basically everything in the world that we have. There shouldn't be much more left. Every once in a while, maybe a single tile, but I don't think there is anything left that is in any way, shape, or form cohesive. Let me double check that statement, but I mean, I literally see nothing here. No, absolutely nothing. That is it. So, we have 7.2 tons worth of time to build us a spawn. That's what that means. Did he just call me valuable? Yes. Yes, indeed. You are a resource to him, Goliath. Yes, that also. That is also a fact that I will not deny. On the bright side, though, you're a valuable resource, so you gotta see positive. Okay. Down here, dangerous soup is starting to form again. A mixture between, what the hell do we even have down here? We have polluted water, brine, salt water, water. Sure, there's some mercury in there. Yes, right here. Okay, I'm up in here once again. Let's see spawn-wise. What are we gonna do spawn-wise? That's gonna be a relatively big issue, probably. Output temperature of the desalinator is... It will be the combined temperature of the input material. Okay, that's actually pretty nice. So that would be 46 degrees. But then when we look at the electrolyzer right here, at least 70 degrees. So at 70 degrees, we're going to cook the living crap out of our base. So we have to, A, create the oxygen, and then B, we have to cool the oxygen. Those are the criteria that we have to fulfill to even have a remote chance of survival. So let's see what we can come up with here. What could we do? At least in the short term. Long term, we can always active cool it, but that is not in the cards in the time frame that we are living in. Can I wonder. Chlorine gas has a specific heat capacity of 0.48, whereas oxygen has a specific heat capacity of 1.05. That's not gonna fly. I mean, temporarily, it would be good enough. The whole asteroid still has funky temp distribution. Oh, yeah. Look at this. It is very funky, to say the least. Very funky. I mean, the options to cool it are rather limited right now. But I do have an idea. It will be good enough for now. It's not gonna be optimal. All right. It's not gonna be optimal, but it will be good enough for our purposes. So, let me get rid of this nonsense right here. Let's rip it back out. Don't need it anymore. Absolutely not. Kill it all. Connect this here up. Make sure we have some algae in there. And let's freaking go. And then let's see if this here actually is enough space. That would be beautiful. I doubt it, though. Let me see. We are just going to put in a wall right here. That would be the maximum space that we can utilize. Let's see if that's enough. We will need in ventilation, gas pump, Above that, we will need mesh tile. Above that, a couple more in here. We will need a... Where are you at? Electrolyzer. 2 of them to be very precise. Then let's grab us a manual airlock that we're just going to put here and there. Could have put another one on the bottom, but screw it. And that does mean we have more than enough space for this build here. So that allows us to actually go higher. Let me see how much too high is it. 2 tiles. That tells me everything I need to know. So right here. 1, 2. That is where our actual floor is going to be. And now we can actually build it. Nice. We're not going to build it out of gold. Or, you know what? Just to be safe. Let's build it out of gold. Build 6 of them down here on the floor. Plop in a mesh tile. Plop in a mesh tile. Build this here to the roof. All the way up. Grab us, once again, our manual airlock that lives here and there. Tiles in the middle. Dig it all out. Dig it all out. Get rid of this nonsense right here. And then, at least for the time being, let's open it. You know what? Open it on the left side right here. It's much easier right here. And right there, so we can come in. Grab us another gas pump. Put it up there onto the top. In the meantime, no reason to have the game pause. The dupes can come here and build. Nothing stopping him. Also, the electrolyzers are going to be built straight out of gold. Not relocate. Cancel. Better. Gold. But we will never, ever have a problem again once this thing here is built. With nickel, I'm going to build the power here. We're going to take the bottom ones all together and bring them over. And then we're going to take everything that's on the top and bring it over as well. Very nice. Very straightforward. Very simple. Insulation tiles on the top. Yep, you do need insulation tiles on the top. Good call. Good catch. Like it a lot. That is indeed what we need here. And dupes. That is your priority to build right now. I guess this here is 2. Get those few tiles here out of there. So that's done. And then do everything that we need up here on the top. Okay, so far so good. There's of course a bunch more stuff that we need to put in there. While the dupes are building here in the background, I'm just going to put that in. We're going to go with radiant liquid pipes, probably at least a few of them. So we can utilize active cooling. We do want that. We do need that. So right here, it's going to go full on nickel all the way through. And then we're going to switch over to insulated ones. Or actual normal ones. We don't need insulated. That's completely pointless. So let's bring it from here, through here, and into there, across the board. Very good. That's our liquid piping. Heated bathrooms. That's right. That's right, Goliath. Let's also go into automation while we are here and plop in 1, 2, and 3 Atmos sensors. And let's plop in 1, 2, and 3 automation wires as well while we are here. While we are at it, I mean. And then last but not least, I know it's a waste, but I like to do it. So I can have full control over it with the click of one button. And I don't have to go into 15 submenus to get the same thing done. Jason, are you stuck? I have no words. No words at all. I'm just gonna let him do his thing for right now. Eventually, I can just tell him to rip these here out if he really has to go out. Let's see if the dupes come by and get him out. Or not. Actually, he can't get out anymore. God damn it. He ripped out this one tile that was right here, that one natural tile. Of course. How am I surprised about it? Let's tell the dupes to do these here first. So Jason can come out. There we go. On the bright side, having this build right here in the middle of our base, where we are not really running into the risk of any death or anything, it will help build the skills for our newer dupes specifically quite a lot. There are no restrictions in accessing this area or anything of that like. So skill points and EXP should be flooding in quite nicely. Yes, a couple more things here. Built the tiles. One last tile over here and we are good to go. Very, very good. This here has already been ripped out, at least one tile. The oxygen diffuser is diffusing. Oxygen's coming in nice and bright into this area. And most, if not all, of our chlorine gas is now gone. Very, very good. That's what we wanted to see. Now we can turn this one here back on. And actually, no it doesn't. No it doesn't. This one here doesn't have to turn back on. Doesn't have to turn back on at all. We are instead coming down, low down. Far down, I mean, not low down. As a matter of fact, we can't go this low down. That's fine though. We can always stop right here. Dig up a couple of extra tiles. I was about to say, no we can't because we don't have the skill, damn it. But once we have the skill, we can do so. Because once we have the skill, we can also come into ventilation and just put a gas pump literally right there. And then grab us our pipe and hook it up, and grab us this power wire here and hook it up as well. That's what that should look like once it's done. It will just have to wait until we have the skill point, and it's fine. It doesn't really matter. Let's rip out what we don't need anymore up here. All the polluted oxygen. We definitely don't want to vent into space here. Okay, so far so good. This here is coming along, making progress. Will look nice very shortly. The other thing that we of course need for a build like this here is an infinite storage for hydrogen and for oxygen. Can't forget that. And for those infinite storages, they do have a height of a 3. Then there's a wall, and then another 3, and then another wall. That is unfortunate. It would have fit here so nicely. There's no other way of doing it that I can think of, though. It is a total of 4 tiles wide with a wall. Also, that is not going to fit. That is sad. It would have looked so nice if we could have fit perfectly 2 infinite storages right there. The sad thing is it would have fit if this wall wouldn't be here. Oh well. We'll find a different location for it. Not that big a deal. In the meantime, we can put in ventilation though. The insulated gas pipes and everything else that we need. So let's make that happen. Should look something like this here. Yep. Very nice. And then we just need to figure out where the location for the storages is. Let's see here. We will need the hydrogen up here. So putting the hydrogen storage, for example, somewhere in this general area right here, sounds sensible to me. So that's precisely what we are going to do. Let's make it easy for us. Let's build it with the margin in mind. And what I mean by that is, let's see. How are we going to do this? Probably just right here. That's going to be our floor. Gonna put it right there. Gonna leave 2 tiles, and then right here, that's going to be our chamber. The chamber is now one too big. And now it works. Now in ventilation, we just need 2 gas pumps. And 4 gas vents. Few insulated pipes in every odd direction. Connect these 2 together and bring them out the top. Hook it up to power. Somewhere. If we find a power wire, there we go. Bring it out. And then, of course, this tile and this tile can't really be built yet. Otherwise, we can't really finish this. Last but not least, need to come along here on the top as well, so we can actually build the top and everything else. And we are able to walk around it in every odd direction. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple, shouldn't be a problem at all. Okay, so far so good. Spalm is coming along. We still have 6 tons worth of oxalite. Our base here starts to look a hell of a lot better. There's also one thing that I kind of forgot about that I usually do, but this time around, I don't know, forgot about it. Right here, always like to have in the middle. Right here, those 2 extra airflow tiles. That just helps the gases that usually get stuck in here to escape a little bit easier through those extra exits. So we will see if that does anything or not. I usually do it. So we will do it this time as well. This here is all good and fine. It's coming along. Really, not too many complaints. Let's make it a high priority here and there. So this gets done right away by our duplicates. Very, very good. Let's hope that we get some extra skill points here very soon. We need another one right here. 6535 is the number that we are looking for. So we can get super duper hard digging. And we can finally get some Abyssal again. But yes, once we have the spawn, it's going to start looking up for us here quite drastically. Okay. Put it all together, dupes. And then once again, down here on the bottom, we will need a pipe. And I am already going to tell the dupes to put that pipe in. And it's going to come from very, very high up. It's going to be a very long pipe. Tonamel, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Truly, truly appreciate that. I'm just going to build it to here right now. That's fine. Dupes can do it whenever they have time. It's not necessarily a priority. It's definitely not over our spawn. But once the spawn is done, you can get started on that, and it should be fine. Also over here, we can see our polluted water. Our heatsink is still working, even though our heatsink is heating up. You can definitely see that as well. It should still work for at least, a little while. Not going to be an endless amount of time, but it should be at least a little while before it's going to start creating a hell of a lot of problems. Okay, this here is basically done. That's great. Here we have 1020 watts. We can just bring this over and hook it up, and it'll be just fine without too many issues or hiccups. And then last but not least, what we need is a bottle emptier. So we can put some kind of fluid in here. Once again, simple and straightforward. Okay. Very, very nice. Could we actually use mercury for that? Yeah, we could use mercury for that. Why aren't we using mercury for that? Huh. Let's actually put this random nonsense here to some use. Put in a pitcher pump so the dupes can come down here and grab some mercury for our infinite storages up top. Much, much better than water. Even though it doesn't matter right now, our hydrogen is not going to be hot enough to evaporate water or any kind of other fluid. But at the same time, though, we got to keep in mind, if we happen to come across a hydrogen vent, that stuff is going to be much, much hotter and could potentially become a problem in the future. Strauss is here, says, hi, Mr. Engineer, good afternoon and nice Father's Day from Panama. That is awesome. Nice greetings to Canada here from the United States. That's awesome to hear. I don't think I've ever had anybody from Panama. Not that I remember. Well, let's see. Gas pumps are coming in. Everything's looking good here. This here is literally hooked up to nothing, which makes our life very, very easy. We can see here on our wire, once everything's built, what our potential load is. And that's how we will determine what exact power transformer we are going to use for what input. Simple, straightforward, and will be done here momentarily. Oh, yeah. I'm actually surprised that this thing here is constantly running and that's not constantly overpressuring. But hey, I'm not complaining. This is great. And it's going to be much, much better once we have our spawn ready to go. Trap dupe on top of the hydrogen. And who is it chasing again? Jason? We're going to have a problem here very soon, Jason. If you keep this here up. Demalian, thank you very much for the follow over on Twitch. Truly, truly appreciate that. Thank you for that. Before we plop any kind of mercury or anything else in here for that matter, let's clean up our after ourselves so we don't have to look at this here later on. And then down here, the pitcher pump. Highest priority. Somebody come down here and build this thing real quick, please. That would be highly, highly appreciated. Yeah, look at this. Now we're starting to make progress here. And what do I hear? Our forgotten printing pod is ready once again for your guys' input. So, what are we going to do? We have a Ruby, but farming and supplying is handy, green thumb, and kitchen menace. We have another Dupe right here, with rocketry, wrenching, and suit wearing, is skilled in mechatronics, and has an irritable bowel. And Barris Attack version 2.0 is back. As a supplier, he is innately stylish, but a kitchen menace. And last but not least, we can get us 3 tons of sand on top of our already existing 66.5 tons. That's what we have, and we have also the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know what you guys think, and that is exactly what we are going to do, as usual. Do we know which key skills the murdered dupes had? I mean, we lost all of our diggers. We didn't lose our researcher. We didn't lose Killjoy. No, that's not Killjoy. Sorry, Rocky, who's our cook, and our masterworks dupe. We didn't lose our mechatronics engineer. So our main skills are here that we need. The main thing that we are lacking right now is still, of course, super duper hard digging, but we are working on that here with old Goliath. That is the current state of our affairs. There's a dart lag in here. I should probably go ahead and just grab us in food. A little bit of an egg cracker here. Where are you at? There you are. I don't know where to put you here. Sure. Maybe not in the middle of nowhere, but at the corner where you belong. And then we're gonna say, yeah, once we have some cracked eggs right here. I don't think we ever had any ingredients missing. That's right. We will see and select it once we have the first egg cracker right here. All right, let me see what you guys are up to. Let's see, we have 1 vote for Dupe, 2 votes for Dupe, 3 votes for Dupe. I'm partial to Dupe, says Dupe. That makes sense, I guess. We currently have 11 dupes, and if I'm not mistaken, 10 beds. No, we have 12 beds. This leads me towards sand, personally, says words. We have 12 beds, words. Now then, dupe time. Fear Wolf says second engineer for the win. Agreed. So Dupe wins the vote. The question is, Dupe is still alive though, right? Yes, as version 2.0. Let's see. Who do we have left over here? Umdalek. Barris. Is it literally Umdalek and Barris now? Umdalek is the last one who died. So, Barris. That's not how you write Barris. Barris Attack version. Is it 3.0? Yes, 3.0, right? Starting to lose count here. Okay, he's back. As version 3.0. Beautiful. Gotta love it. Just don't know what to do with you. I mean, you are already an engineer, so other than that, I don't know what to do with you, I mean. I mean, I could. Let's go improve carrying for now, then let's throw rocket piloting in, and then let's go down to exosuit training just so we get the aesthetics up faster, so we can get the mechatronics engineer faster to where we need him in our building area. How about that? Get over with it is here and says, hello, how has the stream been? So far, so good. You know, a little bit of loss, a little bit of attrition, but that's just part of it. Other than that, it's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. Yeah, all this stuff here now needs to be deconstructed and built. That is, of course, a little bit of a bigger act, but we will get there. And I think I feel now comfortable enough to let Goliath through this door here as well. Demetrius, Dupe, Jez, and Barris, especially Barris, will have to wait a little bit longer. Let me go into priorities, though, before I forget about Barris. Engineer building, and building is all of yours, plus a little bit of supplying, storing, and tidying. Might as well throw that in there. Plus operating, can't forget about that part. It's also you. And then in scheduling, how are we looking here? Barris, how about you go to night shift? There we go. Croc says, make a rocket and fly with all dupes before the hit. That is actually an insane idea. You wait till cycle 199. Slap all your dupes in a rocket and get the hell out of here. How about life support? Life support is actually okay. Oxygen is in check. We have food plenty. I mean, overall, it could be a hell of a lot worse. So it's not that bad. Okay. Colony achievement has been earned. We have reached cycle 100, which is usually a thing to celebrate, but in this case right here, it's more sad than anything else because that means we only have 101 cycles left until this big boy here makes our life a living hell. So, we need to keep it up. That's for damn sure. In here, apparently we still have a little bit more cleaning to do, a little bit more mopping to do. I don't want this nonsense in here. All I want is mercury in there. Startles, throw him in there once you have him. And lum eggs. How many lums do we have in here? Look at this. Yeah, maybe we should also start eating some lum eggs. Or at least kill some lums in here. We should only have 4 lums. There's a lumlet in here. Let's see, what's the oldest sucker? 163. Yeah, I think you are way past your prime, sir. And age 8. Age 23. What do we have here? Where's the last one? There's one more that I can't select. This one. Yeah, you're 144. We're gonna kill you too. Good grief. That should have get back down to the 4 that we need, I hope. Also down here is one too many. Good grief. So many of them. We really need to build a critter killer eventually. At the moment, I'm just not worried about it at all, so I really don't care. But eventually that will have to happen to keep that a little bit better in check. Because the one thing that does take a hit is our peat at 24.6 tons. So I may have to keep a little bit of a closer eye on it. Don't kill the Mimica. Oh, I'm killing the Mimica on accident? Good catch. I wanted to get this dude here. Good catch, guys. Very good catch. Yeah, let's see what killing these here does. You're killing the butterfly thingy? Yes, yes. Yes, I am killing the butterfly thing. Good catch to all of you. I did almost kill that thing. What else do we need right now? This here is all done, I believe. Let me double check this here. Can we close this here? That's the bigger question. No, we cannot. This here is missing. That's right. So how we're going to do this here is going to be very simple. We're going to come with our gas pipes through here. We're going to come up here. Straight up this ladder here. Yeah, why not? Actually, let's not make it the ladder. Let's come through here. Then let's grab us a... Where are you at? Gas bridge. The gas bridge is going to come up here. And then we're going to come through here. Literally just straight over. Connect this here up. And then with this pipe, we're going to come further up, all the way to the top. Eventually, we will need our hydrogen in here. Obviously, not quite yet, but we can already get ready for it at the bare minimum. And the same is, of course, true as well for the other side of our base, and that is the oxygen side of things. We will need an infinite storage that we do not have yet. I'm not concerned about that yet, because we're not going to produce that much oxygen yet that we would actually need it. But I will probably just build it right here, because that makes sense. It's right perfectly in the area where we want it. Now all we have to do is basically just build us a pipe, and I think the pipe, I'm going to have it come in one way, shape, form, or another, straight up here. And I think the top outlet is going to be here for right now. And then here, every other bedroom is going to get its own outlet, plus the very bottom. That is what that should look like once we're done here. That should be pretty straightforward and simple, as that should be. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab us these tiles right here. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to build these here insulated first of all. Should have done that from the get-go. And on top of that, I should have built them out of igneous. Not that it matters too much, but might as well do it proper since we're here. All the way around. And then I'm going to do the same thing right here. 4 wide. Then we're going to come 3 down and build over. There was 4 down. Son of a... There we go. That's what it should look like. I'm going to copy our gas pump. I'm going to copy our gas vent. Copy our floor. Well, not copy it, I suppose. But build it in the exact same manner. And put that in here. And there we have it. That is going to be strike number 2. And that allows us to also finish this here up the way it's supposed to be. We're going to put these here in, so I don't forget it later. I am notorious in forgetting this. I know myself way too well. We are going to come over here, and we are going to do something very similar, just with a gas bridge. Nah, it shouldn't matter. In the beginning, it shouldn't matter. We're just going to have it available. We can always rebuild this here once we need it. But for the time being, 2 gas pumps are going to come out here. And with another gas pipe, we're going to come over to the other side of the base. Do need to move our fridges, though, by the way. Kind of just went straight through here. But the second pipe is going to come over to the second side of our base, of course. Gonna come, let's see, straight through here would be the perfect path. And I think I'm still gonna do it. Gonna build a tile here and a tile there and rip the rest out here. Just with a tile here and a tile there. Perfect. There we go. And now we can just come straight up here and do the exact same thing as on the other side. We're just gonna have the top outlet right here, in here, and why not? Let's say all the way down there. That's where we're going to have our gas vents. And we're just going to build the standard ones, obviously, for 2 reasons. One reason is that we don't have plastic yet, and the second reason is we don't want to overpressure our entire base. That is what that should look like once it's all finished. Obviously, that is a lot to do. I'm just going to put it in all right now. How and when the dupes do it, I really couldn't care less. Just do it. Just freaking do it. That's basically the command here. Put in a couple of ladders here so we can reach all the stuff. Specifically the gas pipes and whatnot here. So let's make sure that is all good. And yeah, it's a lot to build, but it should also elevate our skill points here quite drastically. Need to think of fuel sources for rocket? No, not rocket. That was just a joke what I said earlier about sending all the dupes off on a rocket. We do need to build blast shells to blow this thing here out of the sky. That is the actual goal. Yeah, gas pressure down here is a hell of a lot better. Look at that. Much, much nicer. Dupes can now breathe in this area. That's what we wanted. And now we finally got it. Very, very good indeed. I think then one more thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to dig through here eventually. Not quite yet. So we can release this carbon dioxide down here as well so it doesn't get stuck in here. That should be just fine. And it looks like that down here, yep, everything is now completed. With the exception of the pipe, of course, that goes upwards. We still need that one. But that one is not going to be an issue either. Very, very simple and straightforward. You haven't even connected this one here yet. There we go. And we're going to come in right here. That is what that is going to look like once it's done. They can build it all. They can dig it all. They can do what at all? The Rex, when it dies, it should give, instead of meat and feathers too, dig a route for the second gas pipe. They can't build it all. Sorry, amigo, I don't know what you're referring to. What can they not build? Can build this. They can build this. Can build all of this. Everything that I put in, they go. They can't build that, I suppose. That's what you were talking about. Dig a route for the second gas pipe. I see what you're saying. Now I got you. Very good attention. Like it. Down here on the bottom, are we still messing with this here at all? I don't think so. It's still set to a 9, but I don't see really any dupes coming down here. And actually do anything. Which is rather sad, but I guess that's how it's gonna go. Either way, dupes. Oh, you can't get up here to that oxalite. Did I forget a ladder here? Apparently. Who is scalding? Where are we scalding? There's... Oh, okay. I was about to say there's no dupe down here. I was wrong. There's a dupe down here. And we are putting in those tiles right here, right now. Mark, don't be stupid down here. You're not gonna continue building. Are you out of your mind? Get up here. Ay, 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 ay. Always the same. Get over here, Mark. Lay down. Yes, it is extremely hot down here. We are aware of it. But we only have 3 more tiles to build. And it's not going to be at least that big of an issue anymore. Down here it's by now actually cold. And now it's 13 degrees down here, so that's nice to see. Yeah. Maybe I was too premature with you, huh? Yeah. Looks like you are speeding up. Who else is suffocating? Who else is down here? Oh, Jason. Jason, you're suffocating. That's fine. You're gonna make it. I'm more worried about Goliath here. Yeah, he's once again not gonna make it. Once again, what is his athletic skill before he dies? Let's see. His athletic skill is not negative 11. +3. The severe wounds, of course, are causing the issue right now. The chilly surroundings are actually killing him. That's what's the problem is. Once he got up here, yeah, that's when he slowed down drastically. It's too cold up here. That's actually interesting. Yes, Goliath version 3.0 coming in. That was premature once again. Because when we look at a dupe like right here, with an athletic skill of +5, with the chilly surroundings, he's still at 0. And climbing like it's no one's business. So I need to have at least 5 to mitigate the chilly surroundings. Okay, that at least tells me what the bare minimum is, what I need. And that was, of course, the, what is it called? Damn it. His injuries that killed him. But even without the injuries, once we're going down into this area, I need to have at least a skill of 5. Greetup says, does anyone know if you can set live messages as default instead of taught messages? No. You cannot. You cannot. And I and every other YouTuber has been complaining about this since the dawn of time. Literally. It is the dumbest possible thing that you can imagine. The only problem is that was our second builder. And now we once again have not even a super hard digger. This is frustrating as fuck indeed, yes. It's just this one tiny little area down here that is literally only meant to take a quick breath. Like, from now on, now that it's built, no dupe should spend more than 3 seconds in here. That's basically it. Come in here, take a breath, get out. That is basically the entire purpose of this area right here. Should take all of 3 seconds, because we do not have the problem inside of our shaft. So the problem should be in the past now, but still, it's just so dumb and frustrating. But it's part of the game. Let's get this here dug up, though, as soon as we can. We don't need a dupe with skills for that. It's only ice. We need more digging in safe places to advance. I agree with that. I agree with that. The problem is we don't really have anything sensible that needs to be dug out. At all, really, up here. I mean, we can always dig something, but we don't have anything that needs to be dug out. Melkich, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Truly, truly appreciate that. I mean, we can't just dig out random shit, I suppose. Why not? Let's make it 4 high here, and let's make it 4 high here, just to get the skill points up, I suppose. That should be... let's see, a Dimitri, I believe. #1 priority, yes. And there is also Killjoys. Killjoy, you don't have a skill for it, though, do you? No, you don't have a skill for it. You just have nothing else to do. Katrina, you're not in this colony. No, not yet. But we can squeeze you in. We started this colony here just yesterday. So it's brand spanking new. If you haven't been here yesterday, then you're not yet in the colony. Okay, Demetrius here. Theoretically, I was about to say, you should have already leveled up, and you sure as hell did. Because you were only 2 skill points away from what we needed. So, that wasn't a big problem. Music Kitty. Victor Milan. Maybe instead of giving Victor here more construction, Since he is always on the forefront, maybe I should give him hard digging instead. No, maybe Music Kitty should get digging. Music Kitty has the skill for it. So Music Kitty is going to go down digging. Victor, you're just going to stay on construction. Yeah, that makes the most sense. So Music Kitty, you're also going to be a digger now. Go get digging. And go rack up those skill points, will you? To be fair, you might not want to be in this colony. Attrition is real. Oh, you were here yesterday, Katrina? Damn. I mean, we had a lot of people yesterday. It was crazy. To be fair. Every piece. We're just gonna dig out all of this here. Demetrius is gonna be his #1 thing. And we should basically be able to see him rack up skill points right here. Just by digging and digging and digging. As fast as we can. We do need it. What we actually need more is now these pipes here. So I'm thinking I'm just going to give those pipes here slightly higher priority of like a 7. So we can start creating that crude. We can also start pumping up more carbon dioxide here. That's going to be on a 7. But up here on the top, of course, what we need in the base is the main priority. For our oxygen, we are down to 3,500 kilograms. That should still last a good amount of time. But first, we need all this stuff here that's inside of our base. So let's make that happen. Once again, just racking up the skill points and everything that comes with it. And that is totally fine. Okay, let's rebuild this stuff here. Or build it, whatever needs to be done. And then let's turn it on. Croc says, from what I see, it's better not to be in this colony. The average lifespan is quite short. Yes, it is. Jess says, all joking aside, I think this is one heck of a challenging game mode. You have done way better than me. Yeah, I don't know. We will see once we get up there. I mean, I basically ignore everything that we don't need. I mean, you can clearly tell that that is the case. And we are just trying to see what we can do before cycle 200. Have a decent base that is working and sustainable, but at the same time blow that thing out of the sky. And everything that is not necessary, like we haven't looked at the Rexes, we haven't looked at the Dartles, we don't need them right now. It's just a waste of time, in my opinion. That's why I didn't. That's why I didn't even start with them so far at all. Is biodiesel considered petroleum? No, biodiesel is not considered petroleum. But biodiesel is considered a... What is it called? Is it called a combustible fluid or something like that? Combustible liquid. It's considered a combustible liquid. It's in the same group as ethanol and petroleum, but it is not considered petroleum. You may say I'm splitting hairs here, but it is a difference. A meaningful one at that. Okay. This is okay, though. It's coming along. There's really not too much to complain at this moment. But we have another blueprint available. We have a Nails with suit-wearing, tidying, and researching is uncultured pacifist and a loud snorer. We can also get us a 1 ton worth of sandstone in our care package. We can get us a Max with ranching +9. He's uncultured, also a pacifist, and an unpracticed artist. And last but not least, we have an Ashcan with ranching and cooking, is a rock fan, is a loud sleeper, an unpracticed artist, and Luddite. Those are the 3 dupes, plus the sandstone on the top. On the bottom, we have the reject all button. Let me know in chat what you guys think we should do next. Should we kill another one? Or should we get us some sandstone? I don't know. It's up to you, I suppose. Okay, very, very good. This side here is actually done for all intents and purposes, so I can say Mercury, #9 priority, enable auto bottle. Let's bring us some Mercury over here. The pitcher pump has not been built, so I'm assuming we have somewhere a bottle of Mercury laying around. Which is odd, we shouldn't. Because that's what we have this bottle empty here for. which is a number 9 without enable auto bottle. Huh. Very odd. Either way around, should work. Let me check out what you guys came up with. Nails materials. Nails. Ash. The ash can is very needy. The ash can is very needy indeed. Nails. Word says I'm gonna be AFK on and off for the rest of the stream until I'm gone completely. That's totally fine. Words. Thank you very much. Hope you have a good one. Kevin says, been listening a bit spottily. Oh, what is he doing for temperature control of the O2 being produced? We can look at that in a second, Kevin. But Nails wins outright, and I think Katrina. We're gonna bring you in instead of reviving another dupe right now. Katrina Connelly. Welcome to the game. You were here yesterday, then you should have actually already gotten a dupe. And I just missed you somehow. But we're gonna rectify that right now as our nearest dupe in the colony. I should give you a skill point before I try to put a hat on you. That makes sense. What are we going to do with you? We did get us another researcher, I thought. Did that second researcher die as well? Probably. Yeah, looks like it. Okay, Katrina, researching. That's you. Goof, still nothing. Adrita. I mean, do we really need another engineer? Probably not, but it can't hurt, so let's do it. And we're still waiting for the rank up of... Who was it? Can't remember. Demetrius, I believe. Yes, Demetrius, 776. Getting there. Slowly. Slowly but steadily. We're gonna get there. We're just gonna dig out random stuff here across the base to allow him to get a little bit more experience and therefore more skill points. Okay, he's also building. Very good. Help us out with whatever you can. Demetrius, and bring up your wonderful. Call me Meep. I want to be crushed by the asteroids. We can make that happen. We can make that happen. We should actually make that happen. Like when we let that thing impact, we should most definitely have a dupe standing there just for the sake of seeing what's going to happen. Also, this pitcher pump right here has no errands. Why? Oh, I know why. Yeah, it sucks. There we go. The reason is, in case you're wondering, in case you didn't see it, I built it one higher, which is this tile right here, which is an unreachable tile. They cannot dig it up. If they can't dig it up, then they also can't build it. That's why this pitcher pump here has not been built yet. Every detail matters. Every tiny little mistake could be your last. That's oxygen not included. Okay, let's actually connect these here up. There's really no reason not to. And then right here, let's bring this one here out. And also connect the gas vent, because we will have to create a vacuum in there, of course. So let's make that happen as well. Also, because otherwise it won't get done, let's put it on a 9. And looks like our Mercury's here. Very good. Check out how much we have in here. That stuff is flowing very slowly. It's a very viscous material. So let's turn it off. Let's see how much we end up with in here. Just as I can see it now, the last dupe standing fires the kill shot on the asteroid before suffocating in space. The other game you showed yesterday was cool. Yes, the other game we looked at yesterday was Away Team, which is the upcoming game from Clay here. Our beloved developer of Oxygen Not Included, of course, in case you don't know. They're going to come out with another game. It's going to be a game in the style of like Noita from the looks of it. And it's going to play in the Oxygen Not Included universe. And I'm really, really looking forward to that. Okay, it's settled at about 3,700 grams. That's too much, of course, so let's mop. It also looks like we have no storage for brine. I do not believe that. How about you use the storage here in the meantime until you find another one? That should work. Also, do it now. Also, the piping here is part of the system that we do require, so let's make sure we build it. And I just need to watch this here, so when a dupe comes by to mop it, I can actually see what that dupe is doing, and we can manually cancel the mop, so we have the appropriate amount of fluid in here at the end. That's happening roughly right now. So let's watch this here for a second. Let's get mopping. 3,500 grams. Give it a little bit of extra time here. 2,000 grams, 2,300 grams. Let's watch the very end here. Under 2,000. Let's cancel it. And let's tell the dudes to put it in the wall. That should be it. Theoretically. Dimitri says, my kids forgot all about Father's Day and they ordered food only for them. Have a nice dinner. Well, that truly sucks. That really sucks. I'm really sorry to hear that, Dimitri. Oh, that's highly unfortunate. This oxygen diffuser here can now die. We don't need it anymore. Get rid of the power wire. All of that will not be required. We're probably gonna see here. We have now no load on here, which makes sense. We're going to connect the power wire in here, and we're going to connect the power wire in there. Of course, slightly premature. Slightly premature. So let's do it like this. So that is not going to happen. And then here, we're going to do the same thing as on the other side. Mercury, 9 priority, enable auto bottle. And let's wait for a dupe to bring us the mercury that we need. Easy, simple, and straightforward. The only thing we can't forget right here is, of course, our gas pipe from our infinite storage. So we can get the gas back out here if we have to. Okay, it's taken shape. It's about to be ready to be started up. And that should be just fine for our purposes. Yep, let's look here. Turn down the speed. And let's turn it off. That's already plenty. Because we ran it at 5x speed here for a second. That's already way too much, as a matter of fact. Not just plenty. Let's mop. And also, let's clean. Let's see, when a dupe comes in for mopping purposes, we're gonna once again stop it. We're gonna watch the last tile right here. And we're just gonna let it mop until we see this here to go to around 2,000 grams. That's all we are waiting for. That will leave us with the perfect amount in the end. Something that looks like this. Let's actually build our piping here first, because later on it will be too late. And then we can build our walls, and our infinite storage is done. Easy, fast, straightforward. I haven't found a better way to build this thing, personally. Okay. That is in. The middle piece here is missing. Do it, dupes. And go. And now in the F7 right here, we're just going to come up here, and we're going to do the same thing as over here. And just connect it straight to an outlet, so we can create a vacuum in here and in there the moment it is closed off. For that to do, we need one extra thing. Almost forgot about it, of course. Can't do that. And that is right here. And right there. With a conductive wire bridge in the middle. That will complete our SPOM. 2,500 kilograms left over for our oxygen diffusers. Bases. Okay. Could be better. And will be better. Very, very short. Let me do one last check here. Let me make sure everything has been picked up. Yep. Just not down here. And down here I couldn't care less. But it's fine. Now we just need to build these 2 walls here, please, dudes. That would be insane if we could make that happen. Absolutely insane would that be. And does the asteroid hit? The asteroid hits in 96.3 cycles. That's our deadline here. 96.3 cycles. Okay. And I'm also an idiot. I forgot one important thing. And that is the oxygen cooling. Somebody just asked about it. These pipes here will need to run through this water right here for the time being until we can implement active cooling, which we just do not have in any way, shape, or form the means for right now. So that needs to happen, and that will happen. And to make it happen, we're gonna do this. So let's bring this pipe here downwards instead, and let's bring it low. And then let's just go with a handful of radiant gas pipes. Sorry, there we go. Let's see, thermal conductivity as high as we can. Not that high. Cinnabar ore, sure, why not? And let's just bring it along here. And then let's do the exact same thing right here with a second pipe that is just above it. And let's see if we can bring that second pipe over here as well. And down. And in. Same pipe goes back up. And same pipe goes back up. A little bit of snip in here. A little bit of snip in there. A little bit of snip in here. And a little bit of snip in there. Now we don't need this anymore. And we could rip it out. You know what, fuck it, let's rip it out. That's gonna be fine. You know what? Not this pipe here. This pipe here we are going to leave. The one here in the wall we are going to leave. Everything that's on the outside we can rebuild later, but everything that's inside the wall is fine right now. Trapped? Wait, who's trapped? Where are we trapped? Where is the dude trapped? I don't see a trap dude. This here's done. Water temperature's at 5.6 degrees. Oh my god, we heated that area up here quite drastically, not gonna lie here. Let's see. We're gonna need to turn on the kiln though, and we're gonna make us a little bit of refined carbon. It takes 300 kilograms of peat to make 100 kilograms of refined carbon. Fascinating. Okay, cool. Make me 10 of those. I know that is a lot of peat, but it looks like our peat farms are back in a better condition. Yeah, this one here is starving. This one here is glum. Because it hasn't been groomed? No, it is groomed. It's starving. No, it's all fine. It's basically, I think that 4 of them may be too many up here on the top. No, we only have 3. No, we have 4. Okay, so 4 may be 1 too many for only one Uvagro node. That only has that many. I think if we had the extra ones, it wouldn't be a problem. But since we built it in the standard size and just took a look, I think if we built this here properly and gave it the entire space of one Uvagro node, it would support 4 of them. Entombed is up top building. Oh, entombed. Not, building entombed. It's this building up here, yep. Yeah, that is, that's none. That's not a dupe. But what we could do is check out another blueprint right here. How do we have 3 again? I don't understand those blueprints in this game. Still to this day, I don't. Ooh, that's new. A cloud print. A soft, fluffy wallpaper in decent quality. Haven't had that one yet at all. Never seen this one before, actually. So that's a new one. I like that. Me too. That does actually look neat. We may have to test that here. Let's mop up this here and then let's get rid of the nonsense around here. Also, here's the one conductive wire. Allows us to create a vacuum in here as we should. Now we mop, which means now we can deconstruct. Not in F2, not in F7 either. But we can get rid of, let's say, buildings. All of this here. We can easily and without regret get rid of. The same will be true momentarily over here. Okay, now we just need to have those handful of gas pipes built in here and along here. And we are good to go to turn this bad boy here on. And yes, for the time being, we are just using the water that we already have and possess to cool down our oxygen. That's the plan for the time being. Actually surprised. Yeah, we actually left most of our cold areas relatively alone, surprisingly. So we didn't actually dig up much ice. We should change that. Actually, there's plenty of ice laying around down here. Dupes have just so much other stuff to do that they don't have time to put it in here. That makes sense. We can fix that by giving it a higher priority. So yeah, once these pipes here are done, that should be the end of it for this build here. Other than those walls here, of course. You should be able to grab some ice and put it in here. We do want to utilize the heat to also melt ice while we are at it, of course. That would make sense, I would argue. Come on, dudes. I liked the socks yesterday. Can I have them on? I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, I do not remember what socks we got yesterday. If you tell me which socks they are, then we can talk about it, yes. Okay, yep. Now that the dupes can make it down to the ground, they can get over to the bottom, to the lower radiant gas pipe, put all that in, and it should be a functional system. Okay, let me double check everything one last time. We have power wires along here, but not all the way out. That is, of course, an issue. We see now that the potential load is 1,440 watts, which is, of course, quite a lot. Quite a lot. What we could do is, though... Yeah, why not? Why not? Why not put us 3 more tiles right here, go into power, and just put another large power transformer right here. Just gotta rebuild our power wiring here slightly. That's gonna be relatively straightforward. We are going to come... You know what? Instead of doing it this way here, stop it. We're going to do it this way here instead. That's going to be much, much better. Oops, do it. And then once this here is done, it's going to be even easier to fix it, because all we have to do is this here and this here, and we are done with it. Simple and straightforward. Not going to be in our way. And it should be just fine the way it is. Sluggish socks pink. Drop the strawberry socks. Strawberry scrunchy socks. Okay, now if somebody can explain to me how to put only socks on a dupe. Let's see, where's Katrina running around? Because I have no idea how to do this. No idea. You go to blueprint? No. Restyle? Katrina? Restyle outfit? Bottoms? Not bottom enough. Footwear. Socks. Let's see. Which socks are they? The slaunchy strawberry socks. Alright. Assigned to Katrina. That should now work, I assume, right? Yep. You're now wearing those little socks. Nice. Beer ladder under transformer now blocked. Ladder under transformer now blocked. Ladder under transformer not blocked. Ladder under transformer not blocked. Yeah, it's this ladder right here that's not blocked. Good catch. Let's fix it. Fix it right away. Now it's not a problem anymore. And it should be good. And of course, Jizz is 100% right. He says, remember to like the stream so we can keep being seen by Oxygen Not Included fans. Your support keeps this community awesome. Jizz is 100% correct about that. We're currently at 114 viewers and only at 63 likes. Can we get those two numbers a little bit closer to each other, maybe? That would be great. Thank you, guys. Okay, desalinators are ready to be fired up. Just need to connect the pipe here. Should be great. And Kiwi, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. That is, of course, just as good. Thank you. Okay, this here I should not need a dupe. And I do not. I snipped it off. Good. Yes, that should be. Which means once this one power wire here is built momentarily, hopefully. There we go. Now we can put in the insulated pallets. And we can start pumping all this nonsense here throughout our base and create a vacuum in here, as it should be. Okay, what is this about an impact? This little friend here of ours is heading towards us, and it's going to impact in 94.7 cycles, and there's not a hell of a lot we can do about it. But we are trying anyways. So that's where we are. Only 7 deaths or so going according to plan, Gabriel. That's right. That is correct. Everything's going according to plan. W. Leo, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch as well. Once again, truly, truly appreciate all you guys on Twitch as well. So leave the planetoid? No. No, we're not leaving the planetoid. There is actually, I was kidding, Bestie, there is actually a way with the meteor blaster and these intra-cosmic blast shots here. You need 100 of those to blow it out of the sky, or you can let it impact. And this here is actually the impact zone. It can show you that on the screen. We don't know what happens if that thing actually impacts. That's what we're trying to find out. We're gonna get ready with the intra-cosmic blast shots to have them ready, but we would like to see in a perfect world both options. What happens when it impacts, and what happens when we blow it out of the sky. That is the plan. We're working hard to get there. I really hope it doesn't take too long to make those damn blast shots. That could be the one thing that's going to kill us now, because at this point here, we have everything we need. I mean, that's the reality of it. We have now the water supply right here. The only problem is the saltwater geyser has still 30 cycles of inactivity. Not optimal, but we can work around that. Plenty of other salt water that we can accumulate in the meantime and siphon towards this area right here. And of course, we also have water by itself available, at least some of it, that we can utilize in a pinch. W. Leo is asking, what do you need the vacuum for? And you need the vacuum in here to be able to put only oxygen and hydrogen in here. So I need to pump everything else out that is not oxygen and hydrogen first. I need a vacuum here, a vacuum here, and a vacuum there. 2 out of 3 are done, and the other 2, or the remaining 1, will be done very soon as well. Can you build a colony on that asteroid also? I literally don't know. I do not have any answers to any questions, because what I know about this game, or about this DLC, is exactly what you see here. I have not looked up any videos, I have not looked in the forum, I have not read any articles, I have not done none of that. I downloaded the beta, played it twice, I bought the game, and now we are here. Bibs just became a level 2 engineer. Bibs, thank you very much for this incredible amount of support. Truly, truly appreciate that. Thank you. And I don't know, it's your choice if you want to go into this death trap or not, but if you want the next dupe that we are choosing, it's yours. Speaking of the devil, though, we are ready for another one. We have available to us either a lumblet or an ashcan with digging and farming, is an animal lover, has a bottomless stomach, and is unempathetic. Then when we have Goliath version 2.0 is back. It's always so funny when our custom dupe names show back up here. Rocket 3+9, Iron Gut, and Nyctophobic. And we have a Ruby with cooking, decorating, and supplying, has an Iron Gut, a green thumb, and is Luddite. Those are our 4 options with the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know what you think in chat, and that is what we are going to do. Bib says, it's about time I joined. Get me in there. All right. You're in, Bibs. If we are choosing to do. Unless the guys all want the lump, then we may have to wait a little longer. But that's beyond my influence. Okay, we can go back in here, back out here. We're just pumping random ass hydrogen throughout our base right now, which is cool, I suppose. As a matter of fact, it is coming out and getting deleted basically instantly. That works for me. Not complaining. Just gotta get this stuff out of here. And it should be fine. Very, very good. The third one over here is hooked up to nothing. Let's hook it up to something just to speed up the process. That should help. And once we have the vacuum, we just gotta turn it on and we are good to go. Okay. Let me check out our skills in the meantime. Demetrius, you made it halfway through to super duper hard digging. That's nice. What is your athletics at -2? Son of a... God, this can't be right. Oh, God. Leading cause of death is BierTier. That is defamation right there. That's what that is. Okay, let me see what you guys came up with. We have a vote for Ruby. Dimitri says, if we get a dupe, we need more beds. Yeah, that is probably true. We have 1 vote for Ruby, 2 votes for Ruby, 3 votes for Ruby, 1 vote for Ashcan, 1 vote for Reject. And over on Twitch, we have another vote for Ruby and 2 for Ashcan. So Ruby is going to be our winner right here. And cooking, decorating, supplying with an iron gut, green thumb and Ludite is what we're going to get. And that is going to be Bibs. And make sure. Yep, Bibs. Thanks for becoming a level 2 YouTube member. Truly appreciate that once again. And welcome to the game. Unfortunately, you're not really a very useful dupe with what you currently possess here. So we're going to send you down the digging route because I just need more diggers. That's just what it comes down to. That's just what it comes down to. Bibs, go digging. All right. Let me check out and make sure we don't have anyone else who can get another skill point that is useful to us. Sure as hell doesn't look like it. We do have Ches right here. Can still get improved construction too, but Ches. I'm also going to send you down digging. I'm going to send you down digging and construction. We just need more diggers. And we need them fast. Welcome to the colony. You're not very useful. That is hospitality 101. I mean, at the bare minimum, nobody can say I'm a liar, right? I'll be your favorite griller in time. Just wait. All right. Your words in God's ear. That is funny, though. Welcome to the colony. You're not very useful. I mean, it is true. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Okay, we made our way through here. That is very good. Let's dig a little bit more here, just for the fun of it. Just because we can, mainly. Let's build a little bit more. None of it matters. Therefore, it has no priority assigned to it at all. Just default. Just put it in whenever you have nothing else to do. How's our overview looking? Yeah, that's great. That's all good. And very, very soon. We just gotta remember what it looks right now. And then we're gonna check once again, once the spawn has been running for about, let's say, 5 cycles or so. The only problem is, though, you guys are 100% correct. If we get another dupe, we need another bed. The only way to get another bed is go higher. And I don't want to go higher, really. I guess we can go 1 higher. We can go one single spot higher here without too many repercussions, I suppose. So let's make it happen. Not like this. More like that. That's good. And on the bright side, it also gives us access to another one of these bad boys here. Which just makes our pathing here a little bit simpler. Which is nice. As a matter of fact, all this here is going to look a hell of a lot better momentarily. Very good. Very good indeed. Let's put it in. Make our dupes happy. Leave him with the access store right here, but I don't have to walk all the way around. And I think it may actually be a smart idea to not only have one access store, but maybe have another one somewhere in the middle. So the dupes don't have to go all the way on the top or all the way on the bottom to walk through here. But they can come through the middle here as well in a pinch. No plumbed bathrooms yet? No. That is not something that we really care too much about this moment. Our focus is on the things that we need. And what we need is power. What we need is oxygen. And what we need is to stop this bad boy right here. And of course, the rest of our base to somehow keep us sustained with food and everything else. Chess says bathrooms are a luxury in this safe. When you have a meteor coming, you gotta shit in a box. That is correct. That is 100% correct. Plumbed bathrooms are not really the priority if there is, in fact, a meteorite hurtling towards you. That could end life as we know it. The Whispered Show says, all jokes about Dupe lifespan aside, it is nice to see skilled people play this game, live without all the video edits, so you can see what the path from A to B does not happen without struggles. I mean, that is a very true statement. I mean, if you watch my older videos, my edited videos, I mean, it looks like I am the god gamer, right? That is not how real life works. That is how Premiere works. Adobe Premiere. That's how that works. That's the reality. Obviously, all the bullshit in the middle gets cut out in those kind of videos. And in a live stream, you see the struggle that is in the middle. Adobe Premiere is the best gamer. That is correct. Adobe Premiere is, in fact, the best game. Did we never make this yet? Did we never deliver it? Like, what are we doing here? Let me throw lime on the screen. And let me throw refined carbon on the screen as well. Just so we know what the hell we're dealing with. And then let's make us some iron ore to iron. We got plenty of that stuff. Let's make us 50 of it. It's probably too much if we want to. Yeah, well, fuck it. It's fine. We have plenty of cold brine that we can dump into here once that brine gets too hot. And there's some more stuff here that I would anticipate to melt relatively soon. Actually surprised it hasn't yet, so yeah. Goliath says he is a real gamer. Caresses both tombstones. Do you need to build additional blast shot for the meteor? Are they big ones in the lockers enough? I need to build more, much more. In the lockers, we have 4. We need another 96 of them. Okay, and that's what we are getting started with as we speak. This here is now done. Per definition, this is complete. Okay, very, very good. So, let's get priming. I just need to make sure that we are not putting something into an infinite storage. That shouldn't go into an infinite storage. This side here is cut off. This side here is also cut off as of right now. This pipe here for right this moment, I'm just going to slap in here. Okay, let me rephrase that. This pipe right here, I'm just going to slap out here. Mainly because of the gas pressure. Out here, it will not overpressure, and it will actually vent out the way it's supposed to. So let's make that happen. Something like this. And then let's start introducing some water. I will also turn these here off. I want to say if the pressure is above max, which it will never be. Water is flowing. Don't need to build anything here. I also don't need all 4 of these suckers here to be on. We're gonna turn one on the very left, one on the very right. And even that, I'm going to delay a little bit. Let's see if we can make this here pretty. Okay, both sides are running. Take a look at our F4 overlay, and now we're just gonna let it run. Our gas pumps are just gonna do absolutely nothing for the time being. Especially not before this one pipe here is being built. Okay, looks like they're about to start to overpressure here. Slowly but steadily, max gas pressure is being reached. You know, it's German engineering if there's ample future-proofing. That's right. Jess says, don't worry, I immortalized you in the Discord. Oh god. That scares me slightly. Should I go look or no? Let's turn on some gas pumps right here. I think I'm gonna go with the right side. Just gonna set it to below. And the reason why I'm turning the bottom ones on and at the top one is because we do not have a full layer yet of hydrogen. Therefore, we need to pump out some oxygen first. A little bit more, as a matter of fact. Let's turn these bottom ones here back on. We do want a solid layer of hydrogen in the very top row. That's what we're after. And we should have that here momentarily. Let's just go 10x speed, and we will have it literally momentarily. Kind of like right now. Now we can go back down. We can turn these here back off, and now we're switching it around, and we are turning this one here on. We're going to turn it, though, to its appropriate spot, and that is 750 grams, and we're going to say above. If you're above 750 grams, I want you to turn on, and I want you to start pumping. Let's turn the speed back up. And let's see if we can get the rest of this oxygen out of those few tiles right here. May have to turn these pumps here on very briefly once again. We will see if we need to or not. May not have to. 4 milligrams left. Come on. We're beautiful. And now we're good to go. Now we're going to set these here to above 1000. And we're going to copy the settings over to the left side. And if you remember, this one here is actually hooked up to nothing. We don't want these here to run. We only want these here to run, if anything at all. And, of course, to make that happen, we can just go ahead and snip off right here the wire, which effectively turns on only the right 4 pumps. Very, very easy and straightforward. And Music Kitty, thank you very much for your 2nd month of Twitch Prime. Truly, truly appreciate the continued support. Thank you. Okay, so far, so good. This is now running. The only thing that we kind of have to keep in mind is that the output right here is 888. And the output right here is also 888. That makes roughly 1700 grams per second, but we are pumping out a total of 2000 grams. This is why you're not seeing these pumps here running constantly, because we are actually pumping out more than we are producing. That's why these here are not running 100% of the time. Okay. Oxygen's coming out at 25 degrees, give or take. Coming in at 47 degrees, once again, give or take. That is totally fine. That we can live with. And now we are also filling our storage bins with ice. So this water right here is basically being cooled by the ice in the storage bins, but at the same time being heated by the oxygen in the pipe. Beautiful. Hello, am I still alive? I don't know. Let's see. Yes, you are. You are indeed. You are indeed. Also, it looks like we never planted anything in here. Let's put some jumping joyas in here. Why not? That's better. Stress is back down to 34%. Our spawn is now running. That's all great. Up here, only hydrogen's coming out that we are currently pumping into the atmosphere. We obviously don't want to do that. Let's snip it off. We're done with this here. There's now a bunch of hydrogen stuck right here. So I'm probably just going to go ahead and have the dupes deconstruct any one of those tiles here to let it vent up here. So it's not stuck right there in the middle of our base. And that should hopefully make all the difference in the world here. Also, the same is true apparently for this here. Kind of forgot about that. We're just doing the same thing here. I want to pump it out into the atmosphere. Quite obviously. Okay, so far so good. So far so good. This is now fine. So now all of it should go straight into the infinite storage. That's what we want to see here. All we have in here is hydrogen gas with the mercury on the bottom. Very, very good. And oxygen is going to be a non-issue extremely soon here. Now we are out producing our dupes. We have 13 dupes. 13 dupes each need 1300 grams of oxygen per second. And we are producing well over 1700. And that even excludes over here our oxygen diffusers, because they're not even running anymore. We don't have any more algae, which is of course also a good thing. That means we A, timed it perfectly, and B, we can get rid of it. Very good. Very nice. The random pipe here. Don't know where you are coming from, but we can rip you out. Okay, now back to putting our eyes on the price. We need to take a look in here. Need to make sure that there's nothing else that is somewhat important, and that sure as hell doesn't look like it right now, other than Barris version 3.0. More room for tombstones. Yes, we do need more room for tombstones. You're already mechanical engineering. Let's go improve carrying. That's fine. Yeah, we can't dig in here. Where is the skill of Demetrius? You are at 4,443. Okay, all right. Getting there. In the F1 overlay, how are we looking here? What is going on here? There is once again Mercury. How? I'm so sick and tired of seeing freaking Mercury everywhere. And up here, there's still something melting. Oh, right here, some extra brine ice on the right side. That's what's melting here, I see. That's what we need to rip out to stop this from continuing to happening. I'm also going to open this here up. Sure, provide a little bit of extra cooling. Why not? Why not? But down here in the bottom, we need to think about this and we need to get this here done. And I think... I mean, no matter how I'm going to do this here, it's going to suck, right? That is the reality that we live in, isn't it? I mean, I do have an extreme amount of fluids right here. Yes, Danger Soup is back, but in this case here, I believe the Danger Soup is our friend. You heard that right. The Danger Soup is actually our friend. Because I do believe, very strongly, that there is absolutely nothing stopping me from literally just doing this here. With the water coming down here, it should drown the Spore Kid out before it can do shit all. Kind of like that. Yes, for once, the Danger Soup is our friend. How many geysers are on this planet? We can take a peek at that. Right down here. We can see it in the bottom right corner of the screen. That's all we have. We have a saltwater geyser, cool chlorine gas vent, copper volcano, hot polluted oxygen vent, carbon dioxide vent, steam vent, natural gas geyser, polluted water vent, oil reservoir, and an infectious polluted oxygen vent. While we still have another 10 that are not, that are not uncovered yet. So yeah, that is what we are working with today. And look at this here. They got annihilated immediately. So pretty. Gotta love it. Okay, that makes our life much easier. So now we can literally just dig out all the stuff that is on top of this bloody abyssalite down here. Then put a pump on the very bottom. Temperature-wise, we're still working at 94 degrees though. So, of course, we do need to build it out of gold. It's gonna live right there. We're going to pump the oil that we are producing from here back up. So we actually need a second pipe. Should have considered that. That's right, of course. This pipe we're just going to put along here. Sure, all that's fine. And we're gonna bring it up to here somewhere. Somewhere here in this cold area. We are going to start with some shenanigans. And our Danger Soup right here. I think I'm just going to pump it into some hole. How to get fibers in this pack? We have those little doodads right here. The Rex eats the Dardles and poops out brine ice. Brine ice is being given to the dripper. And then the Rex here can be, what's the word? Not shaved. What's the damn? Sheared. Not shaved. Shaved was in my head. Can be sheared. And it will give you feathers, which does exactly the same thing in every sense of the word as fiber. It's really good. The actual Danger Soup right here is cold enough that it's helping us keeping our dupes somewhat cool while we are down here. Except for Jason, who walks all the way over here instead of getting into the nice and cold water. Sure, why not? And I do believe very strongly that there is no reason... Actually? Yeah, there are some zombie spores now in this water right here, but it's not going to survive on liquid, so it doesn't matter. It's not in the air. Because there is no air. It's all vacuum. It's all good. It will just die all by itself. Jason, are you going to figure it out or what? This is so freaking frustrating. Okay, let's dig this here out. Very, very nice. Bring the Danger Soup down here. And we're just gonna pump the Danger Soup out. Start pumping water down here. And then go from there. Just got my 5th blueprint of the week. Yeah, I mean, we opened 3 yesterday. We already did 2 today. So we're already at 5 in 2 days. Now we are going to open number 6. This is crazy. But we got grape glovelets. Risk coverage is so overrated. It's actually true. Okay, let's make this here nice let's make this here happen. And I would like it to be done down here on the very bottom as fast as we can. And the reason for that is actually a somewhat decent one. It's still somewhat cold in the water. So if we can build it before it all heats up due to the surrounding area, it would keep our dupes somewhat safe. At least from the heat. Not necessarily from drowning, or better to say from dying due to a lack of oxygen, but from everything else, it should keep it somewhat okay. Let me see here. We could just also put a ladder in that goes through here. Yeah, I think that it will cause a little bit of more damage in the short term, but in the long term, I think it will help. Just don't know why this polluted oxygen here is not really outgassing as much as I would like it to. Not even close, actually. It's actually crazy how little it is. Oxygen torch at the bottom of the shaft? That's right. We do have oxalate sconce right here. The only problem is that it's nice and warm in here. To say the least. You know what, so you don't have to deal with it later. We're gonna have a ladder here. We're gonna have a ladder there. We're gonna dig this here up. Then we're gonna dig this here up. Let's kill the spore kit. Let's get rid of it. Is Jason down here again? Where is Jason? Kind of want to know where the hell Jason is, and I do kind of want you in this triage cot here, preferably. I also don't know why this here hasn't been built yet either, but that's a different thing. Word says, good night, friends. Hope none of you or me die while I'm away. Thank you for the stream. As always, Bier. Absolutely welcome, Words. Thank you for being here and keeping an eye on chat. I hope you have a great rest of your evening with your dad. Okay. Still looking for a little bit extra in skill points here. So let's dig up a little bit more here. Just inside of our base, once again, where it isn't really dangerous for the Dupe. Let me check down here. I just need to keep a closer eye on these guys here, I guess. And hope that they will just make it. And honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, screw it. What we need is just crude oil. Everything else doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be pretty or nothing like that. All we need are literally those things here that are here. If we can accomplish that somehow, that's all it takes. And I am actually inclined almost to put another sconce here on the outside. There's just absolutely nothing in the shaft here. All the way up to here. It's just too little. I'm gonna put one right here. And I hope that's not built out of gold, but something that we actually have access to down here on the bottom. We have iron ore, that'll do it. Build it out of iron ore. Build it fast. And let's hopefully get some oxalate down here just to prevent this kind of nonsense here from happening. Dupes just coming down, grabbing something, and actually are not making it up far enough to deliver it, so they drop it again, and it will land all the way on the bottom again. Vesti says, just got a bag of dried mango, that's the stuff. That is random as hell, to say the least. Okay, how is the water temperature down here? Up to 35 degrees. It does actually do the job of cooling this here down enough that the dupes can work here without dying. This is actually fascinating that this works as well as it does. But it does somehow, so... Just the speed of which we are able to accomplish anything down here is just so slow due to the oxygen. We do need oxalate down there, guys. Come on. Somebody. We have 120 kilograms laying around. Just make it happen. And let's grab the extra oxalate that we have here as well, so we have it available whenever we need it. Not random, I picked it on purpose. Well, I would hope so. I would hope that I don't just find a random bag of dried mangoes. That would worry me. Okay, also the pipe on the top here, we can extend it. And we can't just hook it up to our main pipe over here. We're not going to hook it up yet, but we can extend it all the way up. This is also inside the safe area of our base. So, yeah, shouldn't be that big of a deal for our lower skill dupes to build it without any danger. Demetrius, getting there. 5,800. Yeah, he's just... Looks like he's knocking all of this nonsense here out in absolutely no time. I love to see. Bring it on. Bring it on. We need the skill points. Just dig out random nonsense. It's totally fine with me. Better too much dug than not enough. Sure, why not? Grab that stuff too. Very nice. Let's take another look at our blueprints and see what we have going for us. First, we have auto. Rocketry and farming has increased strength, increased medicine, but decreased athletics. Then we have Nispet, with doctoring, supplying, and decorating, has a green thumb and critter aversion. We have 3,000 kilograms of fertilizer, we currently have 2,500 kilograms. And we have May. Cooking, starry-eyed, building impaired, and a slow learner. Those are our 4 options on the top, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know what you guys think we should do, and that is, of course, what we are going to do as well. And, in case you need to know, we have 1 bed left over. Flexes muscles but anemic, right? That's what I'm thinking. Okay, yeah, this here. I think I'm gonna rip this door here out. I don't see a use for it anymore. It's just slowing down the dupes for no particular reason. And that's the last thing that we need, is slow down dupes, honestly. So let's make sure. We rip it. Look at this here. We have now the Oxidine sconce in here, and it makes an immediate, massive, drastic impact. That should hopefully allow us to complete this here relatively quickly. And also, before I forget it, we will need a power wire that comes down here as well to our pump. Kind of like this. Okay, dupes. All this here on the bottom. As quickly as we can. Just the stuff that's down here. That's what matters. And Angel Bike Mare is our follower number 600 on Twitch. Angel Bike Mare, thank you very much for that. Truly, truly appreciate that. Okay, once this here is in, what am I gonna do with it? That's the bigger question. Am I gonna pump it in the same area as our mercury, or should I leave the mercury pure? Probably gonna leave the mercury pure. How much stuff are we talking? I mean, it's not a hell of a lot, but it's also not nothing to scoff at. On a corner build, destroy the spore kit? Yeah, that's the plan. Right here. What we're trying to do. But what am I gonna do with our danger soup? Where am I gonna dump this stuff? I could just dump it in some area like this here. Yeah, why not? There's really not a hell of a lot that's stopping me other than the abyssalite that doesn't allow us to go through here. That's stopping me from going through here. So let's see. Whenever we can dig through here, we should. The liquid pipe, we're just going to extend up here. And we're going to bring it over here. And we're going to bring it through there once we can. And at this point, I couldn't care less. And we're just going to dump that stuff. And then we need the infrastructure to actually create our oil as well. Sorry, our petroleum oil we're creating further down. But up here in this cold area right here, I figured we could make, well, we could go higher with it actually to speed up the process. We're already building the pipe all the way to here, so why not go further with it? We could literally try to put it not here. If I put it straight into the base, no, that's too high. But right here would be a nice little area. The only thing that I'm worried about is the heat. I think down here is a good place for it, honestly. I think that's good enough. I think we're just gonna open this here up a little bit more. Give us a little bit of space to work with here. Let me see what we need first. In refinement, we need an oil refinery, which takes 10 kilograms of crude oil, which we are going to supply it, of course. And we are just going to plop that in here. Let's bring this here through and over. And let's hook this here up appropriately to the input. Gonna snip it off for now, of course, because in the beginning we need to pump out our danger suit first. That has to happen. And do it like this. That should be straightforward enough for our purposes. And then we can't just put a roof above here. That looks something like this here. And for the time being, literally just 3 liquid reservoirs where we can store that stuff. And we're just gonna have dupes on this thing here 24/7 basically, trying our best to ensure we make as much of the stuff as fast as possible. And just store it right there. Remember that ice will be going back into the oil pit. Wait, what? Well, you mean down here on the bottom? Should be fine. Because we are going to close this here off. Obviously, we're not going to leave it like this here because we are going to have a buildup of natural gas that we have to get rid of. How much each interstellar blast shot need? I don't know. Can we see that before we have it? I don't think we can see it. Unless, not in the menu, but in the database. What was it? Inter something. Interplanetary launcher, interplanetary payload. What is the damn thing called? Intra, not inter. And it doesn't really say, does it? No. No, it doesn't. Must be launched from the meteor blaster. That's all it says. We have the blast shot maker right here. Maybe that will tell me. Yes, that will tell me. There we go. 1 intracosmic blast shot costs 200 kilograms of petroleum. Good grief. And it's going to be a lot of work for our dupes. Lots of work for our dupes. Is there a difference between anything here? No. No, there's no difference here no matter what you utilize about the amount from the looks of it. Nope, it's 200 kilograms across the board. Either 200 kilograms of biodiesel or 200 kilograms of petroleum. So we gotta be cranking this thing here as fast as we can. That needs to happen. Okay, our blueprint. Let's see. Yeah, looks like fertilizer wins outright. Fertilizer it is. Okay. So far, so good. We just need to finish the rest. With the pipe. And then we can start making it. Let's see, blast shot maker. We will need those things. What is the power requirement? 960 watts, of course. Why am I even asking? The size is, of course, 4 high. Why am I even asking? Probably produces an insane amount of heat too, doesn't it? 8 kilo DTUs. Okay, it's not an insane amount of heat, but it's a good amount of heat. Where are you going to live? Where are you going to live? Probably right here, honestly. Probably not just one. Let's see how many of those suckers here we can make. Can't even fit on a third one if we absolutely have to. Oh, let's start with 2. Go from there. And I'm gonna put him right here. A, because it's cold, and B, because we can hook it straight up to our heavy watt wire without having to go through transformers and other kinds of nonsense. Gonna go straight in with the big boy here. Okay, this is coming along. For a refinery, we're gonna turn it immediately to a number 9 priority. I need this stuff here to be pumped out as soon and as fast as possible. And I need one of these here built, also preferably as soon as possible, so we can take a closer look at what we're working with here. Okay. Yeah, it's just the piping that's missing. Everything else is done. And the dupes are actively working on it. And the oxygen here in the shaft here should make quite a drastic difference in the speed that we are completing this task. That's great. Let me make sure that our oxygen is still at a reasonable temperature. Yes, it is. Still coming out. I would argue that our base in F1 now looks a hell of a lot different than it did not too long ago. Very, very nice. That's what we want to see. Making progress here. Now, everything that we need for a sustainable base has been de facto completed. Our number one focus from now on is to stop that thing. And I hope we can do it in time. And we will adjust whatever we have to do this in a timely manner. Jazz says, time for me to go to bed too. Unfortunately, early start for me tomorrow. Good luck, BierTier. Remember to like. Yes, remember to like. Jazz, thanks for joining. I know, tomorrow is Monday. That's how it goes sometimes. But yeah, I hope you have a good one, dude. And thanks for joining. Glad to have you back, not gonna lie. Okay, in the F6 overlay, we do have a pipe input. The pipe input, of course, needs to come out of here. And I am going to insulate them this time. Because we're probably going to be rolling. I should have probably insulated most of this here, but what does it matter? If I still have to insulate them later, we can still do so. But for the time being, we're going to connect the syrup as it should be. But I don't want to get anything in there before we are ready. So let's snip it off. For the intercosmic blast shot, we need 50 kilograms worth of any kind of refined metal. So that gives us a total of 5,000 kilograms for 100 of those bad boys. We need 100 kilograms of fertilizer or 100 kilograms of peat, which makes it a total of 10,000 kilograms that we need for 100 of them, which we have. So that's 2 out of 3 ingredients complete, and the third one is still missing because we don't have it yet. But we will very shortly, and then we will be able to create here what we need, I hope. So, beer, is it safe yet? Yes, I think we are looking a hell of a lot better at the bare minimum. I would never call it safe. That would be a horrible mistake to make. But it is definitely better than it was a few minutes ago. Come on, dudes. Somebody, put that pipe in here. Yeah, that's better. Skill-wise, Demetrius. Now we can give you the black hat. And your athletics are only at 2. That's unfortunate. Somewhat unfortunate. I will still have to send you back down there. I don't have a choice. You're the only dupe who can do the job that I need you to do down there. So, every once in a while, we will have to do what we have to do. But I think with the oxygen in the shaft, we should be able to survive it. We're going to leave Goof alone, but Katrina here gets another hat. Killjoy, we're going to leave you alone. Mark, you're fine. Words, you're fine. We'll leave all of you alone. The only thing that I do need to do is, in researching, I forgot to actually turn Katrina on. That is something we have to do. Okay, very good. And then I need to, unfortunately, unblock the store here for Demetrius so he can come down here and dig up the nonsense that we can currently not do ourselves without it. I hope he survives it. All right, very good. Demetrius says, send me, I'm ready. Hell yeah. That's what I need. That's the kind of idea that I need here for sure. Very good. And already here, already on the job, already doing the Lord's work. Gotta love it. Looking very, very good. Now it looks like you're actually starting to make some real progress here towards our ultimate goal. Some of you may die. That's right. Just imagine you're in a submarine and you signed 13 times that death is an option before you join. You know? That's how it goes sometimes. Okay, that has been built. It's not connected yet. That is actually a good thing. At this moment, I don't want it to be connected. Because right at this moment, this has made the oxygen from our oxalite down here that we do not have anymore. So the last thing I want to do is pump out the little bit of oxygen we have left. until we find us a little bit more oxalite with the help of Demetrius here. Speaking of it, should probably take another look around here. Maybe not in the middle of the night so we can actually see what we're working with. Let me turn it to 10x speed. Okay, let's give us some daylight and let's see if we can find a couple more nodes of oxalite around here, just to help us out down there. Doesn't need to be a lot, just a little bit would be fine. No, probably not that lucky. Don't see a single bit except right here. Yeah, except right there. This here is ice. What is the water level in here? Actually, the water level is high enough to get over here. Okay, so let's tell the dupes to come through here and then dig downwards. That'll do it. That'll do it just fine. Entombed means building is covered. Yes. Oh, Gabriel. Gabriel was asking. It's our meteor blaster all the way on the top here. We haven't even made it there yet. So, that one is not on me. Yay, Demetrius, very good. Now we're getting this here also done. Maybe now we get a little bit more polluted oxygen out of here. Don't know. Guess we'll see. We will definitely try, though. Nobody can say we didn't try. Yes, very good. Liquid pipes coming in. That's what we need right now. We already have power. Once the liquid pipe is here, danger soup can be and will be pumped out. And everything that we can mop, we will mop preemptively, just to help. Also, this manual airlock here is absolutely unnecessary. Also, this here, to mop, is absolutely unnecessary. Yeah, there we go. The only problem is, by mopping up down here, what we're doing is, we're heating up the air, and that is not good for our dupe's health, as we are painfully aware of. Very good, this here is now done. Yeah, that's great. And, yeah, 2 more pieces of pipe. I was about to say, looks like the pipe is done. No, it's not. A couple more pieces are lacking down here. Yeah, sure, just mop up. We will just pump out everything else that you don't mop. That's fine. And then let's build it something like this here. As a matter of fact, 1 more tile on the right is needed. Before I forget it, that has to be done. Because otherwise, what is going to happen is our valuable natural gas is going to escape into this area right here. And we don't want that. There goes the spore kit. Later, spore kit. And the rest of the danger soup is being pumped out. Very good. Very nice. Let's get rid of it. Literally somewhere over here. As long as it's not in our way. It's fine. I just had a lemon cupcake from the cupcake factory. It does make me slightly jealous, not gonna lie. Okay. Last few tiles. And then there's just one more thing. Once we finish this here, we will not be able to enter here anymore. We will only be able to enter through here. So if we ever want to go back down here, that ladder that I put earlier in, and then decided I don't need anymore, I just realized I do in fact need it. If I like it or not, it is actually a requirement. Okay, but on the bright side, that's it then. That's the end of it. It looks like I need to tear these 2 tiles here out, just so we can get rid of the extra brine right here, before we pump it into an area where we really don't want it. Okay, though. Yep, that's coming along here. That will provide us with the liquid lock that we need. Perfect. Everything's looking really good. As of right now, we can literally turn this here on momentarily. The oxalate sconce here, I built it in a horrendous spot. I really should have built it higher up. Because this here will be the area where we need to put a pump of some kind. We still have to figure out exactly how we're going to put the pump in here. I may have to put it over here on the left. It's going to look like ass, but it will work. Desperate times call for desperate measures. And this is definitely desperate times. So, mop this here up. And we should be good. Are you keeping the slicksters? No, I'm not keeping the slicksters. What the hell was that? That was the... what? That was the snipping tool. That is not what I wanted to do in any way, shape, or form. Just saying. This is power, actually. What, this is power? This is not power. This is the pipe. That's what I want. There we go. Yeah, slicksters need to die. That's correct. Yes, it's still warm up here, I know. Still have zombie spores here as well. Do know that too. Yep, first slickster dead. Second slickster dead. What range he has all of a sudden. Look at that. Okay, very, very good. Pick up all the stuff down here, all the mercury and whatnot that needs to get out of here. That's fine. No worries there at all. And then last but not least, what I'm going to do for later is this here. Not a priority. We do need the ladder, though. That is, in fact, a priority. Not what I meant to do, but sure, it's fine. This one here we can rip out, and this one here we can make a 9 now. And then we will have the space available. Okay, I think we are good on the bottom. Up here on the top, on the other hand. Yep. Water supply is also ready to roll. That's what we need. Demetrius, you're not doing this. You are not needed down here in any way, shape, or form. Get out of here. Get up there. Before it is once again too late. Light wounds, athletics matter 3, we can deal with that. But anything beyond that, not so much. Not so much. Yeah, there we go. Somebody else can finish this ladder right here. That should be just fine, I hope. There are only 4 more pieces left that we need, and we are golden. Okay. Now, how do we put in the pump? I will need to delete most definitely a bunch of stuff here. In buildings, we will need to delete, at the bare minimum, these 3 pieces of ladder right here have to go. And also these 2 pieces of ladder here we're going to rip out. The only access that we are going to have is going to be through here. Yeah, this is going to be another problem. I may have to come up with a different solution. Hold on 1 second. Let me think about this. I think I have an idea. Yeah, I think I have an idea. First of all, we are going to get rid of these guys right here. By hopefully being able to corner build this manual airlock right here. Not entirely sure if that's going to work. I'm going to try it though. See if the highest priority will do something. I don't know if they can reach this. Would be insane if they could though. I can put stuff in it, that's great. Oh yeah, beautiful. Beautiful, that's what we need. Let's get rid of the zombie spores in here so we can claim this area here for ourselves. So we can... What are you actually doing right now? Are you kidding me? You're literally sitting there and eating while you're running out of breath. Oh, you are... You fell down here. Son of a bitch. That was my fault. That was clearly my fault. We need one piece of ladder right here. And it needs to be built out of something that you can reach. Let's see. What can you reach? What is over here? Igneous rock. You should at least take a breath. What is going on? You should at least take a breath. There's plenty of oxygen in here. What in the... Oh, here you find a piece of oxygen. That oxygen is fine. Those 77 grams. But those 1,669 grams are not good enough. Okay. Zach tells us he cut out the letter, then blames her. For cutting out the letter, I do blame myself. Okay. I give you that. But for not being happy with 1,600 grams of oxygen, yeah, I will blame her for that. Okay, that's fair. See? Let's build us another one of those manual airlocks on this side right here. Which we can't reach. Ah, I thought we can... Yeah, of course. Stupid. Can't do that. But what we can do... I mean, if I rip out this tile right here, the crude oil will stay exactly where it's at, right? And if the crude oil stays exactly where it's at, it's still going to be a liquid lock per definition, so nothing should happen. But if I rip this here out, I can build my uranium ore manual airlock right over here. But as a matter of fact, let's wait with that until this ladder here is built, because our uranium ore is down there. The only way to get down there right now is with this ladder. Oh, Demetrius, you gotta be choking. You're down here again, of course. Because we don't have literally another dupe. We literally don't have another dupe. It's not even digging. It's literally just building. We don't have another dupe that has anything on building, right? So we have Victor right here. We have Barris right here. Let's see. We have Mark right here. We have Jason right here. All of them are really high on building. But the one dupe does it. It is just... This is just... I don't know what to do about this. On the bright side, though, at least he passed out from heat stroke, so another dupe should bring him. Hopefully. Maybe. Up there. Maybe. We will see how that goes. If he's going to run out of oxygen first, because he is laying inside of carbon dioxide. On the bright side, though, yeah, take him off building. That is a good idea, actually. He shouldn't be building shit. Where are you at, Demetrius? Building. On the bright side, though, he's most definitely not going to build anything else anymore. For the time being. That we can be sure. Okay, we made it in here. We built our ladder. What are you now doing? Where are you literally going? I mean, seriously. That is the only place to get shale on this map. Of course. That makes sense. I like it. Good job, Victor. You got it. Okay, on the bright side, though, now the zombie spores are going down alone due to radiation and the exchange of gases. If we can plop in another one right here, though, that would be... Yeah. That would be a game changer for us. We do need it out of uranium ore, though. And I don't want Mark to go in here to do whatever the hell you're doing. I literally couldn't give less of a shit what you are planning on doing. What makes you think with this health bar, it is a great idea to go in here? Go. Fuck off all the way up here. Will you? Thank you. At some point, it does really get annoying. I'm not gonna lie here. At some point, it just is annoying. To watch the same thing happen over and over again. But now we can set this here to crude oil on the bright side. And we can dump this extra crude oil that we have sitting around that we have accumulated just down there. In here, though, we gotta do something. And I think I already know what that something is. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a last-ditch effort. I do as I'm told. You want build, I build. Right. We are going to come with this ladder right here. Straight through everything. Straight freaking through everything. And we are going to dump those roughly 52 tons worth of mercury straight down this hole. And we will see if that will cool something or not. At least enough for our dupes to be able to walk along this corridor without dying. There should be doors which check health levels to go through. Yeah, that would be another great mod to have, honestly. Or just something that could be in the game. That would be another option. I don't foresee anything like that happening anytime soon, though. Okay, let's rip this here out now. Once this here is out, let's put that second manual airlock in here. And the churns should go down drastically thereafter. I'm gonna get irradiated from both directions. No new spores are being generated. It has nowhere to go. It has nowhere to go. Let's build this here quickly. Yes, pick up the uranium, Jason. You got it. Yes, take a deep breath. And then get out. That's what we wanted you to do from the very beginning. Okay, let's make this one here a higher priority. To be able to dump this stuff straight down here. Where it exactly lands in this area here doesn't even matter. You're just trying to cool down this general area right here. And then I'm going to replace these insulated tiles here with normal tiles to let that cold bleed through into this corridor right here. This corridor here, this small little area right here will become very, very important very, very shortly. Because it's the only way that I see to keep this thing here running the way it's supposed to. As a matter of fact, I haven't even tested it yet. Does the gas pump fit in this corner? Yes, it does. Look at that. So that allows us to do this here, which allows the dupes to still come in here. And it still gives us space in here to add some automation to it and whatnot. That is what we want. So does the asteroid get bigger? Yes, it gets bigger. Yes, it gets bigger the closer it is. Who all is still running around down here? Okay, very good. That is now done. We have our manual airlock in here. Goof, where the hell? What in the actual hell? Get out there. Okay, yeah, this ladder here is now missing again. The insulated tile here is waiting. Killjoy, same goes for you. Go out there because you are once again going to pass out and die. I need to not build these here out of shale because shale is all the way on the bottom. What I need to build this here out of is something that's closer, and that's once again igneous. So let's do me a favor, dupes, and build this one single tile. For which you do not, in any capacity, have to walk all the way down on the bottom. What are you doing? Same with you. What makes you think that this is the best place? This is so annoying. So freaking annoying. This is pointless. They're all three dead. You know what? Fuck it. You know what? Fuck it at this point. If you want to die, die. There we go. If the AI wants to do it, let's do it. Maybe a dupe from above has a couple more brain cells left over. I doubt it, but maybe. Also, why is nobody doing it? Or it's just me. Cool. I mean, this here is just literally having right here a tile that's built out of igneous rock. The igneous rock is literally laying right there, and they go all the way down here to grab it. Yeah, you deserve to die. You definitely deserve to die. You don't even deserve a tombstone at this point. At this point, There we go. All three of you. Great. Wonderful. Good. And maybe we can add 2 more, because standing around here is apparently in fashion. Yeah, kind of like that. Because this is now your priority, Demetrius. That makes perfect sense. You know what? I'm going to do this completely different. Every last dude. Fuck you. Straight out of the box. I feel like the AI is getting worse the longer you play the game. I mean, seriously. I mean, you just watch this, right? I'm not the only one who is seeing this. I cannot be the only one who is watching this here live happening, right? Hey, door. None of you get through here anymore. And I'm just going to say, screw it. And we are going to turn this bad boy here on. Yeah, there's the last one. Perfect. Where did the last one die? Should have been right here somewhere. You didn't fall. That was all 3 now. Where did the 3rd one die? Oh, right here. Demetrius, Goof, and Music Kitty. There they are, all 3. Good. Plus Killjoy, that makes 4. Yeah, well, 1 more or less. What does it matter at this point? Okay. I mean, this is just ridiculous. How should you get anywhere when the dupes are literally deciding to kill themselves by walking all the way down here to pick up a piece of equipment that lays also right there? As a matter of fact, they did never have to leave that water. They never had to go into this area once for a second. We cannot build atmosuits. We cannot build atmosuits. We do not have the resources and we have no way to acquire them. At least not in a manner where we can, sorry, what's the word? Where we can do it sustainably. I can maybe make 1 atmosuit, maybe 3 or 4 max, but once they break, it's game over. So it's not even worth the effort trying to pursue that. We have fried mushroom. How much calories do we have? I haven't looked at that in a long time. 204,000? Okay. Camille, Stinky, and Sheen. Camille with rocketry and doctoring, grease monkey, tremor resistant, and plant murderer. Then we have Stinky with suit wearing, ranching, and doctoring. He has a starts with art fundamentals, has a green thumb, but is flatulent. And then we have Sheen, operating, decorating, and building, is a grease monkey, a plant murderer, and squeamish. Those are our 4 options, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me think what you, let me know what you think. Not let me think what you know. Not how that works. Let me know what you think. And that's what we are going to do. Can anybody build this door here? That will prevent everyone from going through here forever. That would be good. That would be really great, actually. And then when the time comes to mess with this oil well, I will manually, because that's apparently the only way to do it in this game, manually allow 1 singular dude that is handpicked to walk through the store once while we watch every single time. God, is that frustrating. And the next problem is, both of the dupes that died are the dupes that had the skills for the freaking pyrotechnics. We had 2 of them, now we have none. This is so dumb. I don't have the skill points or the means to get pyrotechnics up, probably within the next 10 cycles. That's amazing. That is just absolutely amazing. There's no way for us to make this happen, is there? Even if we give it to Words, who is completely going to be outside of morale and completely stressed by that point. So Words is not an option. Just gets another hat. Victor Milan. You're already too far leveled as well. Jason, you're way too far leveled. Then the only other option that we have is Bibs. But Bibs would be the next super duper hard digger. Skill scrub a dupe? That may be another option that we may have to pursue. Let me think about this. What is the best possible way of doing this? I think it can only be Bibs. Bibs needs to be going for pyrotechnics ASAP. I think it's the only way of even having a remote chance. But at the moment, we don't even have petroleum yet, so I'm not too worried yet. But we're getting there, though. 119. Time's ticking. And at the moment, slowly but steadily, it's getting a little bit of a bigger problem. And no, before somebody asks, we're not going to reload. We take a look in chat. We have Cheen, Stinky, Cheen, Sheer Rex. Yeah, we can Sheer Rex. Then I have one feather that's not going to really hold me over. Gene? So many votes for Gene. And Bibs just became useful, that's right. Bibs did just become useful. We have Gene right here, we're gonna get Gene. Which dupe are we gonna bring in? Or which dupe are we gonna replace? Not one of the ones on the bottom, I guarantee you that. They can stay there for now. Let's see, who do we not have back yet? Umdalek! Oh my goodness, I forgot about Umdalek. Umdalek! Version 2.0. Can't forget about that point. Welcome back. Let's try this again. What are we gonna do with you, though? I mean, we do need another one. Go, get down there. Round 3, yes, we're gonna bring you eventually back, but at the moment, the dupes that committed suicide down here this dumbly, or this stupidly, yeah, they will stay dead for a while. That's too annoying to bring those back. Way too annoying. Do we not have another? No, we don't have any more oxalite. At least not here. But on the bright side, though, we have more dupes that can do the stuff in the base. Because less and less dupes are actually allowed through those doors. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure it's only 3 or 4 dupes that are left. Yeah. Okay, the door is built. This way, nobody. Get out. Get the freak out. And stay out. Good. That should fix the problem. For good. Now, can I get any one of you to do this here? Or is that absolutely impossible? It is absolutely impossible because we once again don't have a dupe to do this. God damn it. That limits my options extremely. Because I have no way of dropping this mercury down here to cool this here down, which allows us access to this area right here. That's a problem. That is a problem. Are the spores gone at least? Let's see. Tiny little bit left. Smack dab in the middle right here that can't be reached. Of course. Let's see. Who is our best dupe? Who has the highest skill level and is good and fast? I'm pretty sure that Barris is probably up there. No, he only has athletics too. Who has a high athletic skill? Let's see. Katrina has an extremely high athletic skill. How can that be? Doesn't even make any sense. You're brand spanking new. It should be Victor. And it is probably Victor. That's what I thought. Let's allow Victor to come through here. And only Victor to come through here. So we can get rid of this airlock right here and build another one a little bit further down the road. So we can get rid of the last few zombie spores right here, ASAP, and then go from there. Of course, but once again, we're watching stupidity play out in real time. This is so dumb. Like, why would he just walk down here for some stupid errand, and then he walked back over, then he walked back over into this corner, and then he wanted to get back up here. That's when I stopped him. Why? At least he's happy about it. I mean, I'm at the point where I have to say, if another dude dies, couldn't care less. That is a personal problem at that point. We can grab this here, though. I mean, out of all the dupes that died, I feel responsible personally for maybe 2. And that's really sad. Why are we not doing this errand down here? Okay, good. That is literally the last thing that prevents us from at least starting this here. And creating the first crew. So let's do precisely that. Now we can hook this here up. And bring some water down here. Let's get this thing here started. Let's create some crude oil. And let's make sure that we are not pumping it into nothing, though. We do want to actually pump it into here. Katrina has been doing her long commute supply errands for 20-year cycles. Yeah, that could be. That could do it, maybe. Who is suffocating? The hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing? I have nothing left to say. I don't even know what happened here. I mean, now explain this to me. Now explain to me what exactly I did wrong. I really want to know. I really want to know what I could have done better here. Same, Zach. Same. We were literally up until 15 cycles ago on the best possible path. And I don't know what happened. This is absolute insanity. I've never seen anything like it. Like this here, where the dupes literally refused to do exactly what they were being told. I have never seen anything like it. This is a absolute first in that regard. We have killed dupes before, okay? Sure. But this here is a whole nother level. Oxygen not included. That happens. Agreed. Sometimes the game plays you. Or sometimes the game doesn't know how to play itself. Because that is more what it looks like to me. I mean, it's literally, the behaviors are... I mean, what did we watch here? What did we watch here? What did we see here? I really don't know what I just watched here. None of the triage cards are being used in any way, shape, or form by anyone. Even though their health is way below 70. And the requirement is way at 9. Nobody gives a shit that these things even exist. In any way, shape, or form. Which is not how this ladder here works. A duplicant may not use this card until the health falls below 70. Yep. Jason is not below 70. Okay. But whoever walked just past us here is below 70. Who was that? Where did you go? Where did you go? Probably died. No idea where you went. Where's that dupe that we just watched? That had literally 33% health. No idea where he went, but he was just here. Yeah. Okay, either way, words is down. We are making oil. At the bare minimum, we can do that. We just don't have a dupe that can really empty this here out in any way, shape, or form, because we can't really get down here until we drop this, which we can't do until we get more skills, which we can't do until we do anything at all. Which we also can't do because there is not really anything I can have him do, because most of the stuff here is just too hard for the dupe skills right now. I think this here should be fine. We just dig along here for the time being. And let's see if anybody's using this bad boy right here, because the oil is in fact coming. Yes, somebody's operating it, so we now have for the first time crude oil, which should make this thing here recognize it. Okay, 200 kilograms. That means we need a total of 100 shots, 20,000 kilograms of petroleum. 20 tons worth, which is these 3 liquid reservoirs here filled, and then 1 more. That is the amount of petroleum that we need to create all the blast shots up here. So yeah, we have quite a lot ahead of us. And we do not, at least anymore, have the labor. Are you producing oil? We are taking salt water, converting it over into water, feeding our spawn with it. Also, coming all the way down here. All the way down here. Feeding our oil well with it. The oil well then in turn creates, well, oil. Which then gets fed to the liquid pump, which then feeds it halfway through the base, back up top again, into the oil refinery. And then last but not least, up here into the blast shot maker. That is the cycle that we're going through right now. Wait, what? Oh, this liquid pump is built out of nickel ore. What the hell? I thought I built it out of... I thought I built it out of gold in here. I didn't? That sucks. That we can fix, though. That shouldn't be the problem. And that's why all this polluted water here also doesn't get pumped out. That makes sense, I suppose. Let's bring some gold, guys, and let's build it. We're suffocating. The one dupe that was somewhat decent is suffocating. Okay. Even the best dupe we have is not capable of walking into this area. That is what I thought. And that is why I wanted to drop this extremely cold mercury down here, to allow us to just build an exit here on this right side. But we can't do so anymore due to a lack of duplicate labor, allowing us to drop this here down. That's a massive issue. I left for a bit and you have 3 freshly dead dupes here. Are you not afraid not get a visit from workplace safety agent? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the least of our worries, not the door. I want to rip out the door. I want to rip out basically everything else that we have in here. Do we still have zombie spores in here? Yeah, still 63,000 down here inside the crude oil, but it doesn't matter. Only 4,500 up here. Am I really worried about that? That's my real question. What is the water temperature? 68 degrees. I'm trying to come up with a different solution for the problem here. And I believe there is one. I believe there's one single way that I can think of making this still happen. Let's see. Let's rip all of these here out. Our power wire is nowhere near overloaded, so we are fine. Let's bring the power wire all the way down here. That is actually one too low. Is it? 2 tiles right here, 2 tiles above it. No, that should still work. That should still work, yeah. Okay, let me do this here, and let's see if that works out in our favor. We just need to allow one dude to come through here. Shit, which dude? Good question. I honestly don't know who would be our best dupe right now. Paris, maybe? I have no idea. Yes, let's rip this here out. We don't need none of this stuff anymore. Good, good, good. We can also get rid of the door now. The dupes cannot go up here anymore once this insulated tile here is gone. We just gotta rip this here out ASAP. And this here out ASAP. And let's build us a temporary ladder right there. There we go. That's what we needed. And that will allow us to go back in here onto the left side here. And that should happen without scalding our dupes to death. So it should be okay, I believe. There's always another way. Can you show temperature distribution on map? I want to start that DLC tomorrow. It looks something like this here. That's what we can see right now. Also, I do have FPP turned on though, so FPP areas are inside of the safe. Okay, oxygenate is at least here. We have some oxygen in our shaft here. Very good. No, it's not that hot. The only hot area is this one down here. But that one is very hot. We have a little bit of water here. Don't even know where that comes from, to be very honest with you. Must have been a piece of ice, I suppose. The only way. Is anybody going to build this here, actually? Can we do it like this? Maybe that goes a little bit faster. I know we only have 9 dupes right now. And I know only a handful of you are actually allowed to come down here. Maybe that dupe is not allowed to come down here. I should check that. Nutrient bar is our #1 option. Then we have Max, farming +7, skilled in plumbing, bottomless stomach. We have Hassan, doctoring, +9, Greek's monkey, gourmet, green thumb, and unpracticed artist. And we have Nisbet, doctoring, operating, and decorating, skilled in art fundamentals, as a green thumb, and as a pacifist. Those are the 4 options we have available, plus the reject all button. Let me know what we should do. Jeez, I walk into chat and see dead dupes everywhere. What did you do? I would gladly take the blame for the stupidity that we just watched live here. But in this particular case, I can truthfully say it wasn't me. It wasn't me in any way, shape, or form. Easier killed themselves voluntarily. Absolutely voluntarily. Oh yeah, I wanted to check if he's actually allowed to come through here. Which dupe was that we let through? I mean, technically speaking, this is gone now, so any dupe can come through here. Just not here. That's fine. You're using mods, right? Like Q research and zoom out more? Are there more you're using? Melky, I'm using a ton of mods. As a matter of fact. Too many to literally count them up here. But on my Discord channel, I have an up-to-date list. I actually updated it yesterday. I added the sweep by type mod yesterday, so the list got updated then. And it is always up to date with every mod that I add or remove for any reason at all. Why is nobody building this wire? Can anyone explain that? Why is nobody building this wire? What is going on here? And that's a dead serious question. Dalek, creative. It should look right. What am I missing? What am I missing? Hold on 1 second here. Let's see. Who is a dupe with a very high athletics codes? I mean, Jason is allowed to go through here. Where's Jason? Oh, Jason. No, that's Victor. Where's Jason? You are allowed to come through here. There's nothing stopping you from coming down here and building this wire. What the hell? Do I literally have to do it like this for a dupe to come down here? Yep, sure enough. This is crazy. There can only be a priority issue in building. Because only Barris has it turned on, Victor has it turned on, Mark has it turned on, but Jason has it turned on too. No, it's not a priority issue. I still don't understand. Either way around, we only need one more building, and that building is this building right here. It's the last one we need. Once that's built, we just need to get in here, and we are good. That should be the literal end of it. We can't build it out of nickel though, because it will overheat. Oh, it doesn't have an overheat temperature. Good. One more time to get it done. Because right here we are at 76%, so this thing here is going to stop working very shortly. And that's, of course, not good for our oil refinery right here. What the hell is going on here? What the hell is going on here? Was there more ice in here? You gotta be freaking kidding me. Look at all this water. There's no way that there was so much ice down here. Damn it. Sucks. But it's an easy fix, thankfully. Gonna lose a tiny little bit of our precious oil right here. But let's pump out the water first. And let's make sure we're not producing any more crude until the water's gone. On the bright side, this should theoretically mean... that now all of the ice has molten. There shouldn't be any more, right? Now, there's still 5.3 tons down here at 1.2 degrees. That's crazy. That is actually crazy. Come on, get rid of the yellow. Oh, God. Thankfully, that yellow color is so highly annoying. And now we do have the airlock door here. Now we can come in here. And we can go ahead and vent this here out the way we should have done it a while ago. I would really love for all this water, all this ice that we have down here to just melt out of our way right now, so we can pump it all out and go on our merry way. But we are probably not going to be that lucky, are we? On the bright side, though, it will cool down the area, at least a little bit. Oh, gotta see positive. I feel like this new DLC is really sucking up dupe labor more than I've seen before. Yeah, it really does, because you just have to prioritize what you can do and can't do. Just from a time perspective. I mean, look at us here. We have really not played inefficiently up until, like, cycle 100. We have only the bare basics that we need to keep our dupes happy and alive. We haven't built anything at all that we do not need, which is actually quite crazy. But let's go back to our blueprints and let me take a look at what we have here. Let's see. We have Max, Hassan, and Nisbet. Nisbet has a vote. Max has a vote. Nisbet has a vote. Nisbet has another vote. Nisbet has another vote. We're going to go with Nisbet right here. It's just a question of where are we going to wake back up here. I think Goliath is going to come back. He really, really wants to so badly. Goliath. Version, I don't even know. Are we on 3? Are we on 4 with you? I think we're on 3 with you. Welcome back. Don't die. Let's see what we're going to do with you. Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do with you. Let me check out everything first. What do we need most? Wonder if another playthrough should utilize the TLL? The what? Don't know what you mean, music. Let me see here. Victor. Almost want to get Victor into rocket piloting and sustainability training just so he can get some athletic skills in, honestly. Not even going to lie about it. Let's make it happen. His morale is low right now because he's laying on a cot in the middle of nowhere. So I'm not concerned about that point. Mark. Don't know what else to do with you. Katrina. Do know what else to do with you, though. Applied science research. You're the only one who can do it now, so that works. We do have Jason, who is all the way down at demolition and improved carrying. I think we're going to send you down digging as well, Jason, just so you can when we need you to. And then Barris is a mechatronics engineer already. We sent him down improved carrying to help him out with, well, carrying. But at the same time, though, what do we need? Umdalek is one of our dupes that we sent down here. What second dupe did we give the skill? It may have been actually words. Nope, it was bibs. So 2 dupes going down here, that should be sufficient. You don't know what we need most right now. We still have a cook. So we are fine on that. I mean, I really don't know what we need right now. Mostly. In the first row specifically. Probably digging. Probably digging is probably most valuable right now, and we're going to send you into improved strength. I think that makes most sense in my head. It's really kind of difficult to say. I don't think we need building too much. I think it's mainly a strength issue that is holding us back. It's really less so building. Because the actual builds really don't take that long. Bringing the stuff there, that's the bottleneck, I believe. But regardless, technically speaking, is there anything stopping a dupe from coming in here? Can they walk above this thing? Actually don't know. Build us another ladder over here, so we can come over to the right. Let me check our churn count real quick. It looks like it's only in the crude anymore. Yeah, it's only in the crude. That's fine then. So in this case, we're just going to rip both of these here out. Then we just need to build a ladder to come down here. And then a dupe can literally just come along here and in here. In the shortest possible way. Possible. So yeah, that should hopefully help. In the meantime, down here, I mean, there's no way that there's any ice left at this temperature, right? You can't tell me that. It's gotta be the rest of it. That has to be the rest of it. Guess we will see. But once again, on the bright side, though, we are down to 72 degrees in this area, so that has helped us. Actually, quite drastically. Not even gonna lie. And I think I'm gonna try it one more time up here, just to help out a tiny little bit. Not gonna be a lot, but a temp shift plate made from ice or two could make a little difference here. We're gonna actually make it out of brine ice. Just because we have it, and it's by far less valuable than actual ice. Well, let's put two up here. And let's see if we can just cool down those minerals here a little bit more. As a matter of fact, though, before we put those in here, I want to rip all of this stuff here out because we don't actually need it anymore. I just realized, including the oxidized sconce in here. And then these two right here, I want to build lower. Here and here, for example. That's more like it. They're probably carrying it and dropping it down, probably. Probably in this area here specifically. Yeah. Alright, Gabriel, see you in a little bit. Are we having anyone coming down here and actually doing this stuff here? Please, anyone. Thank you. No exosuits. No, we don't have the means for it, and we don't have the time for it either. Unfortunately. Where are you going once again? Seriously. Where are you going? See? That is exactly what I mean. You see this here? Explain it to me. Explain to me what we just watched. This is just stupid. Clay, you really gotta fix this shit. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. There was no reason for him to go down there in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. There's also no way that you can tell me that going up this ladder here is faster than walking over here. Yeah, that's what I thought. He better is not. It didn't show. It showed him going right here. It didn't show him go up here or over here. It showed him go right here. I don't know what he would do right here on this ladder. I literally would not know what he would do there. Look at Killjoy right here. Oh god. Oh god. You should really rip this tire out to stop this. You should really rip this tire out to stop this, please. This noise of a Killjoy just getting smashed and crushed over and over and over. It's still not stopping. Oh my god. Oh no. Yeah, that is unfortunate, Killjoy. At least it goes away when we zoom away. But it comes right back. Oh no. Or maybe you can bury me like a good employer. Wait, Killjoy, aren't you American? You know better than this. Exactly. You know better than this. Okay, let's get the rest of this water out of here. Get the rest of this here done. And then we should be back on track, hopefully. That still leaves us 75 cycles. I'm still hopeful that 75 cycles are enough for what we are planning on doing. How much crude oil have we produced by now? 2,400 kilograms? Okay, that's not too shabby. And it goes faster than I expected. So that's good. You know what? This is actually dumb what I'm doing here. This is actually very, very dumb what I'm doing here. What? What is damaging my heavy watt wire? All the buildings that I own together are nowhere near 20 kilowatt hours. So what is damaging you? Oh, it could have been a dupe. No? No, it wasn't a dupe. I do not have a normal wire hooked up somewhere. That would show up in red immediately. No. Absolutely not. I don't know what happened to this wire. Nope. Everything's clean. Oh, those are the pipes breaking. Oh yeah, they're right behind it. Son of a bitch. I've been playing this too long in the last 2 days. It is the pipes. Of course, it's getting too cold right here for the water. Because the water's just sitting here. The water's not moving because this here is not being pumped out. And that makes perfect sense. Of course. Yeah. Very good catch, Xeric. We do need to open this here up. That was the entire reason why we built this airlock door here. So the dupes can come down here and in and back out fast. But yeah, once we rip this here out, it works. But yeah, it's actually funny how these pipes here fit exactly and precisely behind that heavy watt wire. Maybe he will. Maybe he's stuck to the sconce. Maybe that's it. Get a little luck. Okay, now we can set this here to a 9 again. We can go ahead and build those 2 wires, and we can also go ahead and in ventilation and build out a insulated gas pipe that I don't know yet where it's going to go. For the time being, away, out. Probably further than that. No, not even. I thought our gas pressure would be too high, but no, it's not. So that works. Let's put the gas vent right here. And let's try this one more time here. Okay, let's put that in here. And now if I could get you dudes to come down here a little bit faster, that would be great. God, I wish we had a couple more pieces of oxalite. Doesn't even have to be much. Just has to be a tiny little bit. Let's see how this whole venting here goes. Down to 73% in that short time. That's actually great when it goes that fast. I don't think I've actually ever watched it too closely, but I think it just went from 100 to 73, which would be great. Natural gas, I'm just going to pump it out here for right now. We are going to extend this gas pipe here, but right now it's just in the way. So yeah. This noise here is killing me. I'm going to save the game here. I'm going to reload it, and I hope that this noise stops because it's just highly, highly annoying. Just let it overpressurize in there. It doesn't stop the oil well from working. Wait, are you telling me? Are you telling me that this thing here will just outgas forever and create its own infinite storage? I have never tried that. I've always put a pump on it and put it into a separate infinite storage because usually at this point I found a natural gas geyser. No, he's still doing it. You gotta be kidding me. Come on. Not even a reload is fixing this? Oh, come on. Nobody's picking him up either? Oh, that sucks. Especially since we are working in this area. So, I'm sorry guys, we have to listen to this nonsense. Shut down game and start game back up. I don't see how that would make a difference if reloading doesn't make a difference, to be honest. Okay, we will try. I will still have to do build it, but you can still go ahead and do this here. And then in the F6, if we hook it back up and the water is actually flowing again, the first tile here will probably break. Because it's probably going to be too cold. A little bit more damage? Not even? Really? No way. Maybe we are actually going to make it down there. Nah, it's got to break. Let's see. It has to break, right? No, we're going to make it. It's only -1 degree. Beautiful. Perfect. Just gotta make sure that we get a dupe down here to actually empty this here. So this here doesn't happen over and over again. The water is now gonna get warmer again now that it's in motion. We're at 69%. It should be an errand for somebody. What errand is it? It's an operating errand. Let's see in our priorities here. We have 3 dupes that have it as the #1 priority. But yeah. The reason why I decided to start it back up now is that up here, we're just going to put in a filter. And we're going to decide if it's crude oil, it's going to go up here. If it's anything else, send it over there and be done with it. So we don't have to manually do this nonsense. Don't have to worry about water or whatever else is on there. And the beauty is, crude oil is the heaviest liquid we have. So it should, at least in theory, work that way just fine. So let's see input down here in the bottom. Bring that in. Let's put the output over here, up there, and then let's bring a bridge through here. And then connect this to here, this to there, and Bob's my own. Not like this. That's what I tried to not do. Damn it. I wanted to snip it off beforehand, but yeah, 3 single drops made it in there. Somebody's gonna complain about it, I'm sure. But let's build this here dupes. You can easily access that. Nothing stopping you from building this real quick. So we have it available, and that also goes for the power wire itself. Can't do that. It's our only way to get on here. Gotta do it like this. Alright. Drop this here in. Let's set it to crude oil, and let's go. Your water tank is overflowing, by the way. Which water tank? Oh, this one right here. I think it has molten. I don't think it's quite overflowing yet, but it is getting close, yes. I think something has molten here. There shouldn't be water. I don't know why there is water. But yeah, you do have a good point. The water tank is in fact overflowing. So let's make it bigger. And we barely lost any crude oil. Only about 100 kilograms. That's not too bad. What are you guys doing down here? Ah, okay. You are trying to relieve the pressure, but you can only do it for a very short amount of time. Yeah. What is the pressure in here by now? Still very low. The oil is going to start flowing down here. So we need on the top here the system. So dupes. There we go. Jason's here. Some work done. I like it. Let's set that filter up immediately to crude. And then once the rest of the piping here is built, let's make sure we snip it off properly so it all works the way it's supposed to. There, you're suffocating, but the scalding should be stopping right around now. We're down to 67 degrees. We are almost there. Almost down to a temperature where it is not an issue anymore. Can I get those last few pipes here before the oil hits us, please? It is really not that difficult. I know it's only 10 of you, but it's right here. It's literally right there. The resources are right there. It's not a long path from our base to get there at all. Super fast, super simple, just freaking do. Okay, we are literally doing anything but this, I see. Are you trying to tell me that the only, and I mean the only source for shale is down here now? We have no shale in the entirety of our base, except all the way down there. I have a hard time believing this, since we are literally digging here and there's got to be tons of this stuff laying around. Yep, all the way down again. Sure, all the way down again. Hey, look at that. And it only took us 17 cycles to get this very easy function done. Very good. Very nice. That's what we want. Great. Okay, we're coming out of here. This connection needs to be snipped off. Oh, well, not yet. We need to empty it and then we need to snip it, as a matter of fact. Kind of like this here. And then we can connect it up. And now, once the crude oil is enough to actually overflow the water and makes it all the way down into the bottom, it will be the heaviest thing that we have, and that will be what is going to go for our blast shots. You are right. The dupes are using Killjoy's body to jump across. What? Killjoy, you are a tile now. This is actually crazy. They are actually using... Also, we don't need this anymore here. They're actually using Killjoy's body to jump across the gap here. This is hilarious. Can't say I've ever seen that. Can't say I've ever seen that. This here, on the other hand, this kind of nonsense that I just saw, I have seen that, sadly. I have seen that. Rather unfortunate. Actually, I don't want to get rid of this pile right here. I want to keep this here, in here, all this brine and whatnot. All it is thermal mass. And I'm not complaining about thermal mass right now. All those broken pipes here, don't care. All I want is some crude here. Come on. This thing here is overpressuring. I need to find a way to make a dupe. Do nothing but this. How hard is it? Victor, how about you're not building anymore? You're doing nothing at all but operating. And it literally doesn't matter. I don't get it. You are allowed to come through here, right, Victor? Not that it's dead. No, you are allowed to come through here. You sure as hell are. So that's not it either. Why does it not go up? It's sleepy time, Chris. Yes, it is. You're right. But that should still put this here much, much higher than a 9. So let's do it differently. Let's find a mark here. Why is it even marked? Why is it mark higher? It just doesn't make sense. It should be Victor, and Victor should have nothing to do but that. You should have literally nothing to do. It's also funny how I have the game paused, and you see it's still moving. You cannot tell me something's not broken with this game right now. Right? I have never observed this kind of behavior that we have seen today. In many different ways, actually. Something is broken. It's still not Victor. It's still anyone but Victor. Victor has nothing else to do. He has toggling. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go a step further. You're allowed to do shit all, my man. Shit all. Nothing. Not that it's a low priority. You're just not allowed to do it. The only thing you're allowed to do is operating. And it's still only priority 11 for you. How? Okay. You're currently on a massage table. I get it. So it should be priority 2. What if I move you off your massage table? Now you're actually going to depressurize the well. So is the massage table what's breaking the errand tab? Is that what we just found out? I mean that he's doing a massage and he has to finish it before he can do it. I get it. That makes sense. But at the same time, it should still be number 2 on the list. And it wasn't. Now let's see what we're doing now. Recover from heat. It is currently negative 6.2 degrees. I have a feeling you should be okay. So how about you get your ass back down here? You do want to go to the massage table again, okay? That is not exactly necessary. Wait, break starts at 50%. Are you at 50%? No, Victor, yes you are. Let's set this here to 60. Just for the time being. That's Bears. Well, let's see what you're doing now, Victor. Because you're not at 60. Now you're breathing. Okay. Yeah, this extra pass right here. We need that ladder in there. That will make a massive difference. Once we have those 2 pieces right here. But at least now he seems like he's at least attempting to do what he's being told to do. Still this freaking killjoy right there. Oh, now he's dying. Ah, yeah, of course. What else would it be? That's fun. And the 2 ladders. Okay, good. Are we getting oil down here now? I think so. Yes, we are pumping oil back up. Very good. Okay. We lost Victor. That was expected. But that should be still not our problem. Our bottleneck is currently still the oil. And the skill to actually make the blast shots. That is really our main issue. Music Kitty says, yeah, I had the buggy massage table as well. So apparently the massage tables are buggy. So I am not going crazy. I'm clearly not completely going crazy. Yeah, look at this shit. Something's fucky. Only Chasen is at 60. Look at this. Clearly, the massage table is not working at all. I mean, the game is not working. I have never seen the errands tab or any tab for that matter move when the game is paused. They must have broken something in the background with the errands. This is... Something's extremely fucked up, and I just cannot exactly point my finger on it, but the game is not behaving the way it has over the last 1,500 hours I've played it. I can guarantee you that. Either way, though, apparently we have some ranks to fill. We have a Bonnie right here with researching and operating, frostproof, unpracticed artist, and a mouth breather. Then we have Camille with doctoring, frostproof, and an unpracticed artist as well. And then we have a pipsqueak. Don't have any of those around. But we have a pay with decorating plus 10, a green thumb iron gut, and this building impaired. Let me know in chat, what do you think we should do? I am just not going to mess with this bullshit. Clearly it's broken. I am not going to fix it. I'm not a programmer. So we're just not going to utilize broken equipment that is clearly fucking with the behavior of our dupes in one way, shape, or form. That is at least one source of issue here with our errands. That is keeping our dupes from doing what they're supposed to do. What's wrong with the pathing and this nonsense right here? I don't know. But I have never seen a dupe become a tile, dead or alive. So yeah. Ahmed is here, says, hello, Beer, how is it going? Not very well. Not very well. Because the game behavior is not as I would expect it in any way, shape, or form. Something else that I just realized is that we have built a liquid lock with crude oil right here. Once we're ripping these two tiles here out, all this water here is going to flow down. Supposedly, or at least in theory, helping us cooling down this area here even further. Pavement coating? Yeah, that's what it looks like. I mean, even a save. Usually bugs like this here are being fixed by a reload. Not today. Not today. I mean, you guys know me. I mean, most of you know me. I don't usually reload. If you guys want me to reload, then I will. But it would have to be an absolute and 100% clear majority. Of course, you're not going to finish it. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to get that tile in, are we? Maybe just do a full restart of the game? Absolutely not. We do not have time for that. Also, exosuits. I keep telling you that exosuits are just not really an option. We only have, what, 2 Rexes on the map? 3? 4. Okay, we have 4. 5. Okay, but 6. 6 feathers is all in the world that we can get right now without actually farming them. And farming them just to build a farm will take us probably 15 to 20 cycles. And we just don't have that time at all. Yeah, there we go. A little bit of that cold nonsense here. Flooding down here. Should be helping just in this area. And if we now make this area here out of insulated tiles to separate us from the hot oil that we're producing with the oil well, it should work even better, I hope. He looks cool though, like a deer decoration, but for dupes. Put a source on a dead character and you fall down and the character falls down as well. A source? What do you mean with a source? Can I build over it, I wonder? I can build here. Is that what you mean? I guess we can try to build just a tile right there or a ladder or something. Let's see. Put 2 tiles right there for the time being, see what that does. Probably not a hell of a lot. Wait, am I dead? Yes, you're dead as hell. You are dead as hell. There is an error. Possibly that continuing could result in a crash. I'm actually wondering that it hasn't yet, to be very honest with you. Could you send a dupe to the other planet to get reed fiber? Potentially, if he would know what's going on over there, but that just leaves us even thinner over here, because that would mean building an entire base to sustain a dupe or 2 on the other planetoid. At least oxygen and food would be nice to have over there. You just have to go get the fibers and go back. That would depend on what it looks like over there. I guess we could send a dupe over there just to see what happens and then send him back. Yeah, depending on if we can reach it, we would have to send a dupe over with super duper hard digging. That would have to happen for sure. Did you just throw up in there? I wonder what happens now. It just got deleted. Okay, now we know. He stopped moving around. Okay, now what happens when I rip those two here back out? Is he gonna fall? Let's see. Nope. Still going. Even building a tile underneath him doesn't make a difference. He's also not really... I don't know. You like the other dupes don't even recognize that this is a dupe. I don't know. Something here is very odd. Yeah, no, Killjoy apparently is not gonna fall. Yeah, I don't know what to do about this here. And this is the most annoying thing. I don't know if it's as annoying for you guys as it is for me. That Killjoy right here. That noise that's coming from him, and I can't do nothing about it other than turning the entire game sound off, and I don't want to do that either. Highly annoying. Trying to force your way into the oil biome like this isn't working very well. It would. Now, I've done it many times in the past. But this time around, I mean, these three dupes right here, I mean, they just committed suicide. I mean, you all watched it live. There is nothing I could have done in any way, shape, or form. They just literally refused to do the basic commands, even under yellow alert. And they were not yet out of oxygen at that point in time. Now, there was literally no reason for them to not do it, but they didn't. But okay, this here is now overpressuring, and it is still not an errand though, so the massage tables alone didn't fix it. It is set up for Barris though. I don't think Barris is allowed to come through here. That would make sense at least. Let me double check that. Yes, Barris is not allowed to come through here. Let's allow Barris through, and let's say if that changes things, because that at least would make sense. And yep, it does. Okay, the massage table was the issue. And now we just didn't have a dupe that had a high enough priority that was allowed through that door. And that is okay. That makes sense. That's totally fine. Now we can release the pressure over here every once in a while. And now the one thing that we are lacking that would be a best case scenario would be a source of oxygen down here. We do have a little bit of polluted water right here, which is very nice, but a little bit more of it would be great. No, make the square on top of the character and then destroy it. Okay, we can build 2 more tiles. Why not? You know what? Let's make it 4 tiles. Let's make 100% sure that he ain't going nowhere. I already did save and reload. It did not fix or change the error in any way, shape, or form. So, no. Saving and reloading is not the solution to our problem here. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I saw that coming. That I didn't see coming. Because of course, if you have the choice to build it from the wrong side, you will take it 100% of the time. Surprise, surprise. Ah yes, by now our tank is actually overflowing. You're gonna do the same stupid thing again, aren't you? You stupid, stupid dupe. You extremely stupid dupe. You insanely stupid dupe. Okay, Killjoy moved up. Now what? Are you gonna fall now when we rip it back out? We will see, I guess. If You will fall or not. Oh, man. And actually, the problem is the liquid pipe. That is what's coming down here. It's this water right here. From the broken pipes, because we didn't vent it out in time once again. So yeah, we should really replace these here with insulated pipes. Across this cold area that lasts up to around here. Paris is back at venting again. Good. On the bright side though, now with the insulated tiles, the temperature here is now low enough that really the main issue is now oxygen. And it's not anymore the danger of getting hurt down there. So at least that we have going for us. And at least Paris can now make it up there. It would be still nice to have another source of oxygen down here. And I think we are now going to put an algae... Oh, we don't have algae. Oh, we have 800 kilograms. So that should be more than sufficient for what we need. So let's put this thing down here. Yeah, I got nothing to say on this. I have no idea. I mean, clearly something's broke. I hope that the next update before next week comes out, and I hope it will address those bugs that we encountered today, because this is, I mean, this is ridiculous. So many issues. That's in no way, shape, or form normal. In no way, shape, or form is that normal. Also through the door right here, I'm gonna let a couple more dupes. Dupe, you are allowed through, and Jizz. Both of y'all. Mainly for the oil refinery. And then somebody who can dig would be great over here. Just for a few minutes. But yeah, the oil refinery here, somebody needs to utilize it. That would be great. Still up to Barris by himself, though. Let's check out the priorities for Jez and Dupe. Yeah, that's right. Let's bring both of y'all up here. Jez, I actually mistook your helmet. You're not the right dupe. I meant Dupe. And I don't think we ever took this out here as well. So let's take us another dupe, and then let's take a look at the skills real quick for Dupe specifically, and see if we can do something there. Okay, let me see. Just have to scroll here for a second. There we go. We have a vote for Bonnie right there. Okay, let me see here. That's one. That's two. And that's only two. Two, and both of them are for Bonnie. So apparently, we're getting Bonnie. But we have another vote for Pip. Pip for the park. No, we don't need. We do need labor, guys. But I will go with the Pip. If you want to go take another stab at it, sure. It has been a minute since we looked at this here. Bonnie got 3 votes further up, but now the Pip has 2 votes. I'm just going to give it another couple seconds here. If anybody has more input. If we do bring a dupe back, though, will the dupe move over again? I don't know. I don't know what you mean with that. Will the dupe die again? Probably, yes. Chances are very high. Is this here filled now with what we need? No, it's not. Bring the algae, bring the water, and freaking somebody. These errands. What is actually wrong with them? I really, really want to know. I just have a very hard time believing what I'm seeing here. Like I said, the game just hasn't behaved like that in the past. Why is it doing it now? Something's different. Out on the bright side, it looks like we have our algae terrarium. We don't have a lot of algae going for us, I know that, but it will be good enough to keep our dupes here alive and produce just a few driplets of oxygen. That's all we need. Okay. Did you put priority on? Yes. Yes, priority is on it. Okay, yes, we do not have a lot of LG, I'm well aware of it. We are going to grab us the last couple of pieces that we have throughout our base here. That will keep that thing running down there for a little bit. And will hopefully allow our dupes to come in here a little bit more frequently for the oil well to depressurize it slightly more often. Kind of like that. Okay, and then last but not least, one thing that we could do that I once again forgot about is we could put oxygen masks down there, and we should probably do that. Okay, well, let me see here. We have Pip once, twice, and 3 times. 4 times for the Pip. 5 times for the Pip. 6 times for the Pip. Those are all the Pips. We have 1, 2 Bonnies. We have 3 Bonnies. Plus the 3 Bonnies we had earlier. That should give us a total of 6 and 6. I need somebody to break the tie, please. Between Bonnie and Pipsqueak. First come, first serve, and it's treated with the Pip. The Pip it is. Sure. And then, sure, let's put the Pip in the party. Why not? Pip, you don't want a mouth breather? I will take whatever you guys tell me. This freaking thing here is killing me. So annoying. I'll zoom out a little bit further so I can still see it, but at the same time the noise is a little bit dumbed down. And on to 87%, that's great. But now we need the piping here to be redone. And we need that done relatively quickly. Preferably, at least. So, dupes, once again, let's go. Where have your Spore Kit seeds been going? They're all down here, somewhere on the bottom. They're not in here. I hope. But why can I not relocate into there? Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, I don't have the skill for it? Really? We don't have a farmer left. That's cool. Yeah, we don't have a single rancher left. That is a problem. But one that we can solve. Oh, not with Umdalek. Mark, I meant you are going to do it, not Umdalek. But sure, why not? Might as well help. Having another farmer right now probably won't hurt either. Ah, we are picking up dupes. At least we have that going for us. Let's add those extra 2 that we still have space for, I suppose. Maybe eventually a dupe will make it all the way up before we drop him all the way back down. It's just so dumb to watch. Okay, alright. I'll help. How are you letting so many dupes die? It's very simple. You just give them very basic commands and they don't follow them, and then they will die. We watched it live, you just have to go back on the VOD. Literally. Didn't do at all or what I asked them to do in any way, shape, or form. Those 4 specifically down here on the bottom. Specifically those 4 down here on the bottom. I haven't had a dupe die on me in like forever. Well, Chris, that just means one thing. That means you're playing the game wrong. Dupes are resources. That just means you haven't really gotten your head around that dupes are resources. Like everything else. They're not special. They're replaceable. Like everything else in the game. But that dupe means nothing. Barry says normally I wouldn't believe him because he's a dupe torturer, but this time he's telling the truth. Yeah, I know. I mean, I have video evidence. I do have video evidence. What about the salt geyser? I have no idea, Katrina. What about it? It's sitting right there and doing nothing for another 3 cycles. And it can happily sit there. Dang, this is why we did not do what you told us to do. I mean, if you would have done what I told, but if they would have done what I told them to do, which is grab the shale from here instead of from there and build that one tile right there, which is also built out of shale, by the way, then that would have worked. No, the other one? Which other one? There's another one? We have a second salt geyser? I'm not aware of a second one. I can't remember seeing a second one. No, I cannot remember seeing a second one. I do not know what you are referring to at all, unfortunately. Because I can only recall ever seeing one. Bear is relieving the pressure once again a little bit, which is great, but doesn't help us until we fix the shit that we need to fix. It's just... So we currently do nothing. Let me get this straight, right? Up here on the top, we are doing absolutely nothing. Dupe labor is to an absolute minimum. The only thing that needs to be done is take care of our creatures over here, which should be 1 or 2 dupes max. Other than that, nothing. As a matter of fact, I lied. There's still the skull pump in here that we haven't built from 20 cycles ago. Inside the base, there's nothing else. At all. Here, nothing. Here, nothing. Except for these tiles right here that nobody's working. At all. In no way, shape, or form are we caring about these tiles. Alright. The other thing is this ladder right here, which we can't do because we don't have the skill. Cool. So there's only one single thing left over in the space to do right now. That is to build this one singular pipe. And we have done nothing with it. I mean, there are no jobs. I mean, yes, they do have issues with breathing. Slightly, but I mean up here on the top there shouldn't be any complaints whatsoever. There's plenty of oxygen, plenty of time to move around. I don't know. We are relatively high on 2 dupes. Okay, I give you 2. 78% is nothing. Everything under 80 or even 90% I don't consider an issue whatsoever. Never have, never will. Because it does nothing to the dupes. Therefore, it's a non-issue. Only once we get to 100, it's becoming an issue. So we have currently 2 dupes that are there. Which means we should have still 7 left over that should be doing some type of work. It's just not the work that they're supposed to be doing. Is it a priority issue? Did I fuck that up, maybe? There is a chance. Let's see. What do I have on a high priority? Oh, the dude rippers over here. I was like, what is on a high priority over here in the middle of the air? Obviously, that's nothing. These 2 are fine. These are all okay, because it doesn't make a difference. It's all done by the auto-sweepers. This is fine. That we can't reach. That does nothing. The toilets are okay. The door does absolutely nothing. None of this does anything. These here are fine for our cook. The doors do nothing. These do nothing. The doors do nothing. So it's also definitely not a priority issue. The only thing that we have on a high priority are, well, the things that we can't build, I suppose. And this here. Dupe's panicking as asteroid gets closer. I wish that was a real mechanic, because that would at least make sense. Okay, let's see. In stations, let's try it with oxygen masks. Why not? I really hate those things with a passion. But desperate times call for desperate measures. Let's try it out. That's not the dock. Damn it. Need the checkpoint, and I'm just going to put the checkpoint right here. And let's put it one. Come on. Turn around and go back one tile. There we go. That's what we want. And let's put in a total of 6. Yes, I know it's not going to do anything against the heat, but I believe it's still not going to do either what we want it to do. This is our vent pipe, I believe. Yes, it's doing nothing, so that works in our favor. We can just reutilize it. Very, very simple and straightforward. Since we're not venting anything out into space, let's just temporarily reutilize it and hook him up. And then, of course, we just need a crafting station that we need to put literally anywhere. Right here, for example, will do. And let's see if we can make us some masks, if nothing else. In my experience, the masks are just worse than having nothing, but yeah. Any tips for the farms? The pollination is very new and the vines are too. It's actually a pretty nice system. I really like it, honestly, with the mimicas right here. It's a pretty cool system because it helps all the other plants to grow. So even down here, for our lums, I have right here one single farm tile with a mimica bud, and then all the way back here, 12 tiles away, another farm tile with a Ovagra node, which seems to work out pretty well. Pretty hands-off, no maintenance. And then the rest right here is just sweat corn. We have a total of 24 tiles. 3 of those tiles are mimicas, and the other 21 are all sweat corn stalks. I'm sure there's a better way to do it, but we came up with this here just live on stream and ran with it. Haven't had to touch it. It works. It's all good. Bear's got mad down here, of course. That's the worst possible place to get mad. He also killed the airlock door. That's okay. He also killed this one tile right here. That's fascinating. I don't think I've ever seen a tile being destroyed. I've seen buildings and all sorts of stuff, but a tile like this? Huh, interesting. Oh yes, right, the body stopped falling. Maybe Varys actually knocked him off with his tantrum. That's crazy. I think your farm isn't using the full plant. I know it's not using the full plant. I mean, you can clearly see it's not. Because it's just built 4 high. It should be built longer and not higher. Then you could get all the 12 in here. But at the time when we built this here at the very beginning of the game, we weren't sure how far these things here actually grow. So we had to just trial and error it. Like I said, didn't look up any tutorials or anything else. Therefore, we just have to play it how we see it. Okay, we have a little bit of oxygen coming out of here. This thing here produces basically next to nothing. It's almost sad, but it's better than nothing, I suppose. We do need this airlock door here built again, though. That is somewhat of a requirement before all this water here leaks out. And we have all this natural gas all over the freaking place. So somebody could go down there real quick and get this done. That would be amazing. But yeah, while with the dupes killing themselves down here, I mean, those were literally 4 dupes died, and 3 of them were our main dupes. 1 of them, or 2 of them actually, were our main diggers. We lost them both in that moment. And I believe, truthfully, at cycle 135, with that many dupes down, I don't think that we will have a chance to create that many last shots, no matter what. If we still had the dupes, if they would have not committed suicide, literally all right there on this freaking tile, plus 1 more, I think was up here. Killjoy was an extra, that was the 5th. Then we would have had a fighting chance. How far does the node grow? It's going 12 in each direction, actually. So 12 in each direction. You can see it up here. Let's see. Is this one still alive? Yeah, right here. So right here, we have the 7 tiles, plus the 3, plus the 2. 12 tiles, and it stops. This one here is actually wild grown, and the same is down here on the bottom. 12 tiles. Down here on the bottom. The 7, the 3, and the 2 once again. So it's basically both the same thing. Did you see that geyser? What geyser? Which one are you referring to, Katrina? I know, you said it now several times that the seacombs would most probably be the better solution, and you may well be right with that, but I can guarantee you, if the dupes would have not killed themselves, this here would have worked just as fine. With 4 extra dupes that are highly skilled right now, the dupes would have no issue walking in here, depressurizing that oil well, and walking back out without an issue. But at the moment, we don't have any more skilled dupes. None. As in 0. Well, that's not true. Mark here is the only survivor from the very beginning of the game. He was our first cook, and he's still our cook. Everybody else that we had literally committed down here on the bottom suicide. So yes, would it have been easier, potentially, to make seacombs work? Maybe. Get polluted dirt? Sure. But would it have been boring as hell too? Probably. You know, if you always do the easy thing, it's just not my style. But yes, with bears right here, hopefully, slowly but steadily, we will get his athletic skill up. It's currently a +3. Obviously, the -6 is from all the issues he's having, but once he's getting up to a +5, he should be basically... I mean, he should be fine. Nothing should be able to hurt him anymore down here at all. Okay, these things here have been built. That's great. Let's go into the crafting station and craft us a few of these bad boys here. Let's say 6, plus an infinite amount of repairs. Well, can't do that because we don't have them yet. That is a little bit annoying that if you don't have something yet that you can't click on it. I really like how they changed the menu, but if the ingredient is missing, I cannot already set it to forever anymore. That is a change I do slightly dislike, personally. Because you just have to remember now having to come back later once the first one breaks. Yeah. I think the oil pathway is less tedious. If you can get to the oil biome, I couldn't, so I just had to use the seacomb. I mean, we made our way down here. All the way to the oil well without a problem. No issues whatsoever. Then we dug over to the right, and that's when the problems really started, right? That's when the problems started. That's when the pathing started messing up, and I don't know what it is. I mean, why would you go down here? And 3 dupes at the same time. Try to go down here to grab shale instead of right here, where it was laying. Actually, further over here. It just doesn't make any sense. Especially when you then stop him from doing it, then tell him to do it again, and they once again go to a spot as far away as possible. That is not how dupes usually behave. Iron volcano? Where do you guys see an iron volcano? Oh, this one right here, that's copper. Copper. We found that one a while ago. And there's now a small bit of oxygen down here. Yeah, but there wasn't earlier. I can guarantee that 100%. That there was nothing down here. There was also no water down here. We didn't even have those insulated tiles here yet. At this point in time. None of this was here yet. There was nothing stuck. So at that point, there was no reason for them to come down here. To grab the shale, to build this one tile. This one tile here is what they needed to come back out. It wasn't there. And all three of them died in an attempt to grab shale from as far away as possible. Okay, the oil bill here, it's still... Oh, look at that. A few tiles made some progress. That's great to see. But just a few. Not a lot. Also, our desalinator is not getting emptied. What is that? Tidying. Oh, that's would be why. I remember that this year. Yeah. Okay, that one is on me because of door restrictions. Too many dead dupes. We didn't have anyone left that was actually still allowed to go through the door. That's why no more water is coming. Can it even work underwater? Yes, the desalinator works underwater just fine. That's one of the beautiful things about the desalinator. You can literally just put it right underneath your saltwater geyser and be fine with it. Totally no issue at all. No problem. Works just fine. Hey, you finally dropped me? That was actually Barris. He punched you out of the sky, quite literally. Okay, water should be flowing again. Slowly, until we empty out the second one right here. Hopefully rather sooner than later. Oops. There we go. Oh, you immediately stop, of course. That's another thing that is just annoying. You're already working on it, and you just decide to stop. Going to scald your dupes doing that too? Good catch. Good catch. Very true. It's also meant to be currently at 52 degrees. This thing here will erupt at 90, 95 even. By the time this here heats up, the idea is to have atmosuits. At least in general. If we can make it this time, it is rather questionable. But yes. Of course, you will scald your dupes eventually. So yes, you will need eventually atmosuits. Which we don't need anymore down here. Very good. See, none of this would have been an issue if we would have been able to drop this mercury down. Which we're still not able to, by the way. We still don't have the skills, and we won't for a while. Actually, it's not that long. But if we would have been able to do that, it would have been a non-issue from the beginning. Once again, leading back to the death of our two dupes with our super duper hard digging skill who both died at the same time. That is just something that you sometimes can't do absolutely nothing about. No matter what you do. If the dupes decide to not follow instructions. We have Chaz back. Very nice. We have one super duper hard digger back in our reins. Unfortunately, no, we don't need it. So yeah, now it's a non-issue anymore. So no dupes can make the blast shot cause of skill points. That is correct. That is absolutely correct. Currently we have one dupe, Barris, who is at plumbing, who will be at pyrotechnics here eventually. But we have another dupe which is Bibs. I just gave him super hard digging instead of pyrotechnics. But we need more dupes. They can do that. Currently we have Chez. That's it. Umdalek is the next one on the list for plumbing. So we're getting there once again. Trying at least. Water is flowing. We're once again creating crude oil. So that is going for us. Once this nonsense here is built, I hope that also a dupe will use the oil refinery. Somebody just used it. That's good. We're getting there. Now we need another dupe, hopefully. We have a decent one. Let's see. We have Carolina. Digging +4 and suit wearing +3. That's nice. Is frostproof, a super hard digging skill, has a small bladder, and a bottomless stomach. Then we have a Chabo egg, which we don't have. And then we have Otto. Tidying +11. There's a radiation eater. And, but cannot do digging. Well, that's a problem. But we have a Slickster larva right here as well. Those are our 4 options on the top. A reject all button on the bottom. Let me know, what do you guys think we should grab out of this lineup? Bionic is disabled. Yes, Bionic is not on. Lots of votes for Catalina here. 1 vote for Otto. Lots of votes for Catalina so far. Alrighty. Yes, make more crude oil. Pump it all out. Together with all the other nonsense. That's great. Let me take a look into our skills here, though. Jez, I need to make sure that your skill for digging is actually maxed. It is not. Let's fix that right away. Same is true for Bibs. Good. Okay. We're somewhat back on track. All we need is the skill here to make us, literally, 96 of them. That's what we need. 96 of those bad boys. Something else that we can start up once again. We did make us some iron ore earlier, but we really need more nickel, probably. That's probably what we have the most of. Yeah, by a lot. We're going to put us another 50 of those, so we have the raw materials required for the blast shots, so we can start making intracosmic blast shots once we bring a dupe to pyrotechnics. Would the teleporter dupe be viable? I think they get 3 skill points. It's just... I mean, yes, could we send a dupe over there and bring the other dupe back over here? Yes. But that would mean we just basically take a throwaway dupe right now, send that dupe over there to die. Because I am under no circumstances starting to build a map, a base over on the other planetoid right now. So that would be a sacrificial dupe. There's also food and O2 there. Yeah, they can survive by themselves for a while. That's very true. Probably for, what, 20 cycles maybe? 1 dupe, 20 cycles without doing anything at all? Could potentially work. Could potentially work. But, I mean, I just have to look in chat here. Catalina is winning by a massive margin. Who are we going to bring back this time? Let me take a look into the vitals. We have Jazz back. That's great. How about we bring Words back? Words. Back in the game. Skills for Words. Already has super hard digging, which is great. Gives us an immediate skill in super duper hard digging. Gonna do that right away. And bring Words up to the very top of the food chain in the priorities with digging. Let's go. Okay, so far so good. Yeah, that was a lot more difficult than it should have been. What are you doing right now? I mean, look at this here now. What are you doing? Oh, what the hell was that? What? I mean, yeah, he's stressed, but what broke it? What? He was just sitting in there. He didn't do a tantrum yet. He was at 99%, right? Or am I crazy? I mean, yes, I saw him sitting in there, but he wasn't going anywhere. He wasn't doing anything. Unless the animation is just broken in there, which may well be. That may well be. That may very well be, actually. That the animation is just broken in the mod right now. That could be. That I can see happening. I would actually be surprised if it wouldn't be. Let's bring markup and words down here. The 3 athletics. I mean, the natural gas down here is basically still contained anywhere. And we don't even need that door. It's completely pointless in the first place. Because we already have a natural liquid lock here. That works. Good enough. Good enough for our purposes. Let's fix this here back up. Make us more crude. Pump it back up. And let's allow Barris to not come back down here for a hot minute. You should go back out. I don't know which side is out. Can I send you up here somehow? I know you're not happy right now, but you still have to get up there. Maybe broke it and did not know what to do when he was in it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the animation that's probably broken on the inside of it. That is most likely what that was. That I can see. That's fine. Yeah, there is. Get up there. I can take away your access rights for the time being. I think that's a good idea. I think you're done down there for right now. Him and Ches. I mean, Ches we just sent down here. But he's still not digging this here up, surprisingly enough. Where is Ches? Like, what is currently so important else? Eating. Okay, that's fine. That I can get behind. That you're allowed to do. Okay. So far, so good. We just need to get more crude oil up here. How much do we have in our tank by now? 5,000 kilograms. If we get the skill, we will have to see. I have not seen yet how long it takes to make one of those things. If it is even theoretically possible to do so. I guess we will find out here. Okay, the algae terrarium is once again filled up with a little bit of extra algae. Very good. To produce a few extra pieces of oxygen to float upwards right here. Chris says not very long. You got time and dupes? Okay, we will see. I truly hope so, that we can still turn this around. Like I said, I'm not somebody who reloads ever. I mean, I think we have done it once on your guys' request before, and that was, what, 8 months ago or so? But other than that, that is not something that we do on this channel. Let's get this stuff here in, you idiot. You absolute idiot. Of course, you have to rip it out first before you build the ladder that you need. Why is it always like this? Why is it always like this? That one I knew, though, that would happen. And I should have thought about it. That one's on. What I still don't get is what's wrong with this pump here. Can we not build this pump here finally? Slowly but steadily, we are starting to overflow our smart battery here. 230 kilograms. It's a lot of freaking polluted water. I do need this oil well here repaired. Why has nobody an errand to repair this oil well? Seriously, why does nobody have an errand to repair this oil well? You can walk in here. Yeah, you can walk in here. So what is this time the problem? Oh. I don't know. I don't have an errand to repair it. How? Why? Do I literally have to deconstruct it? The water maybe? No, that's nothing. Gonna build out of gold this time. Just for shits and giggles. Now it has one. Another one. No, it can't be material. It's nickel. We have it on the screen. 2,950 kilograms. That's what it was built out of. Nickel. It's not the water. It's not the nickel. It's none of that. It's another bug. What is going on with this game today? It did none of those weird things yesterday. What is going on? Where is Jason with his errand? Okay, he's coming now. This is very, very odd. Come on. There we go. Can we now, once again, create oil? Alright, there we go. It's just odd behavior. Just odd behavior. It shouldn't do that. Memory leak causing save file corruption, maybe? Maybe? I don't know. Your guess is literally as good as mine. I just know that something is not the way it's supposed to be. That is for damn sure. Dupe behavior, errant behavior. I mean, you guys are seeing the same thing I'm seeing. Clearly, that's not right. Clearly, something's majorly wrecked here. But we're once again pumping. If nothing else. Not a hell of a lot of water left. And the oil that we are producing is not lost or anything. It's just accumulating up here until it has the space to move downwards towards our liquid pump. What is mercury good for and what are you using it for? Mercury is good for not a lot of things. It does have a relatively nice thermal conductivity and it's usually very cold. But the main use for it is probably power production in my book. If you use the... What is that thing called? It's in furniture, right? Is it called a ceiling lamp? Yes, a mercury ceiling light. If you build this thing, you can create power with it from a solar panel very cheaply. So yeah, that's what I use mercury for. On the plus side, you wanted to see what the asteroid was going to do. We will definitely see what the asteroid is going to do, one way or another. That is a promise. Okay. Yeah. Starting to pump some brine, very good. Get that nonsense out of here, nobody wants it. The last few kilograms of brine are leaving, and that should make space for the crude oil to flow down, I would assume. Or water's taking over. Guess we will see her very shortly. It was once again a few more 100 kilograms of brine. Speed it up to 10x here. That'll show us real quick what's happening. There we go. The oil is now going downwards and coming up here once again. Hey, we have our pump back. Isn't that something? Our hydro sensor, above 500 kilograms. You're allowed to pump. That's not in this direction. Let's go the other way. There we go. That's much better. Into the infinite storage. And out of this area. And at least we got that finally built. Took long enough. About 40 cycles or so. Not a big problem. Yes, 59 cycles. Till impact. Let me check our, not priorities, but skills once again. Bibs has a skill. I don't think we need a third. I mean, we probably should get a third, honestly. Who was the other one? I can't remember. It was Barris. Barris here is actually the other one. Barris' skill points needs 8,000 is at 2,500. Bibs needs 8,000 is at 1,200. It probably doesn't make a difference. We will see. Whoever gets it first. I don't think we need it yet. Not worried about skill scrubbing. I mean, we don't even have the resources to make it yet, and hearing from you guys in chat that it doesn't take a long to make these here should be fine then. More worried about this here being utilized basically at all times. I think to make this here a little bit easier on us and not stop production, I'm going to just put one extra reservoir in here for the crude oil to not stop the production from coming up here, not stopping our pump. It will stop right now, obviously, until we have it built. So let's do that quickly once again. And once this here is done, hopefully the pump should just be pumping, basically at all times. And we shouldn't be dependent on dupe labor. At least not so much. And the last couple of pieces of pipe here. And there we go. Very nice. That's what we want to see here. Okay, and now technically speaking, there shouldn't be a dupe coming down here. Unless we need to vent this here. That should be the only reason for a dupe to come down here at all. Come down here, vent it, back out, and be gone. Okay, so far, that's fine. Let me take a look at our decor. We haven't done anything in that. I think it is time, because yes, our dupes are highly stressed. So let's make this here a little bit better for our dupes. This is not even a bathroom anymore. What else did break? This tile right here randomly. Oh, this is actually a problem. No, it's not. Anything else that we have broken that I should be aware of? Okay, looks decent. Do we have a dupe left over? Probably not. Let me check here. There's no way that that dupe survived. Mark did survive. I was about to say there's no way we have a Masterworks dupe, right? Nope, we do have a Masterworks dupe. So we can go into furniture and we can grab us some, for example, large sculpting blocks or even metal blocks if we can. Yeah, we can. Could make them out of lead. The lead is just all the way on the ground. Let's make it out of something simpler like granite. And let's make sure that we add them to each and every one of those spots right here. And just decor bomb the living crap out of it for the time being until we come up with a better solution. Everywhere across the board. If you walk through here, dude, I want you to be showered in nice decor. Because basically everything down here, and that is why our morale is so bad, is of course worst case scenario from a decor standpoint. I could replace this heavy water wire with a different one, but the issue is we will need it down here eventually. In a best case scenario, it would have come down over here, but we just don't have or didn't have the time for that. So for right now, it needs to go down our main shaft, which is never optimal. That is never what it should do. There should always be a side shaft, preferably for your heavy water wire. But again, into it. Do we have time to build a small graveyard with cloud wallpaper? I think we could. Why not? You know what? We will. Not like this. You know what? Let's leave the sculpting blocks out here. And then let's just fill the middle here. The memorial. And then let's go to base. And let's grab us drywall. And let's find us the cloud. And let's put that in. Sure, why not? Why not? Okay, forgotten blueprint? Forgotten blueprint. Forgotten printing, thought I meant. Not forgotten blueprint. We didn't forget about it. That's why we're here. What do we have? We have a Blissburst seed and a Pokeshell spawn. Both are available. Dupe-wise, we have a Quinn, farming +9, is innately stylish, and the Plant Murderer. And we have an Auto, who got operating +10, is a caregiver, but has decreased construction. Those are the 4 options, plus the reject all button. Let me know, what do you guys think in chat? Okay, more oil is being produced down here and being pumped upwards. We have the first 5,000 kilograms. We said earlier we need 20, if you remember. So, yep. Let's make sure we put 1 extra down right here. And to fix it all up good, we just have to do something that looks like this here. Actually make this one here our first one. So we get the full 20,000 here, if we need to. If we can get to there before we have the skill point, whatever comes first, we're not going to utilize anything of it. Except for inside of our blast shot maker. So let's see if we can make this here happen. It's not a priority, but it should get done eventually. That would be nice. Okay. Let's see what you guys came up with. We have a vote for the poke shell. Not a vote for the poke shell. We have a vote for auto. Auto. That makes 7 autos and a total of 3 poke shells. Auto it is. Okay. Which one of those suckers here is supposed to come back? I think it's Killjoy. Let's bring Killjoy back. Why not? Killjoy, that was that version 2.0? No, that was still version 1.0, right? Yeah, it is. So, let's bring Killjoy back. Killjoy 20. version 2.0. Welcome back. Let's go to the skills. What are we going to do with you? I don't even know. Don't need another pyrotechnics guy, probably. I wonder if we have enough. Yeah, Umdalek right here is already going down that route. But Killjoy, I think we need another farmer. Perfect. Now Killjoy can bury Killjoy and mourn for him. That's right. He can. He can indeed. Selena Bork and Smirker. Are you going to let the meteor destroy the base? I mean, we will see what happens. At the moment, that is the most likely option that is going to happen, yes. As of right now, that is, in fact, the most likely option. The oxygen masks have not even been touched, of course, because I never increased the priority. Otherwise, nothing gets done anyways. And even then, there's a 0% chance that's going to get done. So let me see if I can turn these here on. And let's see if somebody will come by eventually to our crafting station here and make us some oxygen masks. Just for shits and giggles mainly. And also, we could remove this eyesore here of all those broken pipes. It's now properly flowing with a majority of crude oil, so that is not going to be an issue anymore. We also have a nice stash now of 1,400 kilograms. That's very good. As we know, the conversion rate is 1 to 1. Oh, sorry, 2 to 1, not 1 to 1. Crude oil, 2 to 1 petroleum, so we need double as much as we get. That is the general idea. Also, all of this nonsense right here, all of the natural gas, I just decided to ignore it for the time being, mainly because we do have this pipe here available to us, and I'm just going to take this pipe and reutilize it further upwards here. And as we produce this, for the time being, we are just straight going to pump it out as well. This pipe right here is currently utilized for oxygen. So we are just going to leave it as is. It's just going to hover in this area for the time being because underneath it is carbon dioxide and above it is eventually oxygen. So for all of this here to go upwards will take a hot minute. So yeah, it's not a priority as of right now to get this here done. Okay. Errands. Hey, we made it down to number 5. Do you know how much petroleum you need? Yes, I do need 20,000 kilograms of petroleum. That is what I need. Our salt water here, still at a nice 46 degrees. Nice and warm. Not too hot. Just right. William is here and says, "Here you look awfully familiar." And familiar awful. Didn't I just saw you yesterday? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I had some free time on my hand today. I had no plans, so I figured might as well stream because why not? Okay, first few pieces here have been built. So eventually somebody should come by. Mark, you're probably, yes, venting. Figured that's okay. Temperature here in this area is slowly but steadily rising, but still more than acceptable. Not a problem at all. Very, very good. A pile of Dupe's corpses screams, "We are, why not?" Well, once again, I have zero sympathy for suicidal Dupes. As in none. It's like a tool, you know? You use a hammer, you drive a nail into a wall, and your hammer breaks. It just happens sometimes. You just go and get a new hammer, and you go on with your life. Same is true for Dupes. We should have one Dupe on decorating. Yep, Mark is on decorating. That should be fine. Slowly but steadily, he should make his way through here while he's not operating the smoker. Who breaks a hammer? What do you mean, who breaks a hammer? Have you ever tried one of those cheap-ass freaking Chinese hammers that they give you at a plant? Good luck. They're made out of supposedly, what are they supposed to be made out of? Some kind of fiber that just holds absolutely nothing. Cheap garbage. You know how many I buy of those damn things? Or used to buy at my last company because I didn't want to spend any money on the good stuff. It's really sad. Sometimes you're wondering about companies. It's like you could just buy, in this case it's a literal hammer, right? A good hammer for $40. Well, why would you buy the cheap one for $10 over and over and over again? Yeah, sometimes I'm wondering about how those kinds of decisions are made on a daily basis. $5,000 kilograms in here, a total of 7,000 in here. Just need the dupes. To do this here slightly more often, that would be great. That is all operating. We have a ton of dupes actually set on operating. Killjoy here shouldn't even be on operating. He should be mainly on farming and just secondary on operating. But sure. Let's put that up here. Let's try to get more dupes up here. 3 to number 6 now. That's good. Well, I've never used a shitty hammer. I will find that exact hammer that I'm talking about. Literally. I will find it and I will post it on Amazon. I know exactly what I'm looking for. It has a yellow freaking handle. I must have bought probably 50 of them for my last company. These are the shittiest things, and that is what my boss insisted on buying, the manager at the time. I kid you not. Then you got the exact opposite, the military spending $1,000 for a hammer. That is correct. That is 100% correct. Yeah. Okay. We're a little bit on the high end here with our pressure. That's suboptimal, to say the least. Just need somebody to come by. But I mean, the truth is, it's also not that important. Because we by now have filled up our liquid reservoir and still no dupe wants to come by and do it. It's just absolutely beyond me. Absolutely beyond me that everything is being put on mark here. Let's take you out of the equation. I don't know why all the tasks are being given to you. Dupe, Varys, and Umdalek. Yeah, you're the 3. That's correct. Let's throw Killjoy in there as well, just for the fun of it. Our smart battery is overheating. So by now, we did reach the temperature of 75 degrees in here. That is thankfully a rather easy fix that we anticipated. For the time being, we did build it in a cold area, but we did encase it in insulated tiles. Because we didn't want all the nonsense here melting and stuff around it, so we just wanted to leave it alone for the time being and hope we make it to 200 cycles. We did make it to 145. It's not that bad, actually. But we do need to cool this area here back down now. Let's just make that as simple as we can. Let's see here. How can we introduce heat? Sorry. How can we let out the heat as easily and as quickly as possible? There are several options. For example, all it should take should be a couple of metal tiles here. Let's build them out of nickel with a nice thermal conductivity. And let's do the same thing over here as well. Let's just try to get to the cold area and let's try to introduce the cold with metal tiles for the time being. Obviously, once again, I'm aware this is not the optimal solution, but it will do it for the time being. And it will keep us running, if nothing else. On the other hand, though, I think just to keep us running in the interim, we are going to go with the wattage sensor. And we're going to put the wattage sensor... Yeah, how about just right here? It shouldn't really matter. It shouldn't flood and it shouldn't overheat. Therefore, it should be a non-issue. All we need for it is in the automation overlay. Right here, the wire that comes over. That needs to be done actually right now. Let's do that fast. And then let's snip it off to the battery until we can get the temperature under control. It'll be fine. Let's see if we can find 3 pieces of nickel here. Any one of you dupes. And I just realized another thing got destroyed up here. Gotta fix that. Your ex-boss would not be buying any cheap hammer from China anytime soon due to tariff. I don't even know if it was from China. I couldn't even tell you. I'm assuming it is. But I have no idea if it actually is. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's the wrong sensor. The wattage sensor. That's the wrong one. Let's see here. Where is it? The battery charge sensor. I took the wrong damn sensor. My mistake. What we need is, of course, the battery's charge sensor. And it's gotta live in the exact same location as the one that we just took out. I need to also mop down here. And let's see when this thing here is built, if that will work. That should hold us over. Paris is off to bed. Paris, good night, and thanks for joining. And you're, of course, correct. That like button, though, it should get hit a little bit harder. I agree. Get him out of there. How are you in here suffocating? It's Dupe insanity at its best. And holy shit, Paris, are you crazy? You just did this yesterday. Another 50 gifted subs, Bears? Really? You're an absolute beast. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much, man. And it keeps on going. Yeah, just need this shit here out, please, dudes. Specifically up here would be nice. We can immediately see the cooling happening. The only problem is, if it didn't work here, it won't work here either. Get the dupes out of this area right here. Build this one here a little bit faster so we can control who is actually going in there. And then we can continue mopping. And continue introducing heat. Oh, you're mopping before you go in there. William says, whoa, thanks, my name is green again. Hell yeah. So many. Hope you guys forgive me for not reading all 50 of those. Yeah, and that is exactly why dupes like you shouldn't be coming in here as of this moment. Somebody built this door here? Really? Nobody? Once again? Dupes. So we built a battery charge sensor down here. It should have a low threshold of 5, a high threshold of 95. Something along those lines at least. It doesn't have to be exact. It doesn't matter too much. Come on. Put it in there. Let me check out the automation wires. Let me cut this here off. And let me turn on our peat burner right here at the bare minimum. What is best in life? Thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. Truly appreciate it. USSR bot got a membership for the German engineers. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to mop anymore. You're done. You can leave now. And once again, let's try to put this one here on a higher priority for the time being. So we can build it. We should actually rebuild this battery here. We didn't have anything else at the time, and we still don't. I thought we had a little bit of gold. Nope, we don't. Can anyone please finish this here real quick? Thank you. Or not. So we can contain this here at least slightly. There we go. Let's put in the metal tile right here. That should give us the same effect as right here. Once we are through the abyssalite and we are touching the rear area of the phosphorite right here. Who is scalding now? There is nobody. Are you down there again? Ah, okay. Down here. That's fine. Yeah, once again, we're at a dead stop right here. We can't do anything else until our oil refinery is being used, which is apparently just doesn't matter at all. Guess we know which part of Germany is from. God damn. Gabriel. What? What? Now explain that to me. How did that happen? I mean, I know there's CO2 here, sure, but the oxygen is right here, in our base. Plenty of it. Lots of it, actually. Dupe died saying it's not so. Yeah, but this time I really don't know why. I mean, you were just here, doing nothing. There's nothing stopping you from going up, down, left, right, any direction you choose at any point in time. Could have walked downwards to this polluted oxygen, could have come upwards to this oxygen. You had literally the choice to go any old direction. I don't know. Even if it's stress, the stress is not going to kill him. If he needs to breathe, the stress is broken. That's not it. That I can guarantee. Or it shouldn't be unless they broke or changed the stress behavior. That could be. That could very well be. Let me see here. What is the issue right now? Let me guess. The peat burner is awaiting peat. I could have seen that coming. That is, of course, the problem. Because our auto sweeper doesn't have enough power, and our dupes are not doing shit. Okay. Let's put these first three right here on high priority. Hope that somebody slaps enough peat in there so they can run for a hot minute and get the entire base back started again. It really shouldn't be that big of a deal. We put some peat in there for a second. That's one. That's not going to be enough. That's two. That should get better. And the third one should get us to the point where it is enough to at least start the basics back up. At least I would hope so. Or maybe not. Maybe it's still not enough of an errand. Still not enough of an errand to actually do any of this here. Okay, cool. Okay, we have one dupe that is stressed. That leaves us with 9 dupes that should do nothing but this. Let's go a step further. I'm sick and tired of watching nothing happening. This is crazy. The peat is right here, inside the storage bins. That's where you grab it. Wait, why isn't it? Wait, what? Did I fuck this up? I did fuck this up. Ah, okay. It was peat at the very beginning, but at the time we didn't have lime. We didn't have refined carbon. We didn't have rust, and we did sure as hell not have any salt. We didn't have nothing. And the game, that's another little quirk of the game. If you don't have it, so if I currently go to agriculture, and I set this check mark right here, and I get another thing that is underneath agriculture, it will add that here as well. That is a game mechanic that I'm aware of. So yeah, that's on me. Alrighty. I'll take the blame on that one. That is a little bit of an oddball mechanic, but it is a mechanic, and it has been there forever. So, yeah. There we go. Now it should go back up and running. I'm actually surprised it ran that long in that condition. 100 cycles, 120 plus cycles, while being loaded with everything but peat is actually quite impressive. What are you even doing in here, Words? You have nothing to do in here. Nothing at all. Just get the fuck out of there. And do not ever, and I mean ever, come back in here. This is so frustrating, having to watch this bullshit. He has no errands in here. None. We just saw it. Right here. There was nothing here. Whatsoever. And he's just walking around in here. It's behavior. They need to fix that. They need to fix this behavior. Did we decide against the clouded graveyard? I mean, I didn't, but the dupes do. The dupes do. They so far built the large sculpting block and literally nothing else. I left it on the 5 priority, so it's probably never going to happen. But okay, on the bright side, the first 3 peat burners are back up and running again. That should power most, if not all, of our base. We don't have that much that runs on power. Like I said, we kept ourselves to the bare minimum. And that is, of course, a good thing. But I do need still peat in here. And that this here is waiting. It's just none of it matters in our priorities to our dudes. Let's see what we have in the blueprint. I was trying to build your cold spike. What are you trying to do, Dreaded? Which cold spike? I've built several cold and hot spikes over the years, actually. In both directions. Either way, though, we have copper ore and we have cinnabar ore. 2,000 kilograms of each available, plus an RE in the middle with decorating and farming, is an early bird, a shabby dresser, and has an irritable bow. And then we have Barry's attack right here, version 2.0, supplying, suit wearing, and tidying, is an early bird, a caregiver, and a shabby dresser. Let me know what should we do, which of the 4, or the reject all button is of course available as well. And in the meantime, I'm gonna take a look in here and see, do we have now a dupe? No, still not. Still not. Still waiting to find a dupe that can do pyrotechnics. Well, Goliath right here. Can go super hard digging, if nothing else. Same is true for Jason. Do it. And you, we are going to leave where you are right now. What are we going to do with Dread up here? Improve strength, plumbing, or pyrotechnics? I don't think we need to get him down there. I think, actually, improve strength wouldn't hurt. Yeah, I think that's actually the most what we need right now. Just carrying stuff. I just need more dupes carrying stuff to places. That's literally what it comes down to. One other thing. Have we ever built one? Yes, we have actually built an oxygen mask or 2. Is there actually one in here? No. Probably because the dupe is wearing it constantly, I would assume. There's a morb. Die morb. But other than that, they're not still laying here, no? I think what I need to do here is rip out the ladder right here, right here, right here, right here, right here, and right there. And then instead, come with the first ladder all the way over here somewhere for the time being. You know what, screw it. It's not going to be pretty, but it's going to be functional. It's also not going to be permanent, obviously. But it allows the dupes to come down here, over, and then down here to the oxygen dock to grab the masks, if there are any in there. And then also put them back once they pick them up, of course. Yeah, this here is open. Somebody comes through here, grabs a mask, goes down, comes back up, and goes straight. They are not gonna give the mask back up. So whenever that dupe with the mask on comes back through here, on the way back, you will give it back, and it'll be fine. You gotta be fucking with me at this point. Are you watching what I'm watching? Are you actually watching what I'm watching right now, right here? They're not trapped. They're not trapped. They can come out here. They were not trapped for a second. And now tell me again that that's normal dupe behavior, what we just saw here. What in the hell? They needed to get O2. That spot was where the O2 was. So that is a normal thing for an oxygen mask to do. Well, if that is the actual case, then I will rip them right back out. Because this is the biggest bullshit I've seen. That is not how any of the other suits behave in any way, shape, or form. That's not how they should behave in any way, shape, or form. This is just crazy. In 1,500 plus hours, I have never seen once a dupe put on a suit just to take a breath and then immediately take it off without completing a task in between. Not once. Oh, of course the masks are full, yeah. We got oxygen in here. Everything's good. They're not stuck. They're no nothing. I've never seen a dude put on a suit to take a breath and then walk away again. That has not happened. 100%. Absolutely not. I just don't know what to do about this here because I cannot set it to a higher priority. Nothing else is a high priority. I mean, other than our ladders. These don't even need it. That does nothing. 5 pieces of pipe down here. Okay, cool. But other than that, there's nothing on a priority. There's nothing on a priority other than literally putting things into the storage bin and into the speed burner. And then the dupes are just refusing. I don't get it. But either way, that is something we can figure out next time. I've been online for 7 hours. That is plenty of time. I'm going to save right here. And I'm going to call it a day. Well, guys, this was definitely the, I don't even know what to call it. Most weird stream that I've ever had. Most weird game. Most weird save that I've ever had. The most weird behaviors across the board from all the dupes. This here, what Chris is trying to tell me is absolutely normal behavior. I have never seen that happen in any circumstance, ever, in 1,500 hours. Either my computer is having a problem and there is some sort of memory leak going on, some issue with the save file, something is corrupted. There is no way that this is normal behavior of this game. But yeah, either way, we will see if restarting it and next time around will look different. But either way, thank you very much. I appreciate you guys all for joining, and I will see you next time. And with that, I say thank you and peace.